Hi friends, today we are going to come with one more chapter of costing. We have already uploaded full standard costing chapter. Today you are going to see the employee cost chapter where all concepts are explained with beautiful charts. We have used charts to explain all our concept. The concept book is full of charts with lot of good MCQs, all past exam questions, RTP questions, MTP question, all your institute study material question, extensive coverage of the chapter. As I did in standard costing, I'll give you detailed timestamp. You can decide if you want to see only questions, you want to see questions and concepts, or only concepts, specific questions you want to see. If you've already done the subject once, you may watch it at a faster speed, 1.5 or 2x speed, whichever you are comfortable. It will help you in covering this chapter. If you have not seen standard costing, see that. That's a very well covered chapter. No formula learning. We believe in no formula learning. Here also all logic is explained. No formula learning. You are not going to remember any formula. Understand concept, understand logic, and then learn the subject. So if you have seen standard costing, you would have got used to my way of learning. Now go through this chapter and we'll be uploading one more chapter. You can comment here which chapter would you want. We have uploaded one, which is your standard costing. One more I'm uploading now, and I may upload one more in costing. In FM, I've already uploaded a chapter, ratio analysis, and we are planning to upload one more chapter there. Have a great learning. As I said, do like, share, and subscribe if you have liked our content. Thank you, friends. And now you will see the regular videos. Good morning, friends. Good morning, friends. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. We are done with three chapters till now. Material cost is over, cost sheet discussion got over, and introduction. When we did introduction, we learned that focus of costing is on cost ascertainment, cost control, and cost reduction. For ascertainment of cost, we started with something called as a cost sheet. In the cost sheet, when we were preparing the cost sheet, we classified the cost, and in that classification, we had direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, and we had various overheads. So our chapter 2 was on the material cost, and now chapter 3 is on labor cost as well as direct expenses, but nothing much of direct expense, more of a theoretical discussion. What is predominantly you're going to see is the labor cost analysis. So in this chapter, we are going to see how can I control labor cost, how can I reduce labor cost, how can I ascertain labor cost. Earlier chapter, how can we calculate material cost, how can we ascertain material cost, how can we account material cost, how can we reduce material cost. When material chapter was done, primary focus was on cutting down the material cost. We did various techniques like EOQ, inventory levels, your fast moving, slow moving classification. All these techniques were focusing on bringing down the material cost. When it comes to this chapter, focus will be more on calculation rather than cutting down the cost. That is, how do we calculate labor cost? Material cost is very easy. Units, whatever we are purchasing, into the purchase price is technically the material cost, and add all expenses, incidental expenses. But when it comes to labor cost, it is not a very simple calculation saying that labor cost is 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. There is little bit of computation which is needed. In the practical world, there are softwares which do the calculation. Also, there will be a separate team called as payroll processing. There will be a separate team whose job is to calculate salaries of people and process their salaries. Primarily, it will be part of the human resource department, HR department. A separate team itself, a separate department will be there, which is for payroll processing, for doing payroll processing. Let's understand first what is employee cost. Employee cost basically means reward which we pay to employees of an organization. The reward could be in the form of monetary facilities and non-monetary facility, which can ultimately be measured in terms of money. Monetary facility, I'll have to pay basic salary. Sometimes some allowances are given to employees, some bonus is given to employee. All these forms part of the monetary benefit which is given to an employee. Non-monetary, example, a canteen facility could be given to an by an organization, or a cab facility could be given, or an accommodation facility can be given, which can ultimately be converted into money. So labor cost includes the monetary benefits and the non-monetary benefits. It includes the monetary benefits and the non-monetary benefits which we are going to pay to the workforce of an organization. From a classification point of view, it could be paid to direct employees, which is called direct labor cost, and could be paid to indirect labor. What is indirect labor? Is those set of people who are not directly involved in making of the product. They are not directly involved, they are indirectly involved in the production, so they are called as part of indirect labor. So we have two types of labor. One is your direct labor cost and second is your indirect labor cost. Now let's understand, how do I pay the workers? The most important part is, on what basis do I have to pay the employees of an organization? Now, in a practical world, let's understand this little bit. Now I have worker A, worker B. Now I have to decide, how am I going to pay to the workers of an organization? What salary is to be paid? What wages is to be paid? Salary is normally fixed in nature. So we are not bothered about salary calculation. We are only bothered about wages calculation. Wages is normally variable in nature. It varies with your certain items, so it is variable in nature. Two major factors we use for calculating labor cost. One is units produced, and second is hours worked. For example, Bharadwaj Institute can tell me that you come and take classes. Every hour of class will pay you 1000 rupees. That is one way of paying the workers. So I come and take classes here. Every hour I teach, I will be paid 1000 rupees. Hours worked into some rate they decide, and for every hour they are going to pay me 1000 rupees. If a worker is paid on the basis of hours worked, I am happy as an employee that I'll be getting at least a fixed amount of money. I'm happy that I'll be getting a fixed amount of money. So if I come to factory for 8 hours into 100 rupees, 200, 300, 500,000, whatever it is, I'll be getting that money. What can be the problem if a company pays on hours basis? What can be an issue, if at all you can think about? If I pay on the basis of hours, what can be a problem for a company? Sorry? Calculation of time, we have certain techniques are there, like timekeeping, time booking, that would be done. That's not a big challenge. Most of the companies, when you enter, you'll be entering with your scanning the ID card. When you go out, again you'll have to scan the ID card. With that, they'll get the time work. That's not a problem. What can be the other issue? They will not. I will be measuring the productivity, but the problem is I can be inefficient. What is inefficient is, I come here, I start taking class at 6:30. I keep doing time pass. I don't take proper class itself. I keep doing time pass for 5 hours. 5 hours, Bharadwaj Institute pays me 5000 rupees. I keep doing this on a regular basis, because anyway, whether I complete the batch or I don't complete the batch, or I take more hours, I can complete costing in, let's assume, 150 hours. I purposely take it for 250, 300 hours, so that my income goes up. So the problem with hours worked is, an employee, whether he produces 10 units, 20 units, 40 units, 80 units, by working same 40 hours, he'll get the same salary. One person 40 hours, same salary. Another person 40 hours, more production, same salary. So if you pay on the basis of hours worked, I'll tell Bharadwaj Institute that anyway you are paying on the basis of hours worked. So let me come and do only time pass here. I don't want to take proper class here. Anyway, my productivity, you are not going to measure it, and even if you measure it, I will try to waste time. I'll try to waste time. This is one approach which is on the basis of paying the employees on the basis of hours worked. Second basis is units produced. Now, what is units produced is Bharadwaj Institute has told me complete one chapter or complete the batch. Complete the batch. Entire costing you complete, we will pay you 1 lakh rupee. Entire costing 1 lakh rupee would be paid to you, whether I took it in 20 hours, 40 hours, 60 hours, 80 hours, 100 hours, 120 is not a problem. I'll be paid 1 lakh rupee if I complete the subject for you guys. What is the problem if you pay on units produced? Hours worked, I'll be inefficient. Units produced, quality can be compromised. If Bharadwaj Institute tells me that we will pay you 1 lakh rupee, you complete the batch. I try to rush through and complete the batch in 60 hours or 80 hours. So when I do that, quality compromise will happen. Quality compromise will happen. So there are two parts of making the laborers responsible. One is on the basis of hours worked. Second is on the basis of units produced. Units produced, workers will be efficient, but they can compromise on quality. If I know I'll be paid for batch completion, I'll not come and do time pass. But I may rush through. I may try to compromise saying that these are not important, let's not do these chapters. So I may try to play around all that. My effectiveness will be there, efficiency will be there. I will not waste time, but effectiveness may not be there. Efficiently, I'll come and complete the batch, but quality of my teaching can take a hit if you pay on the basis of units produced. If you pay on the basis of hours worked, I will be able to complete the batch maybe in a proper manner. Everything I'll do, but I'll take a lot of time. I'll end up taking lot of time. So two ways of paying the worker: hours worked, units produced. Each of them has an advantage and each of them has a disadvantage. There is an advantage as well as a disadvantage. Objective is still organization will have to pick up one of the two and then proceed with the workers payment. So method of wage payments: time rate system, piece rate system. These are the first two methods: time rate system, piece rate system. Time rate system, hours worked into rate per hour. I am taking this batch. I will take classes for some specific hours multiplied with the rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour, and my salary or my compensation is 100 hours, 150 hours, 200 hours into rate per hour. Second is piece rate system. Under piece rate system, we go with units produced into rate per unit. Units produced into rate per unit. Bharadwaj Institute says batches completed into something or chapters completed into something. Some approach is there. Two ways of paying the worker. One way of paying the worker is hours worked into rate per hour. Second way of paying the worker is units produced into rate per unit. Rate per unit. Hours is rate per hour. Units produced is rate per unit. Both are technically different. How different and all we'll see later. Let's take an example. Standard output per hour is 4 units. Standard output per hour is 4 units. What is output per hour? 4 units is, I tell my employee in 1 hour you have to produce how many units? 4 units. In 1 hour you have to produce 4 units. Guaranteed rate per hour. Guaranteed rate per hour is, if I am paying rate per hour, I'll be paying 40 rupees. And in 1 hour we have to produce how many units? 4 units. I'll be paying 40 rupees, and in 1 hour you have to produce 4 units. So indirectly for 4 units I'll pay 40 rupees. Indirectly for 4 units I'll be paying what? 40 rupees. I'm paying how much? 40 rupees per hour. And I tell my employees in 1 hour you have to produce how many units? 4 units. 1 hour how many units? 4 units. So for 4 units I'll give 40 rupees. So in this example till now, rate per hour is 40. Rate per unit is 10 rupees. Rate per hour is 40. Rate per unit is 10 rupees. How rate per unit? 4 units is equal to 40 rupees. How 4 units is 40? 1 hour is equal to 4 units. 1 hour is equal to 4 units. 1 hour is also equal to 40 rupees. 1 hour is equal to 4 units and 1 hour is also equal to what? 40. So we can indirectly say 4 units is equal to 40. 4 units is equal to 40. 1 unit is equal to 10 rupees. Worker A has produced how many units? I'll read the later, little bit later. 40 units. If you go with piece rate system, 40 into 10. If you go with piece rate system, 40 units into 10 rupees per unit. 40 units into 10 rupees per unit. 40 units into 10 rupees per unit. How did we get 10 rupees per unit? 4 units is equal to 40. 1 unit is equal to 10 rupees. In how many hours? If you are going with time rate system, 8 hours, 8 hours into 40 or 40 units into 10 rupees, both will give different answer because worker could be efficient, inefficient. How much will be the earnings under which method? Piece rate system. Piece rate system, how much earnings is very simple. Piece rate system in this case is 40 units into 10 rupees. 40 units into 10 rupees. 40 units into 10 rupees. Two ways of paying the worker. Time rate system and piece rate system. See the calculation. 1 hour is equal to 40. 1 hour is equal to 4 units. 4 units is equal to 40. 1 unit is equal to 10 rupees. 1 unit is equal to 10 rupees. So earnings under piece rate system is equal to units produced into rate per unit. Units produced into rate per unit. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Now write an example. Example. Rate per hour. Rate per hour rupees 100. Rate per hour rupees 100. Rate per hour rupees 100. Standard output 20 units in 8 hours. 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 Worker A produced. Worker A produced 30 units in 10 hours. Worker A produced 30 units in 10 hours. Rate per hour is 100 rupees. Standard output. What is standard output? Is I expect the worker to produce 20 units in 8 hours. Worker should produce what? 20 units in 8 hours. Worker ended up producing 30 units in 10 hours. Earnings under time rate system. Time rate system means on the basis of time. Earnings under time rate system is equal to hours worked into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour. How many hours did worker A work? Participate guys please. 10 hours. What is the rate per hour? So he can be paid 1000. He can be paid 1000. Time rate system. Hours worked into rate per hour. Earnings under Piece rate system. Piece means output, production. Piece rate system. One is time rate system, hours worked into rate per hour. Piece rate system, units produced into rate per unit. 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 30 units into, I'll come to this rate per unit. 30 units into rate per unit, I'll come to it. 30 units into some question mark. Some question mark, we'll have to get the rate per unit. We'll have to get the rate per unit. 30 units into some number. I made to do the calculation. Now come down. 1 hour equal to 1 hour equal to rupees 100. 1 hour equal to rupees 100. This is the plan of the company. In 1 hour, we'll be paying how much? I want participation, guys, please. Initial start, 1 hour, how much we are paying? 100. Now, every organization will decide a standard productivity measure. What a standard productivity measure is? Bharadwaj Institute can tell, for completing costing, you have to take 150 hours. That is a standard measure. The standard measure is one batch of costing equal to 150 hours. Company has decided 8 hours is equal to 20 units. This is company's decision. 8 hours is equal to 20 units. This is the norm given by the company. I may be better, I may be weaker, but the norm given is 8 hours is equal to 20 units, right? 1 hour equal to rupees 100, 8 hours is equal to 20 units. Then listen for a minute. 8 into rupees 100. Why rupees 100? 1 hour is 100 rupees. 8 into rupees 100. Listen for a minute. 8 into rupees 100. Why rupees 100? 1 hour is equal to 100 rupees is equal to, and this will give me the rate per unit. This will give me the rate per unit. I'll repeat again. 1 hour 100 rupees. 1 hour is 100 rupees. Then what I say? 8 hours 20 units. 8 hours is 20 units. This is the norm given by the company, not what has happened. What happens is different story. Norm given by the company is 8 hours 20 units. 8 hours 20 units. 8 hours 20 units. Norm given by the company is 8 hours 20 units. Then I say 8 into 100 rupees. What 100? Each hour is 100 rupees as per the company. As per the company. Now write 800 equal to 20 units. Tell me 1 unit is how much? Rupees 40 equal to 1 unit. This is rate per unit. Rupees 40 is equal to 1 unit. Rupees 40 is equal to 1 unit. Thirty units into 40 rupees. 1200. An efficient employee, efficient means one who does good production, he will prefer piece rate system. If you are an inefficient employee, what is inefficient? In 10 hours you produce 10 units only. In 10 hours you produce only 10 units. If you are inefficient, you will prefer time rate system. You will prefer time rate system. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? So there is a time rate system, hours worked into rate per hour. There's a piece rate system, units produced into rate per unit. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Next, another example. Rate equal to rupees 800 for 4 hours. 800 for 4 hours. Standard rate 800 for 4 hours. standard productivity in bracket. We also call this as equation. Standard equation. We also call it as standard productivity. Productivity. 25 units in 5 hours. 25 units in 5 hours. Worker A produced. Worker A produced 800 units in 200 hours. Worker A produced 800 units in 200 hours. Worker A produced 800 units in 200 hours. This is what worker A has done. This is for one full month. Okay. Now let's first get rate per hour. Can you tell me what is rate per hour here? 800 for 4 hours. Rate per hour is 200. Rate per hour is 200. Rate per hour is 200. 800 for 4 hours. Rate per hour is 200. Earnings under time rate system is equal to hours worked into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour. How many hours did this worker work? Into how much per hour? 200. He will be paid 40,000 rupees. 200 into 200. 200 into 200. 40,000 rupees you will have to pay under which method? Time rate method. 40,000 rupees you have to pay. Earnings under piece rate system. Earnings under piece rate system. Piece rate system. Now for piece rate system, our computation is units produced into rate per unit. Units produced into rate per unit. Come down. Rate per unit calculation. Rate per unit calculation. Now right. The standard norm is 25 units is equal to, sorry, 5 hours. I normally write time in left hand side, units right hand side. 5 hours is equal to 25 units. 5 hours is equal to 25 units. 5 hours is equal to 25 units. Each hour, what is the amount we decided? 200. 5 into 200. 5 into 200 equal to 25 units. Tell me per unit is how much? Rupees 40 equal to 1 unit. Rupees 40 equal to 1 unit. Rupees 40 equal to 1 unit. Any doubts on this? Let's go back here. Units produced into rate per unit. What is the units produced figure? 800 units into this guy technically is an inefficient employee. That is why he is getting less in piece rate system. 32,000. Any doubts on this two examples? Clear? Every organization will define a productivity equation saying produce 10 units per hour, 20 units, 40 units, whatever it is per hour they'll give, and there will be a rate per hour or rate per unit given. One of them given, other one you can compute it. Any doubts till this? Okay. Now we understood till now that I can pay employees on two bases. One is time rate system, second is piece rate system. I explained this to the management. Management said, let's follow piece rate system. Why piece rate? Because then only workers will be efficient. But in the practical world, lot of companies do not follow piece rate system because labor unions will tell that at least the workers should get a minimum amount. Because if I enter the factory and I exit the factory, I should get minimum amount whether I'm doing work or not work. So many companies in the practical world follow time rate system. They follow time rate system. Piece rate also is followed by few companies, but both have their advantages and disadvantages. Now, if I follow time rate system, I still want, Bharadwaj Institute still says that you follow time rate system, but you be efficient. For being efficient, we have two more methods. One is called Halsey premium and second is called Rowan premium. Halsey premium and Rowan premium. Now, what do the two methods say is, a company says complete a task in, or let's take this example. Company says 1 hour 20 units. This is the norm of the company. 1 hour is equal to 20 units. But still I want to be highly efficient and I end up doing 20 hours 500 units. This is my production. 20 hours 500 units. Company says 1 hour you produce 20 units. So my friend is saying 20 hours we should produce 400 units. 1 hour 20 units. 20 hours we should produce what? 400 units. But I still went ahead, did lot of efforts and produced how many units? 500. Company says if you are doing more than what we need, we'll pay you something extra. We'll pay you something extra. They told me to complete one batch of costing in 2 months. I tried doing two batches in 3 months. So Bharadwaj Institute said, good, you are able to do it faster. You saved some time for the company, and because of which we will pay you something extra. We will pay you something extra. So 20 hours, 500 units. Now, if I go by this norm, what is the norm? 1 hour is equal to 20 units. Can you tell me 500 units should be produced in how many hours? I should have produced 500 units in how many hours? Participate. I have got the answer. 25 hours. I should have produced in how many hours? 25 hours. I should have produced it in 25 hours. So my friend is saying me, why are you doing this extra work and all? I am doing relaxed work. I am taking 25 hours. I am paid 25 into 100. You are doing in a hurry and producing it in 20 hours. What is the point of doing all this? So first thing is, I should have taken 25 hours. I should have taken 25 hours. Why should I have taken 25 hours? 1 hour 20 units. So 500 units means I should have taken 25 hours. I don't know, I had this rush and all, so I did it faster without quality compromise. Without quality compromise, I had some checks and balances. Quality compromise did not happen. So I should have taken 25 hours. I took how much? 20 hours. So I saved 5 hours for the company. I saved 5 hours for the company. Company says if you save time, we will pay you 50% of time saved into rate per hours bonus. 50% of time saved into rate per hour. 50% of time saved into rate per hour. I'll pay you for 20 hours. On top of it, you work for 20 hours, but we'll pay you for maybe 23, 24, 25, 26, something extra. What is that extra? 50% of time saved into rate per hour. 50% of time saved into rate per hour. No concept of negative bonus. If you save time, we will pay you more. If you save time, we will pay you more. If you are not able to save time, get your basic money. What is basic money? Is hours worked into rate per hour. On top of it extra. Now, this 25 which you have told is technically called standard time. This technical name to this is called standard time. I am now introducing technical names. but without even introducing the name, you gave me the answer saying that you should have taken 25 hours. You should have taken 25 hours. 1 hour, 20 units. 1 hour, 20 units. I am little bit motivated person, efficient person. I did 20 hours, 500 units. Now this is called AT, actual time. AT, actual time. This is called AO, actual output. Actual output. Actual time 20 hours. Actual output 500 units. 500 units. How do we calculate standard time? Is 1 hour equal to 20 units. ST equal to AO. I'll explain again. ST equal to AO. Question mark equal to 500. If 1 is equal to 20, what will be equal to 500? Do cross multiplication, you'll get 25 hours. You'll get 25 hours. You'll get 25 hours. 1 hour equal to 20 units. 1 hour is equal to 20 units. Standard time is always computed with the help of actual output. Standard time is always computed with the help of actual output. We have four terms. We have four terms. No need to write them. Just understand them. First is actual time. Time taken by worker. Standard time. Time that should have been taken by worker. Time that should have been taken by worker. I completed the batch in 140 hours. I should have completed in 160 hours. I completed it in 140 hours. I should have completed it in 160 hours. I saved 20 hours for Bharadwaj Institute. I saved 20 hours for Bharadwaj Institute. I completed the batch in 140 hours. I should have completed it in 160 hours without quality compromise. Main part is without quality compromise. So standard time is always computed based on what did the worker achieve. For example, I go to the factory. 8 hours in the factory actual time. I sat idle for the entire 8 hours. I sat idle for the entire 8 hours. My standard time is 0. I did nothing. I did nothing in the factory. Standard time for doing nothing, I should have taken 0 hours. But what did I take? 8 hours in the factory. I went to the factory, did nothing for 8 hours. Did nothing for 8 hours. Actual time 8 hours. Standard time 0 hours. Standard time is 0 hours. Standard time is always computed based on what did the worker achieve. Based on what did the worker achieve. Standard time is always computed based on what? What did the worker achieve? Another example. Company says 20 hours, 85 units. This is the standard norm. Standard norm is 20 hours is equal to 85 units. I went to the factory 200 hours and I produced, okay, let me change the number, 80, let it be 80, okay. 20 hours equal to 80 units. In 200 hours, I produced 1200 units. In 200 hours, I produced how much? 1200 units. Standard norm of the company is what? 20 hours is equal to 80 units. And I took how much? 200 hours. This is called actual time. This is called actual time. I took how much time? 200 hours. This is called actual output. Actual time is 200 hours and actual output is how much? 1200. Now let's write this again. 20 hours is equal to 80 units. Left hand side ST, right hand side AO. Left hand side ST, right hand side AO. Left hand side ST, right hand side AO. Standard time is equal to actual output. How much is the output we have done? 1200. Question mark equal to 1000. Do cross multiplication. If 20 is equal to 80, question mark is equal to 1200. What's the answer you get? We get I should have taken 300 hours. I should have taken 300 hours. I took only what? 200 hours. I took only 200 hours. I should have taken 300 hours. I took only 200 hours. So time, time actually taken by worker, time actually taken by worker, standard time, time that should have been taken for producing actual output, time that should have been taken for producing actual output, time that should have been taken for producing what? Actual output. Time saved is standard time minus actual time. No concept of negative, no concept of negative. There can be negative time saved but no bonus, no negative bonus and all. Positive time saved, bonus is paid. Negative time saved, no bonus, no bonus. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now actual time, a company expects an employee to produce what? This is called standard equation. What is standard equation? 1 hour 5 units. 1 hour is equal to 5 units. I am expecting employees to do what? 5 units per hour. 5 units per hour. Worker A has produced what? In what is 400 units called? AO. What is 60 called? Actual time. What is standard equation here? 1 hour equal to, what is standard equation is the productivity norm. The productivity norm. 1 hour is equal to 5 units. ST equal to AO. ST equal to AO. Question mark equal to, what is the AO? If 1 is equal to 5, question mark is equal to 400. Question mark is equal to 400. What is the answer? 80 hours. I should have taken 80 hours. I took only what? 60 hours. I should have taken 80 hours. I took only 60 hours. I should have taken 80 hours. I took only 60 hours. So indirectly, what is going to happen is there is going to be a time saved of 20 hours. Time saved of 20 hours. If you save time, you will be paid extra money called as bonus. You will be paid extra money called as bonus. Now, so see the computation here. Hours worked into rate per hour. This is like basic amount I'll pay. Both the method. Extra how much? 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Rowan said, no, not 50%. My bonus percentage will be combination of two items. For example, here, my bonus percentage will be 200 by 300. What is 200 by 300? Is actual time divided by standard time into same time saved into rate per hour. The percentage is not 50%. The percentage is 80 by ST, which sometimes can even be 90%, 80%, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30. It can be anything. 80 by ST, 80 by ST, 80 by ST. 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Now, are these the only two methods? No, I can customize. I can say I want to pay 75% of time saved. I want to pay 80% of time saved. There was one exam question where they said they want to pay 40% of time saved. So, anything can be mentioned. Logical two approaches is, one is called Halsey method. Second is called Rowan method. Halsey said 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Rowan said 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Important points: actual time, time actually taken by the worker, time actually taken by the worker. Standard time, time that should have been taken for producing actual output, time that should have been taken for producing actual output. Time saved is standard time minus actual time. Let's take this example. Standard time per unit is 90 seconds. Instead of giving it in hours, I am giving it in seconds. Doesn't matter. I'll finally convert into hours if needed. 90 seconds plus what? For example, when I take a 3-hour class, In the 3 hour class, there is a relaxation allowance of 10 minutes or 15 minutes. So that time is part of the process itself. So 1 unit should take 90 seconds plus how much extra, how much? 50%. So the standard equation here is 135 seconds is equal to 1 unit. 135 seconds is equal to 1 unit. Time in the left hand side, units in the right hand side. You can do the reverse also. 135 seconds. What is 135 seconds? 90 seconds plus what? Relaxation allowance of 50%. Relaxation allowance of 50%. Then ST equal to AO. ST equal to AO. Question mark equal to 1500. Question mark equal to 1500. ST equal to AO. Now tell me how many seconds will be this. If 1 unit is 135 seconds, 1500 units how much? Whatever, 2 lakh, 2000 seconds is equal to 1500 units is equal to 1500 units. Any doubts on this first? Any doubts on this? I'll repeat again. 1 unit is equal to 90 seconds plus extra 50%. Time in the left hand side, units in the right hand side. Can I write the reverse? You can write reverse also. Whichever way you want to write. Time left hand or units left hand, that's okay. 135 seconds is 1 unit. Do we have 2,02,500 seconds as the option? No. We have it in hours. So let's convert into hours. Divide by 60 will make it minutes. Divide further by 60 will make it hours. Divide by 60 will make it minutes. Seconds will become minutes moment you divide by 60. Another divide by 60 will make it hours. What is the number of hours? 56.25 hours. Clear? Can you give me answer to this example? Next example, try. Write the way I wrote. Left hand side time, right hand side units, ST equal to AO. Try. What's the answer? Take. Okay, take your time. Tell me the standard equation. How many units is equal to how many hours? 15 minutes left hand side time is equal to 1 unit. ST question mark equal to what is the AO? 600 minutes is equal to 40 units. 600 minutes is equal to 40 units. 600 minutes is equal to 40 units. We don't have minutes answer hours, so divide by 60, 10 hours. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this example? Let's take this example. A worker commenced job number 121 at 8 a.m. on September 1st. Successfully completed it by 10 a.m. on September 3rd. Started on September 1st, 8 a.m. Completed on September 3rd, 10 a.m. Working how many? 9 hours each day. So September 1st, 9 hours. September 2, 9 hours. September 3 will not be 9 hours. September 3 will not be 9 hours because he starts the work at 8 a.m. I am assuming the factory starts at 8 a.m. So what did he do? September 1, 9 hours. September 2, 9 hours. And September 3, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. After that, what he did, we don't know. Then it says standard production is 50 units per hour. During this period, worker produced a total of 1200 units. Worker produced a total of 1200 units. Nevertheless, due to certain issue, only what 1100 units were approved as acceptable work. So I don't, Bharadwaj Institute doesn't want me to compromise quality. So they are telling me that if you complete 2 batches and we get complaints, we'll consider 2 batches only, 1.5 batch completed or 1.8 batch completed. So I did 1200 units, but because of some issue, only 1100 got approved. So my production is not 1200, my production is only 1100. Get me standard time. Write equation, get me standard time. Then I'll give you time save. Get me standard time. What happened? Is there a doubt? Try doing standard time. We'll discuss it in some time. What's the standard time you got? 20, 22, 24. Which is the answer you got? 22. What is the standard equation? Tell me. 1 hour is equal to 50 units. ST equal to AO. Question mark equal to 1100 units. Only 1100, not 1200. Only 1100. Question mark equal to 1100. Question mark equal to 1100. What's the answer you get? Clear? Now, I took on September 1, 9 hours. No need to write this. September 2, 9 hours. And September 3, how 2 hours? 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. 20 hours I took. I should have taken 22. 2 hours I saved for the company. 2 hours I saved for the company. I took how many hours? 20 hours. I should have taken how many hours? 22 hours. I should have taken 22 hours. I saved 2 hours for the company. Leave this. This is a little tricky example. I'll see that later. Okay, so I have 4 methods of paying worker. Time rate system, technically only 2 methods, time rate and piece rate system. Extra add-ons are the other method. Time rate is hours worked into rate per hour. Piece rate is units produced into rate per unit. Time rate has 2 more variants. Time rate has 2 more variants. What are the variants? Halsey premium scheme and Rowan premium scheme. Halsey said first hours worked into rate per hour plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Rowan said 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Now, whatever you calculate from a company point of view, it is called wage cost. Whatever we calculate, company will call it as labor cost. If you are the employee, you will call it as employee earning. You will say you earned 1 lakh rupee. Company will say we incurred 1 lakh rupee. Company will call it as debit side. For you, it is the credit side. So company, it is called wage cost. Company may go ahead and calculate wage cost per unit. Company may go ahead and calculate wage cost per unit. Our question may ask you to calculate wage cost per unit. The numerator for wage cost per unit and the numerator for earning per hour is same. The numerator for wage cost per unit and the numerator for earning per hour. What is earning per hour? You want to know how much you earned per hour. I want to know how much I earned per hour. Bharadwaj Institute wants to know how much we incurred per batch. They are only interested in output based analysis. I am interested in per hour, how much am I getting. So I may calculate earning per hour and company may calculate wage cost per unit for both of these. For both of this, the numerator is same. For both of this, the numerator is same. Wage cost is equal to employee earning. Wage cost is equal to employee earning. Company may calculate wage cost divided by number of units. I may calculate employee earnings divided by number of hours. Employee earnings divided by number of hours. There is something called as rate per hour, which is what company wants to pay. But earning per hour can be more if you get bonus and all. If you get bonus and all, earning per hour can be more. Rate per hour is what the company wants to pay. Again, I'll repeat now. Method of wage payment, we have two broad methods: time rate system and piece rate system. Time rate system, hours worked into rate per hour. Piece rate system, units produced into rate per unit. Time rate, two variants are there: Halsey premium, Rowan premium. Halsey premium said hours worked into rate per hour plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Rowan premium scheme said hours worked into rate per hour plus 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Now, what is this 80? Time actually taken by the worker. ST, time that should have been taken by the worker. Time that should have been taken by the worker. The gap between the two is time saved. No concept of negative time saved. No concept of negative time saved. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can you tell me the standard time in this example? Standard time, calculate. Other things I don't want, just calculate standard time. Write in your notebook. Anyway, I'll write. How much? How will it be 15? What is the standard equation? Tell me the equation. 1 hour is equal to, always write properly, 1 hour is equal to 5 units. ST equal to AO. ST equal to AO. Question mark equal to. Moment you write it properly, you'll get to the answer. Don't try to do any shortcut and all. Write it properly. Standard equation, ST equal to AO, question mark equal to, the AO will be there, and get the standard time. Get the standard time. What is the standard time? 10 hours. What is the time taken? Time saved is 2 hours. Now, earnings under row 1 scheme is hours worked 8 into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate. No need to write this. Hours worked into rate per hour plus 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. 80 by ST. The most important calculation is always standard time. Once you get that correctly, everything else is just formality. 80 will be given in the question. Rate per hour mostly will be there in the question. Standard time is the most trickiest part in most of the question. Most of the question. Some question they may give directly, but many questions standard time is the trickiest part. So 8 hours into 10 plus actual time is 8. Standard time is 10. Time saved is 2 into rate per hour. I don't want the answer and all. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept? Here, this question directly given. Standard time for a job is actual time taken. So time saved is 20 hours. Guaranteed rate per hour. How much should be the employee earning under? Now surprise. They're asking under piece rate system. What is the formula for piece rate system? Units produced into rate per unit. How many units have been produced? How many units produced here? Anything there in the question? No. So in such a situation, we make one assumption. We make one assumption. Assumption is 1 hour equal to 1 unit. 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. This is an assumption, okay? This is just to solve the question. 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. Till now, you have been calculating standard time. Now see, ST equal to AO. ST equal to AO. What is the standard time? 60 hours is equal to question mark. AO is the question mark. 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. ST equal to AO. 60 hours is equal to question mark. 60 hours is equal to what? 60 units. Piece rate system is units produced. 60 rate per unit will be 50 itself. 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. So if 1 hour is 50 rupees, 1 unit is also 50 rupees. 1 hour is 50 rupees, 1 unit is also 50 rupees. Look at the question here. Very good question. Till now what we have been doing? We have been calculating ST. This question what happened? ST is there, but AO is not there. AO is not there. So what did we assume? We assume 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. If nothing, no other option is there, then only this assumption, okay? If some other data and all is there, you will have to use the data. 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. Time in the left hand side, output in the right hand side, ST equal to AO. ST we know, AO is the question mark. So final answer is 60 units into 50 rupees per unit. 60 units into 50 rupees per unit. Just leave it. This is a tricky example. If something easy is there, I'll discuss, else we'll do it later. Okay. ठीक है, broad discussion is over. Important discussion which I wanted to have. The most important part is standard time. Most important point is standard time. Every question we have to first search for a standard equation or a standard norm. Standard norm for Bharadwaj Institute is for costing 150 hours is equal to one batch. 150 hours is equal to one batch. That's a standard norm decided by us. Like that, you have to decide a standard norm which will be given somewhere in the question. Once you write the standard norm, you can write time in the left hand side or units in the left hand side. That's your wish. I normally write time left hand side, units right hand side. Then ST equal to AO. ST is question mark. AO will be given in the question. AO will be given in the question. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? I'm giving you 2 minutes. You can just go through the concept again. In case you have a doubt, you let me know. 2 minutes. Concept book. 2 minutes for you. Okay. Any doubts till this? Primary two methods of paying the worker. One is on the basis of hours worked. Second is on the basis of units produced. Hours worked multiply with rate per hour. Units produced multiply with rate per unit. I can pay something under the time rate system by giving bonus to employee, which is hours worked into rate per hour plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. This is called Halsey method. Hours worked into rate per hour plus 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour, which is the Roman method of payment. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Let's start with question 1. Zeba Private Limited allotted a standard time of 40 hours for a job and the rate per hour is 75. The actual time, this is page 39, actual time taken by the worker is 30 hours. You are required to calculate the total earnings under the following plans. Halsey premium plan in bracket 50%, rate 50% means bonus is 50%. They can deviate. There was one question where they said 40%, rate 50%. Rowan plan, time weight system, piece rate system. So they have asked for four methods. One is Halsey, second is Rowan, time rate system, and piece rate system. Is the standard time directly given? How much? 40 hours. Actual time, rate per hour, more or less readily given data. We'll have to just use the formula and then get to the answer. More or less readily available question. Just to get started with it, I have not done any adjustments here. Can we start? We'll come to piece rate. We'll come to piece rate. Halsey system. Halsey system, earnings is equal to hours worked into rate per hour, plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour, 50% of time saved into rate per hour. What's the hours worked figure? 30 hours into rate per hour, 75. 30 hours into 75, 30 hours into 75 plus 50% into time saved is, what is the standard time? 40. Time taken is only 30. So 10 hours into again 75. 30 into 75 is 2250. 2250. Other one is how much? Plus 50% of 10 into 75. 375 all put together. 2625. All put together 2625. Very simple method. Halsey system. Hours worked into rate per hour. 50% of time saved into rate per hour. What's the next method? Row 1 scheme. Row 1 scheme. Earnings is equal to hours worked into rate per hour plus hours worked into rate per hour plus, what is the formula? 80 ST into time saved into rate per hour. 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. You do it and then refer the screen if you want. More or less easy only. What is the second part? 2250 plus 562.5. Overall total 2. Technically 30 by 40 is in this case 75%. 30 by 40 is 75% in this question. Some other question it can be 60 also, 40 also, 20, whatever the formula comes out to be. Actual time by standard time. Actual time by standard time. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? What's the third method? Time rate system, which is fairly simple. Time rate system. Earnings is equal to hours worked into, that's all, hours worked into rate per hour. This is an exam question which has come 3 times, and usual exam questions are like this only. Students struggle with certain concepts. 30 into 75, 2250. What's the last method? Piece rate system. For piece rate system, I need to make an assumption. What is the assumption I had told you to make? 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. Now write 1 hour is equal to 1 unit. Standard equation. Call it a standard equation. 1 hour equal to 1 unit. In bracket assumed. 1 hour equal to 1 unit. 1 hour equal to 1 unit. ST equal to AO. 1 hour equal to 1 unit, ST equal to AO. Standard time equal to actual output. What's the standard time? 40 hours is equal to question mark. 40 hours equal to question mark. 40 hours equal to what? 40 units. 40 hours is equal to 40 units. 40 hours is equal to 40 units. Clear? 40 hours equal to 40 units. Forty hours equal to 40 units. Clear? Any doubts on this? Done? Now write. Earnings is equal to units produced into rate per unit. Units produced into rate per unit. What's the units produced figure? Rate per unit. 75 was per hour. Per unit will also be same. Per hour and per unit will be same. How much? We have already done this question in that MCQ which I was discussing. Only important part was piece rate system here. Others are fairly simple. 40 units into 75, 3000. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Clear? Go through the solution. 1 minute for you. Okay, let's proceed ahead. We are done with the first question. We'll do few more questions and then I explain the next set of concepts. Okay, this is a homework question. Question 2 is homework. Let's come to question 3. Question 3. Wage negotiations are going on with the recognized labor union and the management wants you as the cost accountant to formulate an incentive scheme with a view to increase productivity. The cost of three typical workers, the case of three typical workers who produce respectively 180, 120 and 100 units of the company's product in a normal day of 8 hours. In a 8 hours, three workers are there. One guy is producing 180 units, second guy 120 units, third 100 units. Assuming that day wages should be guaranteed at 75 per hour and the piece rate would be based on a standard hourly output of 10 units. Calculate the earnings of each of the three worker and the labor cost per 100 pieces. Labor cost per 100 pieces under day wages is time wages, piece rate, Halsey scheme, Rowan scheme. Also calculate under the above scheme the average cost of labor. Okay, that is already there. I don't know why it got repeated. Same thing. Labor cost per 100 pieces is what also they mentioned. Go through the question. A minute or two for you. Okay, let's go through the question. They are talking about three workers A, B, and C who typically produce 180 units, 120 units, and 100 units in a day of 8 hours. Assume that day wages would be guaranteed. Day wages is time wages is guaranteed at 75 per hour. What is the standard equation here? 1 hour is equal to 10 units. 1 hour is equal to 10 units. That's the standard equation. There are three workers. Worker A is producing 180 units in how many hours? 8 hours. Looks very high, but that's what is happening. Worker B is producing 120 units in 8 hours. Worker C is producing 100 units in 8 hours. We'll do the computation under 4 methods, but let's first calculate the standard time and then we get to all of this. Working note 1. Computation of standard time. Computation of standard time. Worker A worker B and worker C. A, B and C. Tell me the standard equation. 1 hour equal to 10 units. Same for all the three. 1 hour equal to 10 units. 1 hour equal to 10 units. 1 hour equal to 10 units. ST equal to AO. ST equal to AO. 1 hour equal to 10 units. ST equal to AO. ST equal to AO. Question mark equal to, tell me the output of the first worker. 180 units. Question mark equal to second worker. 120 units. Question mark equal to, tell me the time now for each of the worker. Worker A, what is the standard time? Participate guys, it's very simple. Worker A, 18 hours equal to 180 units. Worker B, 12 hours equal to worker C. So we are done with standard time. We'll use this in appropriate formula in some time. 18, 12 and 10 is the time they should have taken. Workers have taken, I think, 8 hours. That's what the numbers is. 18, 12 and 10. 18, 12 and 10 is the time that should have been taken. 18, 12 and 10 is the time that should have been taken. Any doubts on this? Clear? Working note 2. What is the first method they've asked? Day wages, time rate system. Earnings under day wages in bracket time rate. Earnings under day wages. Day wages is time rate system. Day means time. It can be hour wages, day wages, whatever name they want to give. What is the formula here? Hours worked into particulars in 3 columns. Hours worked into rate per hour. Particulars in 3 columns. Particulars in 3 workers. Start with hours worked. How many hours did worker A work? Worker B? Worker C? Everybody worked for 8 hours. Everybody worked for 8 hours. Time rate system is not bothered about production at all. 8 hours everybody has worked. Multiply with rate per hour and give them the earnings whatever they have to get. Hours worked 888. What is the rate per hour? 75. Straight away given in the question. Multiply earnings. 600. Earnings is 600. Any doubts on this? Earnings is 600. Everybody would be paid 8 into 75. Irrespective of how much they are doing work and all, they will be paid 8 into 75. Question has asked for calculate the earnings of the worker and what? Labor cost per 100 pieces. Labor cost and earnings both are same. Wage cost is also same. Labor. So here I call it as earnings, but the other name for this is wage cost. Other name for this is wage cost. If you divide by number of units, you will get cost per unit. Multiply that with 100, cost per 100 units. They ask for cost per 100 units. We'll divide by number of units, you'll get cost per unit. Multiply that with 100, cost per 100 units. Cost per 100 units. Specific requirement is labor cost per 100 pieces, not one piece, per 100 pieces. Number of units produced. Number of units produced. Number of units produced. Worker A, how many units? Worker B, worker C, sorry, 100, 180, 120 and 100. Labor cost per 100 pieces. Labor cost per 100 pieces. Per 100 pieces. Listen for a minute. We will do 600 divide by 180. This will give me per unit. 600 by 180 will give me per unit. Normally they'll ask per unit only, but they have asked here per 100 pieces into 100. 600 by 180 into 100. 600 is the labor cost or employee earning, whatever name you want to call. Six hundred divided by 180 into 100. How much? 0.33. Then 600 divided by 120 into 100. How much? Then 600 by 100. 600 as it is. This is the labor cost per 100 pieces. 333.33, 500 and 600. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Next is piece rate system. Next method is piece rate system. Working note 2 or whatever 3, I think. Working note 3. Computation of earnings under piece rate system. Earnings under piece rate system. Earnings under piece rate system. Earnings is equal to what's the formula for piece rate system? Units produced into rate per unit. Units produced into rate per unit. Clear? Let's do the standard equation again. Let's do the standard equation again. 1 hour is equal to 10 units. 1 hour is equal to 10 units. Units produced into rate per unit. 1 hour is equal to 10 units. 1 hour is also equal to some rupees given in the question. Participate guys. 1 hour is equal to 75. Which means I can equate both the right hand side now. 1 hour 10 units. 1 hour 75 rupees. 1 hour 10 units. 1 hour 75 rupees. So we can say in the end what? 10 units is equal to 75. 1 unit is equal to 1 unit 7.5. 1 unit is 7.5. Clear? Put a table now again. Particulars worker A, worker B, worker C. Worker A, B and C. Units produced into rate per unit. Particulars and 3 workers. First write units produced. Here the formula is units produced into rate per unit, right? Units produced. What's the units produced? 180. Rate per unit. Rate per unit 7.5. Multiply the two. Just a minute. Just a minute. Employee earning slash wage cost 131350, then 900. So here if you are efficient you get more money, inefficient you get lesser money. There all the three were getting 600. Here all the three are getting more than 600. Maybe all are efficient, but worker is highly efficient. He is the highly efficient person. 180 hours, 180 units he has produced. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Then wage cost per 100 units. Wage cost per 100 units. Wage cost per 100 units. Divide by units into 100. Calculate and tell me the answer. How much? 750. All the three will be same under piece rate system. All the three will be same. 750. Here we are paying on the basis of production done by the employees. There we are paying on the basis of hours worked by the employees. Clear? Any doubts on this? Production done, hours worked. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Working note 4. What is the next method they've asked? Computation of earnings under HALC system. Under HALC system, earnings is equal to HALC system. Earnings is equal to hours worked into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour plus what? 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Wait for a minute. You know the hours worked for every employee. You know the rate per hour for every employee. You also know the standard time. You also know the standard time. So time saved is standard time minus actual time. So I am giving you around 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes, complete HALC and then complete row 1. When you do row 1, the formula is actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. Wait for a minute, wait for a minute. You will do it like this. You will start with hours worked, rate per hour, multiplication, you get, that's called basic wages. Leave a line or base. After that, time saved, rate per hour, again you'll get bonus, total earnings, number of units and labor cost per 100 unit. Labor cost per 100 units. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Take around 5 to 6 minutes. Start doing it. 5 to 6 minutes for you. So I wanted you to do HALC and row 1 system. So let me discuss first HALC system. Particulars in 3 workers. We will start with hours worked, rate per hour. This is technically called basic wages. Basic wages. That extra which you pay is technically called bonus. This is basic wages. After this we have standard time. You may have opened a row for this, may not have done, that's okay. What is the standard time? 18, 12, 10. Actual time is 8. Time saved 18 minus 8, 10, 12 minus 8, 4, 10 minus 8, 2. In case you are yet to write it, you can write all this. 18, 12, 10 is the standard time. Time saved is 10, 4 and 2. Bonus, the extra part, which is 50% of time saved into rate per hour. 50% of time saved into rate per hour. What is 50%? 50% into 10 hours time saved. Rate per hour is 75. How much? 375. Then other guy is 50% of 4 into 150. Last person is 50% of 2 into 75. 75. Put together total earnings slash wage cost 600 plus another 375, 975, 600 plus 150, 750, 600 plus 75. Any doubts on this? Anybody has any doubts on any of these numbers? Clear? Number of units produced 120, 180, 120 and labor cost per 100 units. Labor cost per 100 units. 975 divided by 180 into 100. How much? 542.67. Okay. Second one is 750 by 120. 750 by 120 into 100. How much? 625. Third one is 675 by 100 into 100. So obviously it will be 675. Any doubts on this? Anybody has any doubts on any of the numbers here? Clear? This is for Halsey system. This was for Halsey system. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Next, last one was working note 5. Computation of earnings under row 1 scheme. Under row 1 scheme, your amount which we are going to pay is earnings is equal to, what's the formula? Hours worked into rate per hour plus actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. AT by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Clear? Any doubts on this? This is the formula and almost the same table. Almost the same table. Whoever has not written, you can write it. Hours worked, rate per hour, multiplication is basic wages. This alone will change. Till this, it's going to be same. Hours worked, rate per hour, 8 into 75, 8 into 75, 8 into 75. Standard time, 18, 12, 10. Time saved, 10, 4 and 2. 10, 4 and 2. Till this, it is going to remain same. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? After this bonus part, if you have not written, please complete writing it. 8, 75, 600, 18, 10, then 12, 4 and 10, 2. Any doubts on this? Coming to bonus, what is the formula for bonus? Actual time is 8, standard time 18 into 10 into 75. 8 by 18 into 10 into 75. Tell me the number. 3? 333.33. 2 decimal will keep it. 8 by 18 into 10 into 75. 8 by 18 into 10 into 75. 333.33. Next one is 8 by 12 into 4 into 75. 8 by 12 into 4 into 75. 8 by 12 into 4 into 75. How much? 200. Last one is 8 by 10 into 2 into 75. 333.33, 200 and 120. 333.33, 200 and 120. What are the total earnings put together? 933.33, 800 and 720. 800 and 720. Fairly simple, straightforward calculation. Moment standard time is done. Everything else is very simple in computation. Number of units produced 180, 100. 933.33 divided by 180 into 100. How much? 518.5. Other one is then 800 by 120 into 100. How much? 666.67. Next one is 720 by 100 into 100. 720. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on any of these numbers? Again repeating, standard time is the most important calculation. I have done in a tabular format. It's your wish. You can write directly also tabular format, whichever way we are comfortable. Tabular format is not mandatory. Whichever way we are comfortable, we could straight away directly write the formula. Worker A, hours worked into rate per hour plus AT by ST into time saved into rate per hour and complete the calculation. Whichever way you are comfortable. In class, I find it easy to explain this way. Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay. Let's take a break of 10 minutes. Okay, let's proceed with the discussion. So we have understood till now 4 methods of paying workers: wage rate system, piece rate system, Halsey system and Rowan system. Let's continue with few more questions. Let's come to question 4. This is little unique type of a question. Question 4. Standard time allowed for a certain piece of work is 300 hours. Normal wages is 60 per hour. Bonus system applicable to the workers as follows. Bonus system applicable to the workers as follows. Percentage of time saved to time allowed. Bonus in brackets slab rate is mentioned. What is slab rate? I'll explain as we proceed. Up to the first 20%, 25% of the saving in time. For and within the next 30%, 40% of the corresponding saving in time. For and within next 30%, 30% of the corresponding saving in time. For and within the next 20%, 10% of the corresponding saving in time. Calculate total earnings of a worker over the piece of work and his earning per hour. Total earnings and earning per hour if he takes how many hours? 320 hours, 150 hours and 30 hours respectively. Go through the question. Okay, let's understand the question. Question is saying I am giving a worker 300 hours and the bonus system applicable to the workers as follows. It is a customized method by the organization. It's neither Halsey nor Rowan, nothing is there. They are saying if you save 20% of time allowed, if you save time allowed is 300, assuming you saved 20%, which is 60 hours. If your time saved is 60 hours, bonus is 25% of the saving in time. 25% of the saving in time. If you save another 30% of the time allowed for and within the next 30%, then you are paid 40% bonus. For and within the next 30%, you are paid 30% bonus. For and within the next 20%, you are paid 20% bonus. To put it simply, 0 to 20, if you save time, you are paid 25%. 21 to 50, you are paid 40%. 51 to 80, you are paid 30%, and 81 to 100 you are paid 10%. Now they have used the word slab rate. There's a different meaning for a slab system and a flat system. You will learn this in income tax also. Income tax follows something called as a slab rate of taxation. Now what will happen here is we will calculate the time saved and do slab wise calculation. What is slab wise calculation? We'll understand as we proceed. Working note 1. Working note 1. Computation of earnings and earning per hour for worker taking 30 hours. I'll do the last part first and then I come to 320 and others. For worker taking 30 hours, 320 hours, 150 hours and 30 hours. Three scenarios are there. I'm doing first 30 hours. For worker taking 30 hours, particulars calculation amount. Calculation amount. Standard time. Standard time. What's the standard time here? 300 hours. Standard time 300 hours. I am giving a worker 300 hours to do a work. Very unrealistic, but the question said actual time is how much here? First scenario. That is the third scenario. Actual time is 30 hours. Actual time is 30 hours. Time saved. $270. Leave some 7-8 lines. Come down. Computation of bonus. Some 7-8 lines will be needed. Computation of bonus. Okay. Listen for some time and then you can write it. Time saved. Time saved. How many hours did he save? 270 hours. Just give me a minute. Okay. 270 hours is the time saved. I'm going to bifurcate this into multiple categories. First 20% of time allowed. The definition is very clear. 20% of time allowed. What is time allowed? 300. So 20% of time allowed is 60 hours. 20% of time allowed is 60 hours. Don't write anything. Next, 30% of time allowed. What is 30% of time allowed? Participate, guys. 90 hours. The table. First 20%, 60 hours. Next 30%, 90 hours. Again, next 30%. Last 20% of time allowed. So they are saying percentage of time saved to time allowed up to first 20% of time allowed, then next 30% of time allowed, next 30% of time allowed, and last 20% of time allowed. In this case, worker has saved how many hours? 270. 270 on 300 is what percentage? 90%. So he's going till the last slab. He's going till the last slab. 90%. If we have a flat rate of system, there are two methods: flat rate and slab rate. Flat rate means he saved 90%. He is in 81 to 100. He is in 81 to 100. Bonus is 10%. That's all. Bonus is 10%. There are two methods. One is called flat rate. What is flat rate? Is 90% time saved. How 90%? 270 on 300, 270 on 300. If you have saved 90%, you are in the last line. You are in the last line. Bonus is 10%. That's all. Bonus is 10%. You are in the last line. Bonus is 10%. You are in the last line. Bonus is 10%. This is in case you go with a flat rate. But here we are going with the slab rate. Now, for the first 20%, what is the bonus percentage? How much? So listen, 25% into 60 hours. What is the rate per hour in the question? 60. I don't want any calculation. Be in lesson mode only. 25% into 60 hours into 60 rupees. What is 25%? Given in the question. Given in the question that if you are in the first slab, if you are in the first slab, 25 percentage of the time saved. What is time saved on the first slab? 60 hours. How much? 60 rupees. I'll explain this again. Let me do this one. What is the bonus here? What is the percentage? 40% into 60. What is the third slab? 30% into 60. Last slab into, it's not 60 because overall saved is 270. In the 270, 60 is taken in the first slab, 90 is taken in the second slab, another 90 is taken in the third slab. Leftover is only 30 hours. Leftover is only 30 hours. Bonus can only be paid for time saved. Bonus can only be paid for time saved. We have saved how many hours? 270. In the 270, 60 here, 90 here, 90 here. Technically only 30 is possible here. Technically only 30 is possible here. Technically only 30 is possible here. I'll repeat again. 270 is the hours saved. 270 is the hours saved. Out of the 270, first 60 here, next 90 here, next 90 here. Leftover is 30 hours. For the second situation, when time saved is very less, you may not even go to the fourth slab. You may not even go to the third slab. You may not even go to the second slab. We don't know. We'll have to do the calculation. Last one is 10% into 30 hours into 60. I'll repeat again. No need to write. Listen. We have saved 270 hours. According to the question, there is a slab system to be followed. What does the slab system say? First 20% of time allowed, which is 60 hours, 25% bonus. Next 30% of time allowed, 90 hours, 40% bonus. 60 plus 90, 150 hours paid. 60 plus 90, 150 hours paid. Next 30% of time allowed, 30% bonus. 60 plus 90 plus another 90, 240 paid. 240 paid. Last 20%, 60 hours, but you have another 30 only saved. You have another 30 only saved. 10% into 30 hours into 60 into 60. Assuming time saved is 240, fourth slab will not come. Only 3 slabs. 240 means only 3 slabs. Time saved 150, 60 and 90. That's all. Time saved is only 60. Only first 60 will come. Only first 60 will come. Any doubts on this? I'll repeat again. Time saved 270. First 60, 25% bonus. Next 90, 40% bonus. Next 90, 30% bonus, and balance 30. Balance 30, 10% bonus. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Write this now. Write this. Time saved 270. First 20%. Next 30%. Next 30% and last 20%. First 20%, next 30, next 30, last 20. I don't know why you want to look at the screen. Whenever I explain anything complex, you should try writing on your own. You're not able to, then refer the screen. By now you would have understood what I've explained. If understood, you write on your own. Any doubts in this? Can you proceed? Tell me what is the bonus for the first one? 25% into 60 into 60. 900. Second one, 2160. Third one, sorry, last one, total of all of this. Okay, that's the bonus we have to pay. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this computation? A slightly lengthy computation. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? Now go up. Next line. I had told you to leave some 8 lines. Basic wages. 30 hours into hours worked into rate per hour. Basic wages. 30 hours into what is the rate per hour? 60. 1800. Basic wages 30 hours into 60. Always basic wages would be paid. Additionally, we'll pay something else. Bonus. Note 1. How much is the bonus? 4860. Total earnings. Total earnings. 6660. Any stage you need extra explanation, let me know. Okay. Total earnings 6660. 6660. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Any doubts on the total earnings figure? Clear? They've asked for two things: total earnings, earning per hour. Total earnings and earning per hour. Next is earning per hour. $6,660 divided by 30. Company is paying only 60 rupees. Employee is earning 222 rupees. Reason is because of bonus. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? 222 is the earnings per hour. Any doubts in this? Next, working note 2. Earnings and earning per hour for worker taking 150 hours. Taking 150 and 320, both let's do it together itself. Taking 150 and 320. 150 and 320. Particulars in two columns. I could have done 150, 320 also earlier also, but ठीक है. 150 and 320. Write the format, same thing. Standard time, actual time, time saved, basic wages, board, total earning, earning per hour. 150 and 320. Write the same format, standard time, actual time, time saved, basic wages, bonus, total earnings, earning per hour. Tell me the standard time. 300. Write it at two places. 300. 300. Actual time. Guys, I want everyone to participate. 150 and 320. Time saved. 0. No concept of negative. 150 and 0. No concept of negative. 150 and 0. Basic wages. What is the formula? Hours worked into rate per hour. One fifty into 60. 320 into 60. Any doubts? Clear? Bonus for 320 you can write 0. Let's close the 320 part. 0. Negative time saved, no concept of bonus for him. 320 is 0. What is the total earnings? 19,200. Company is paying 60, is also getting only 60, no bonus, nothing is there for worker. That is the if you take 320 hours. If you take 320 hours, no bonus, earning per hour is 60, company is also paying only 60. No bonus, nothing is there. Any doubts on 320 calculation? Straightforward, simple computation. Any doubts on 320 part? Can we proceed? Clear? Come down. Computation of bonus. Listen for a minute. These two will get eliminated. That's all. It will be like this. The last two will get eliminated because we have saved how many hours here? 150 hours. We have saved 150 hours. If you say 150 hours, first 20% of time allowed 60 hours, next 30% of time allowed 90 hours, 60 plus 90 over, that's all. 60 plus 90, 150 hours. 60 plus 90, 150 hours. In that first 20% you will be paid 25% bonus, next 30% you will be paid 40% bonus, all that remains same. But it stops at second slab itself. It stops at second slab itself. Write this. we do not go beyond the second slab here, because we are saving only 150 hours. We are saving only 150 hours. First 20%, 60 hours we do the computation. Next 30%, 90 hours again we do the computation. We do not go beyond. We do not go beyond this. Any doubts on this? Clear? So what's the bonus here? 3060, 12,000, 80 point. Any doubts on this? A slightly unique and a different question. Any doubts on this? Clear? Any doubts on this? I'll give you a minute or two, go through the solution. Please go through the solution. Okay. Any doubts on this question? Clear? We have worked with a slab system where we had to do computation for every slab. Now let's test your understanding. Similar example, MCQ there. I give you 3-4 minutes. Please calculate the bonus here. Only bonus is to be computed. Around 4 minutes for you. 4 minutes for you. Start doing this. The example is here. Okay. Similar to the earlier example which I gave. Here, first 20% is 20 hours, which is 20 into 40% into 100. Then next 40%, which is 40 hours into 20% into 100. Then next 20 hours, which is 20 into 30% into 100. So 20 plus 40, 60 plus 20, 80, and balance is 15 hours into 10% into 100. This will be 800. This is also 800. This is 600, and last one is all put together 2350. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the question? All put together 2350. Clear? Can we proceed? Let's come to question 5. Existing incentive system of Alpha Limited is as under: normal working week, 5 days of 8 hours each plus 3 late shift of 3 hours each. Rate of payment: day work 160 per hour, late shift 225 per hour. Average output per operator for 49 hours week, 120 articles including 3 late shift. In order to increase output and eliminate overtime, it was decided to switch on to a system of payment by results. Payment by results. Following information is obtained. Time rate as usual 160 per hour. Basic time allowed for 15 units. 15 units is 5 hours. Piecework rate, add 20% to basic piece rate. Premium bonus, add 50% to time. Prepare a statement showing hours worked, weekly earnings, number of articles produced, and labor cost per article. 4 things they've asked under 4 methods: existing time rate, piecework, Rowan system, and Halsey premium system. Assume 135 units are produced in 40 hours. 135 units in 40 hours under piecework, Rowan, and Halsey system, and worker earns half the time saved. Half the time saved, 50% under Halsey premium system, which is what we normally do also. Go through the question. A minute or two, go through the question. Okay, coming to this question, they have given certain information and asked us to do hours worked, weekly earnings, units produced, and labor cost per unit under 4 methods: time rate, piece rate, Rowan system, and Halsey system. Now, before I do this, a small concept. Normal rate per unit versus applicable rate per unit. Normal rate per unit versus applicable rate per unit. Rate per unit under piece rate system, normal rate per unit is computed based on standard equation. We did some examples where I said 1 unit is equal to 1 hour is equal to 4 units, 1 hour is equal to 40 rupees. You calculate, that is called normal rate per unit. But some question, company may decide to pay higher rate. Company may decide to pay higher rate. For example, in this question, somewhere they have talked about extra. I'll discuss the solution in some time, that question. But somewhere some extra is there. What is applicable rate per unit is normal rate per unit plus the percentage increase. I plan to pay more. I plan to pay more than what is needed. I plan to pay more than what is needed. Why are we paying? All that we need not discuss. But normal rate per unit we will calculate and extra we will give. That is called applicable rate per unit. In this example, guaranteed rate per hour is 200. Guaranteed rate per hour is 200. Company expects employees to produce 20 units in 4 hours. What is the standard equation? 4 hours is equal to 20 units. Each hour is how much? No, each hour, rupees. 4 into 200 is equal to 20 units. Tell me the rate per unit. 4 into 200 is 20 units. Tell me the rate per unit. Calculate, guys. How much? 40. Any doubts on the example? Some of you look a little confused. Is there any confusion? 1 hour is rupees 200. 4 hours is 20 units. 4 into 200 is 20 units. This 40 is called normal rate per unit. This 40 is called normal rate per unit. What the question says is the company wants to give additional how much? 20%. If you want to give additional 20%, the applicable rate will be 40 plus extra 20%. The applicable will be 40 plus extra 20%. 40 plus extra 20%. 40 plus extra 20%. Any doubts on this? 48. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Same way, we have another item. Normal standard time, applicable standard time. What is normal standard time is computed based on standard equation. That is, we have done question 1 hour is equal to 5 units, ST equal to AO, question mark equal to AO. You calculate that. But company will say, I want to give higher standard time so that your bonus can increase. Because if standard time increases, bonus will automatically increase. If standard time increases, bonus will automatically increase. Applicable standard time is normal standard time plus the increase. Normal standard time plus the increase. I may want to, for example, if you see the question which we are doing, they are saying piece work is add 20% to the basic piece rate, extra 20%, and premium bonus add 50% to the time, 50% to the time. So I want to give more time so that your bonus increases. More time means bonus will automatically increase. More time means bonus will automatically increase. So till now, whatever question we did normal rate per unit, normal standard time. This question, the standard time can increase. Can you first calculate standard time and tell me with this? Tell me the standard time with this. Write standard equation, calculate standard time. Calculate standard time. Write the standard equation, ST equal to AO, write all that. Tell me the standard time. How much? 500. Looks very high. You have written the reverse. So 10 hours equal to 25 units. 10 hours is equal to 25 units. This is the standard equation. I allow how much? 25 units, 10 hours. ST equal to AO, question mark equal to 80 hours is equal to 200 units. This is called normal standard time. This is called normal standard time. We have been doing this and multiple examples I have done for standard time. 80 hours is equal to 200 units. Extra, how much the company wants to pay? So 80 extra 25% is 100. Extra 25% is 100. Extra 25% time. Extra 25% time. So the applicable standard time will be 80 plus extra 25. From there you deduct time taken, you will get time saved, which is a computation. Any doubts on this? I have two terms which I have explained. One is normal rate per unit. Second is applicable rate per unit. Normal standard time, applicable standard time. Normal rate per unit, compute with standard equation. Normal standard time, compute with standard equation. Applicable, both can be extra. Very rare scenario, both can go down also. Very rare, but ideally they may give extra only. They may give extra only. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept? So in this case, my standard time will now become 100. Time taken is 60. 100 minus 60 is time saved. 100 minus 60 is time saved. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the examples here? Clear? Let's come to this now. They've asked us to prepare a statement showing hours worked, weekly earnings, number of articles produced, labor cost per article under four methods: time rate method, piece rate method, row 1 system, Halsey system. Let's first put a statement, particulars, four methods and the four items, and then we will do working notes to do the calculation. Now write statement, statement, particulars and four columns. Particulars and four columns. What are the four methods? Question is saying time rate, piece rate, row 1 system, Halsey system. And they've asked us to calculate few specific things. Let's write them. Statement, hours worked, weekly earnings, number of articles produced, labor cost per article. These are the specific four requirements. Hours worked, weekly earnings, number of articles produced, labor cost per article. Four specific requirements of the question. Clear? Now let's go one by one. Existing time rate. Existing time rate. Under existing time rate, people are working for 5 days of 8 hours and 3 late shift of 3 hours. This is what people have been doing as of now. The problem with late shift is you have to pay them more. Late shift you have to pay them more. So somewhere this extra work was happening. Late shift is called overtime, because of which company said I want to introduce some scheme and try to improve the productivity. People were not doing work during the day, so I told them to do late shift. Late shift I have to pay them extra. Normal I have to pay how much? 160. Late shift I have to pay 225. Late shift I have to pay 225. How many hours overall in the time rate system? 5 into 8 plus 3 into 3. 5 into 8 plus 3 into 3. Any doubts on this? Now write 49 hours. Time rate 49 hours. 49 hours. Note 1, weekly earnings under time rate system. Weekly earnings under time rate system. Time rate system. Earnings is equal to hours worked into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour. Now 40 hours you pay a different rate, 9 hours you pay a different rate. 40 hours you pay a different rate, 9 hours you pay a different rate. Normal, if you do work during the day, you will be paying 160 per hour. But if you tell them to do late shift, you have to pay 225 per hour, 160 per hour and 225 per hour. Normal working 160 per hour, late shift working 225 per hour, 225 per hour. So this is 40 hours into 160 plus 9 hours into 225, all put together how much? 8,000. Write it here, 8425. 8425. 8425. Any doubts on this? How many units have been produced? Somewhere it's given in the question. How many? 120. As of now, only 120 units are produced. When you introduce the new method, they mentioned something in the last line. That's a different story. As of now, only 120 units are produced. 120. And labor cost per unit. Labor cost per unit. 70 point. This is the existing time rate system. Existing time rate system. 49 hours. 8,425 rupees is paid. 120 units are produced and per unit is 70.21. Per unit is 70.21. Any doubts on this? Now we shift to multiple methods starting with piece rate, then row 1 and Halsey. We'll do piece rate, row 1 and Halsey. They have said 135 units in how many hours? 135 units in 40 hours. The benefit of this is late shift will get eliminated. Late shift will get eliminated. 135 units in how many hours? 40 hours. In which method? Piecework, row 1 system and Halsey system. Piecework, row 1 system and Halsey system. 135 units in how many hours? 40 hours. So others write 40 hours, 40 hours, 40 hours, 135 units, 135, 135. 40, 40 and 40, 135, 135 and 135. Clear? Next, note 2, weekly earnings under piece rate system. Note 2, weekly earnings under piece rate system. Earnings under piece rate system. Weekly earnings under piece rate system. Earnings is equal to units produced into rate per unit. Leave 2 lines gap and come down. Units produced into rate per unit. Units produced into rate per unit. Right. Below this, tell me the standard equation. Somewhere they would have mentioned so many units is equal to so many hours. Something would have been mentioned. Sorry. Participate, guys, please. 5 hours is equal to basic time allowed. Basic time allowed for 15 units is 5 hours. 15 units is 5 hours. Now write 5 hours is equal to 15 units. 5 hours is equal to 15 units. 5 hours is equal to 15 units. 1 hour is equal to 3 units. 1 hour equal to 3 units. Somewhere the question has also told 1 hour is how much we are paying. 160. Time rate as usual 160. 1 hour we are paying how much? 160. Late shift and all is eliminated. Late shift is eliminated. 1 hour is equal to 160. 1 hour is equal to 160. I'll repeat. 5 hours is equal to 15 units. 5 hours is equal to 15 units. 1 hour is equal to 3 units. 1 hour is equal to 160 as per the question. 160 as per the question. Can you finally tell? We combine this together. 160 is equal to 3 units. 160 is equal to 3 units. Tell me 1 unit is how much? 53.33. Wait for some time. Wait for some time. 53.33. 1 unit I have to pay 53.33. 1 unit I have to pay 53.33. Any doubts till this? 1 unit we have to pay 53.33. But question says piecework rate add 20% to basic piece rate. Add 20% to basic piece rate. What we have calculated is basic piece rate. What we have calculated is basic piece rate. Add how much extra? 20% to basic piece rate. Basic piece rate extra 20% we have to pay. Extra 20% we have to pay. Next line, applicable rate 53.33 plus 20%. Add 20%. It will be 64. It will be 64. 53.33333 plus 20%. If you do in calculator, you will get 64. Applicable rate is 64. So I plan to pay piecework system as per the calculation. It should be 53.33. I go ahead and pay extra to motivate my employees. To motivate the employees, I go ahead and pay extra. How much we are paying? 64 rupees per unit. 53.33 is what I should ideally pay, but I am paying extra. I am paying extra and it is 64. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Now right here. How many units are produced in this method? Into 64. 135 into 64. How much? 8640. 135 into 64. 135 into 64. 8640. Any doubts on this? For piece rate system, I started with the standard equation, which at 5 hours is equal to 15 units. We ultimately concluded 1 hour is equal to 3 units. 1 hour is also 160 rupees as per the question. So ideally 1 hour we should pay 53.33. We should pay 1 hour 53.33. What we end up doing is we are paying extra 20%. We are paying extra 20%. So it reached 64. Any doubts on this? Go to the main working note. 8640. Note 2. 8640 and 8640 by 135. 64. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Done. Note 3. Weekly earnings under row 1 scheme. Row 1 scheme. Let's write the formula first. Earnings is equal to hours worked into rate per hour, 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour, 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. AT by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Clear? Now we'll have to first do the standard time calculation. You do in your notebook, tell me the normal standard time. I'll do it in the screen. You keep doing it. We'll first calculate the standard time, then I'll explain certain adjustment. Leave some 2-3 lines. Get the standard time. You do it in your notebook. Some standard equation is there. With that, you try to get it, and then we discuss. Leave some 2-3 lines gap. Get the normal standard time first, and then some adjustments will be there. What is the standard equation? 5 hours is equal to 5 hours is equal to 15 units. No need to convert 1 hour and all. Let it be as it is. ST equal to AO. ST equal to AO. Time in the left hand side, output in the right hand side. ST equal to AO. 5 hours is equal to 15 units. ST equal to AO. Question mark equal to what is the actual output? 45, sorry, 135 units, and you will get it as 45 hours is equal to 135 units. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? This is called normal standard time. What we have calculated is called normal standard time. How much is that? 45 hours. Any doubts on this? Applicable standard time is equal to 45 hours plus applicable standard time is equal to 45 hours plus some extra increase we want to give. They have said for the premium bonus, two premium bonuses there, Halsey and Rowan, add 50% to time. No need to do anything on the rate, but I'll have to add 50% to what? Time. 50% to time. So plus 50%. Applicable ST 67.5 hours. Any doubts on this? If that line was missing, 45 would have been taken as standard time. We would have taken 45 as standard time, but here we are taking what? 67.5. 67.5. Time saved. 67.5 minus 27.5 hours. Clear? Any doubts on this? 27.5 hours is the time saved. Let's apply it in the formula above. Actual time by standard time. The purpose of increasing the time is to increase the bonus. If we increase the time, standard time, automatically bonus will increase. 40 into 160 plus 40 by 67.5 into 27.5 into 160. What is the bonus number? 2607. I don't need decimal. 2607. Here the decimal will not make a big difference. 2607. What's the number you get? 9007. 9007. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on 9007? Write this in the main working note. 9007 note 3. Tell me the labor cost per unit. 60.72. Any doubts in this? Clear? Can we proceed? Note 4. Weekly earnings under HALC scheme. Weekly earnings under HALC scheme. Under HALC scheme, I think directly formula application, everything is already done. We just need to write the formula and apply. Time, everything is calculated when we did for row 1. What is the formula for HALC? Hours worked into rate per hour plus what? 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. 50% of time saved into rate per hour. %50 of time saved into rate per hour. What is the number? 6400 plus 2000. 6400 plus 2200. 6400 plus 2200. Any doubts on this? 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Clear? Divide and tell me. 67. They just wanted this statement to be done. They have not asked for any decision making and all, just the statement was needed. Any doubts on this? It's a good problem. Normal rate per unit was calculated, we added extra 20%. Normal standard time was calculated, again we added extra 50%. Any doubts on this? Clear? Go through the solution for a minute or two. Clear? Any doubts on this? Let's come to question 6. Following particulars have been compiled in respect of 3 workers which are under consideration by the management. Particulars: worker A, B and C, actual hours worked in a week, hourly rate of wages, production in units P, Q and R, time allowed per unit of each product. Time allowed per unit of each product is 15 minutes, 20 minutes and 30 minutes. For the purpose of piece rate, for the purpose of piece rate, each minute is valued at rupees 1. Each minute is valued at rupees 1. You are required to calculate the earnings under guaranteed hourly rate basis, piecework earning basis, but guaranteed at 75% if earnings are less than 50%. I'll explain that. Premium bonus scheme, where the workers received bonus based on Rowan scheme, based on Rowan. So out of the 4 they've asked for 3. Halsey alone is not asked in the question. I'm giving you exactly 3 minutes, complete guaranteed hourly rate basis, everything directly available. 3 minutes for you, complete part A. 3 minutes for you. I'm not even explaining it. Okay. Time rate system is very simple. 380 into 40. 380 into 40. How much? 15 to 100. 100 into 50. 540 into 60. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Working note 2. Computation of earnings under piece rate system. Earnings under piece rate system. Earnings is equal to piece rate system. What is the formula? Units produced, rate per unit. Units produced into rate per unit. Units produced into rate per unit. Now listen. Till now, every question worker was producing only one product. Not mandatory. In a practical world, I can produce more product also. Here, I am producing P, Q, R. So I will be given bonus on P as well. Sorry, I will be given earnings on P as well as Q as well as R. For the purpose of piece rate, each minute is valued at rupees 1. So 15 minutes means 15 rupees. 15 minutes is 15 rupees. Each minute is valued at rupees 1. Each minute is valued at rupees 1. For the purpose of piece rate, 1 minute 1 rupee. 15 minutes 15 rupees. 20 minutes 20 rupees and 30 minutes 30 rupees. 15 minutes 15 rupees. 20 minutes 20 rupees. 30 minutes 30 rupees. This is for product, not worker. Product P, product Q, product R. And I can produce all the 3. I can produce all the 3. So my earning will be on P into 15 rupees, Q into 20 rupees, R into 30 rupees. Question has very clearly said, for the purpose of piece rate, each minute is valued at rupees 1. Each minute is valued at rupees 1. So 15 minutes, 15 rupees payment, 20 minutes, 20 rupees payment, 30 minutes, 30 rupees payment. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Now write worker A is equal to worker A. How many units of P manufactured? Sorry? 210 units into rupees 15. Into rupees 15 per unit. 210 into 15. 210 into 15. Second product 360 into 20 per unit. 360 into 20 per unit. All put together how much? Every minute is valued at 1 rupee. Every minute is valued at 1 rupee. So 15 minutes is 15 rupees. 20 minutes is 20 rupees. 30 minutes is 30 rupees. And I am producing product P, Q and R. Worker B has produced only R. C has again produced P, Q and R. So different people can produce different products. All put together how much? Tell me. Sorry? 20? 150. Any doubts on this? Clear? worker B, worker B, worker B, which product he has manufactured? He has manufactured only third product, 250 units into 30, no? 250 into 30, 7,500. Worker C, 600 units into 15 per unit plus 1,350 units into 20. How much? 36,000. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Now, question is talking about some condition. That condition, they are saying piecework earning guaranteed at 75% of basic pay if the earnings are less than 50% of basic pay. If the earnings are less than 50% of basic pay. Worker A, time rate was 15, 200. Time rate is 15, 200. Piece rate, how much you got? You got an answer in your notebook. Worker B, time rate is piece rate. Worker C, now I will explain this with another example. This question, it will not be of use. Let's understand this with this MCQ and then I'll come back to the question. A company is paying wages under piece rate. Wages are guaranteed at 75% of the time rate if the earnings are less than 50% of time wages. Following are the wages of worker A and B under piece rate and time rate. Time rate 200, piece rate 140, time rate 200, piece rate 90. Wages are guaranteed at 75%. Wages are guaranteed at 75% of the time wages if the earnings are less than what? 50% of time wages. What is the time wages here? 200. 50% of that? 50% of that. 50% of that? 100. Now look at a very tricky situation. What the situation is? Assuming you get 101 in piece rate. Assuming you get 101 in piece rate, you will be paid 101 only. You will be paid 101. If you are getting 105, you will be paid only 105. But if you are getting 95, you will be paid 75% of 200. You will be paid 75% of 200. I'll again read it. Wages are guaranteed at what? 75% of 200. 75% of 200 if the earnings are less than 50% of 200. If the earnings are less than 50% of 200, wages are guaranteed at what? 75% of 200. Assuming 200, you got 149, you will be paid 149. You got 101, you will be paid 101. My friend got 99, he will be paid 150. He will be paid 150. Condition is very clear in the question. Wages are guaranteed at 75% of the basic pay if the earnings are less than 50% of basic pay. In this case, worker A, what will he finally get? 140. He will get only 140. He will get only 140. He will be paid under piece rate. He will be paid under piece rate. Worker B, he will get 150. Worker B will get 150. Worker A is little better. He got 140 earning, continues to be 140. Worker B got 90, but we increased that to 150. We increased that to 150. Reason is wages are guaranteed at what? 75% of the time wages if what? Earnings are less than 50% of time wages. Time wages is 200 in this case. Now coming to this question, none of them are going to have any change because this is the time wages. And piece wages are more than time wages everywhere, not even less, are more. In case it was less than 50%, in case it was, for example, this was 5,000. If you had got this as 2,000, if you had got this as 2,000, less than 50%, pay 75% of 5,000. Pay 75% of 5,000. If you go below what? 50% of your own time wages. 50% of your own time wages. Your time wages is 15 to 100. You are getting 24, 150, no condition. 5,000, you are getting 7,500, no condition. 30 to 400, you are getting 36,000, no point in checking the condition. In case you go below what? Below 50%, below 50%, then you will be paid what? 75% of time wages. This is what the question has said. Guaranteed at 75% of basic pay. Basic pay means time rate system. If earnings are less than 50% of basic pay, none of the workers are less than, even none of the workers are less than even 100%. All are more than the time rate system. So pay them whatever you have got. In case you are on the lower side, please increase it to 75% of time rate. Please increase it to 75% of time rate. That MCQ example, 90 will become 150, 140 will continue as 140, 140 will continue as 140. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Let's quickly close the last one. Row 1 scheme. That's all. We do. None of the that condition does not come under row 1 scheme. Earnings is equal to hours worked into rate per hour, actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. The very good question. Multiple products that impacts our computation. Time piece rate we have done. They gave different piece rate. Computation of standard time. Worker A. Computation of standard time. Okay, now listen. First product 15 minutes you should take. Second product 20 minutes you should take. Third product 30 minutes you should take. So my standard time is production of P into 15 minutes, production of Q into 20 minutes, production of R into 30 minutes. This is simpler way of doing. R, for each of the product you do a standard equation. Ultimate answer will remain same. You have to do a standard equation for P separately, Q separately, R separately, and then put a total. Then put a total. Whichever way you do, you will get the same answer. Whichever way we do, we are going to get the same answer. Here, I find it easier to do rather than doing 3 equation. We'll directly do it in one formula. Formula is very simple. Whatever I produced of P into 15 minutes per unit, Q into how much? 20 minutes per unit, R how much? 30 minutes per unit. 15, 20 and 30. Let's write it. 210 units into 15 minutes. 360 units into 20 minutes. 460 units into 30 minutes. You already have the answer in your notebook, okay? Earlier you wrote as 15 rupees, 20 rupees, 30 rupees. Now you're writing it as 15 minutes, 20 minutes and 30 minutes. You already have the answer in your notebook. How much you get? Minutes are, please convert into hours. Divide by 60. 24 150 minutes are 402.5 hours. Any doubts on this? It's a fairly simple, straightforward. Only thing is multiple products. Any doubts on this? Worker B, which product he has manufactured? How many units? 250 units into 30 minutes. $7,500 units are 125 hours. Worker C, first one is which product? 600 into 15 minutes. Second one is all put together 36,000 minutes or 600 hours. Any doubts in this? Anybody has any doubts? Straightforward, simple calculation. If something is tricky, I can explain. Any doubts in this? You apply the formula. I am doing it in the screen. You can refer the screen if you want. Every worker apply the formula. Refer the screen if you want, else you do it on your own. You do it and then refer the screen. Hours worked into rate per hour plus AT by ST into time saved into rate per hour. AT by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Worker A 380 into 40. AT 380. ST we have calculated 402.5. Time saved is the gap 22.5 into 40. This should be the number. If any calculation error, let me know. I have rounded off the decimal. You can write as it is also, or round off. It will not make a big difference because the value is more than 10,000. Any doubts on this? Worker B 100 into 50 plus 100 by 125 is the standard time into 25 into 50. Worker C 540 into 60 plus 540 by 600 into 60 into 60. Any doubts on this? Clear? Any doubts on this part? Done? Okay, let's take a break now. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. In the earlier session, we started with understanding what is labor cost. Labor cost is basically the reward which I pay to my workforce. It could be monetary reward or in non-monetary form, which can ultimately be measured in terms of money. The two-way classification of labor cost is direct labor cost and indirect labor cost. The two basic method of paying the worker is one on the basis of units produced, which is called piece rate system. Second on the basis of hours worked, which is called time rate system. Now time rate system is hours worked into rate per hour. Piece rate system units produced into rate per unit. In order to encourage employees under time rate system, we have two bonus system, which is Rowan system and Halsey system. Rowan system says hours worked into rate per hour plus actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. And Halsey system says hours worked into rate per hour plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Now, the major important calculation is standard time. Actual time refers to the time actually taken by the worker, time actually taken by the workers, and standard time refers to the time that should have been taken, by the worker, time that should have been taken by the worker. That is called as your standard time, time that should have been taken by the worker, time that should have been taken by the worker. Time saved is equal to difference between standard time and actual time. Difference between standard time and actual time. Clear? Then we learnt that there is something called as normal rate per unit, which is what you calculate with the standard equation, and applicable rate per unit can be normal rate per unit plus some increase if the company wants to give. Also, there is a normal standard time which is computed with standard equation. Applicable standard time is normal standard time plus any increase I want to give so that I can pay higher bonus to my employees. This is what we broadly saw in the morning session. Now, let's continue with few more questions. Part 2 of the chapter focuses on Halsey versus Rowan. Here, we will first maybe do a question under Halsey system and then repeat it under Rowan system, or do it under Rowan system, repeat it under Halsey system. Some missing information can be there, some reverse working can be there. No new concepts here. It's just that it is Halsey versus Rowan, but no new concepts to be learnt here. Let's come to 7. A skilled worker in XYZ Limited is paid a guaranteed wage rate of 30 per hour. The standard time per unit for a particular product is 4 hours. The standard time is 4 hours. Mr. P, a machine man, has been paid wages under the Rowan incentive scheme and he earned an effective hourly rate of 37.5 on the manufacture of that particular product. State what could have been his total earnings and effective hourly rate had he been put under Halsey incentive scheme. Had he been put under Halsey incentive scheme. Go through the question. A minute for you to go through the question. Okay, coming to this question. A skilled worker is paid a guaranteed wage rate of 30 per hour. This is called rate per hour. Standard time for a particular product is 4 hours. I have given time of 4 hours. Mr. P has been paid wages under the Rowan incentive scheme and he earned an effective hourly rate of how much? 37.5. Company is saying we are paying 30 rupees. Worker is saying I earned 37.5. The reason for this is there is bonus which would have got paid. Is the actual time given in the question? Is the actual time available? That's a missing information. First we have to get the actual time. After we get the actual time, I'll have to now shift to Halsey's scheme and calculate total earnings and effective hourly rate. What does effective hourly rate means? What will be the meaning of effective hourly rate? Participate. Effective hourly rate would mean what here? Earning per hour. Earning per hour. We have to calculate the earning per hour. In the Roman scheme, earning per hour is 37.5. Halsey could be more, could be less. We don't know. We'll have to do the analysis. Clear? Any doubts in this? Let's start. Earnings under Roman is equal to hours worked into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour plus what is the formula? Roman plus 80 by ST, 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Do we know the earning per hour in the question? Sorry, rate hours worked. Do we know the hours worked? No. Let's call it as A. Hours worked is A. What is the rate per hour company is paying? A into 30 plus A into 30 plus A into 30 plus. How much is the actual time? A. Actual time is A. We don't know the actual time. We don't know the actual time. I have defined it as A. Standard time is given in the question. 4. Time saved will be what? 4 minus A or A minus 4? Think and tell me. Standard minus actual, actual minus standard. Standard minus actual. 4 minus A into 30. This let's call it as one equation, okay? This is one equation. I'll come to this in some time again. A into 30. We'll simplify all this. We'll see in some time. A into 30 plus A by 4 into 4 minus A into 30. Next, earning per hour is equal to total earning by actual time. Earning per hour is equal to total earning divided by actual time. We have calculated this in few of the questions. Total earnings by actual time. Earning per hour is given in the question. How much? Is equal to, I don't know the total earning and all. Total earning by A. 80 is A. Actual time is A. Actual time we have defined it as A. Actual time has been defined as A. Clear? Total earning is equal to $37.5A. This is the equation 2. Both are total earning only. Equation A is 1 is also total earning. Equation 2 is also total earning. 37.5A. Very simple equation. This is 30A plus A by 4 into 4 minus A into 30. A by 4 into 4 minus A into 30. Two equations we have. Somewhere we'll have to simplify and then get to the answer. Any doubts till this? Let's equate them now. 37.5A is equal to 37.5A is equal to 30A plus 30A plus. Now listen, I'll have to first do a simplification here. A into 4 into 30. A into 4 into 30. And then A into minus A into 30. A into minus A into 30. Mathematically A into 4 into 30 and then a into minus a into 30 whole divided by 4, whole divided by 4. Then we will do further simplification. As of now, a into 4 into 30, a into minus a into 30. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? A into 4 into 30, a into minus a into 30. Any doubts on this? Let's write this now. A into 4 into 30 is how much? 120a minus a into minus a into 30 divided by 4, divided by 4, divided by 4. Any doubts on this? Let's take 30a to the other side. 7.5a 120a minus 30a square by 4. Let's take 4 to the other side and then close the question. 7.5a is equal to 120a minus 30a square by 4. 30a went to the other side, 37.5 minus 30a becomes 7.5a. Any doubts on this? Take 4 to the other side. 30a is equal to 120a minus 30a square. A square, let's take it to the other side, and a take it to the other side so that this becomes positive. 30a square is equal to 90a. 120 minus 30. 120 minus 30. Clear? 30a square is equal to 90a. 30a square is equal to 90a. Any doubts on this? 30a square is equal to 90a. Divide by a in both the sides. Divide by a. This will become 30a and this will become 90. Divide by a in both the sides. 30a and 90. 30a and 90. 30a and 90. Any doubts on this? Divide by a and finally a is equal to what? 3 hours. Now becomes a very simple question. A is equal to 3 hours. Any doubts on this? A is equal to 3 hours. So under row 1, I gave him 4 hours. He took 3 hours to complete the work. I gave him 4 hours and he has taken 3 hours to complete the task. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Question has asked for what will be the total earning and effective hourly rate under which system? Halsey incentive scheme in bracket what? 50%. Under Halsey incentive scheme in bracket 50%. So we have done the calculation for row 1. Row 1 has given us the actual time to be 3 hours. Any doubts on this? Actual time to be 3 hours. I'll repeat the equation. First we did a into 30 plus a by 4 into 4 minus a into 30. This is one equation. Second, earning per hour is equal to total earning by actual time. 37.5 is equal to total earning by a. A goes to the other side. Total earning is 37.5 a. Equate both. Equate both. When we equated both, 37.5 a is equal to 30 a, and then we simplified the equation. We got 120 a minus 30 a square by 4. 30 a went to the other side. It became 7.5 a. 4 from the denominator went to the other side. It became 30 a. In the end, 30a square is equal to 90a. A is equal to 3 hours. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Next, earnings under Halsey scheme now. Earnings under Halsey scheme. Earnings under Halsey scheme is equal to, under Halsey scheme is equal to, tell me the formula. Hours worked into rate per hour plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Clear? We know all the numbers now. What is the hours worked? Rate per hour. Company is paying only 30. We may earn more also. 3 hours into 30 plus 50% into 50% into 1 hour. 4 minus 3, 1 hour into 30. Final answer. 105. Any doubts on 105? Any doubts on 105? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on 105? Earning per hour. They were always see what the question has asked for. They've asked for total earnings and effective hourly rate. Effective hourly rate is earning per hour. 105 divided by be it Halsey or Rowan, company is paying 30. In Rowan, effective became 37.5. We did reverse working and got the number of hours. We did reverse working and got number of hours. After that, when we shifted to the other method, we know the 3 hours number. We directly applied and closed it. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? In one example, same question, everything same. Had he be put on Halsey incentive scheme, in bracket they change the percentage. In bracket they change the percentage. Had he be put on Halsey incentive scheme, in bracket, this is the next concept. Bonus under Halsey scheme. Normal is 50% bonus. Applicable. Company may assure a different percentage, can be 40, 45, 60, 65 or any other number, and the bonus would be what? Assured percentage of time saved. Assured percentage can be not 50%, it can be anything into rate per hour. Give me answer to this. The below example. Get the answer under Halsey system. 40% to worker. Be little cautious. Halsey system, 40% to worker. Hours worked is how much? 15. Rate per hour. Rate per hour is not 40. 40 is what? Rate per day. And 1 day consists of 8 hours. So 8 hours is 40 rupees. 8 hours is 40 rupees. And 1 hour is how much? 5. 1 hour is 5 rupees. It says guaranteed rate per day. Rate per day. Per day is 40 rupees. And 1 day consists of 8 working hours. 1 day consists of 8 working hours. So 8 hours is equal to 40. 8 hours is equal to 40. 1 hour is equal to 5 plus 40%. Normally it's 50% plus 40% of time saved. What is time saved here? 5 into rate per hour 5. 40% of time saved. 40% of time saved. So this is 75 plus how much? 10. Any doubts on this? Again, I don't even need to do, even one question is not needed. If you're very clear on the concept book, all MCQs you understand it properly, there is no need to solve even one question from the question bank. For practice, you can select few questions, but this is more than sufficient to cover entire costing. Any doubts on this? Okay, this is a reverse working question on Halsey versus Rowan. Let's read it and then try to get the answer. A worker is paid bonus according to row 1 plan. According to row 1 plan. I'll read it and then you are going to do it. Listen. Time allowed to a worker is 100 hours. Time allowed is called what? Standard time. Time saved is 40 hours, which means time taken is 60 hours. Total earnings of the employee is 840. What is the guaranteed rate per hour paid by the company? Not effective earning per hour. Rate per hour is hours worked. Listen. You will do it in a minute. Total earnings is equal to hours worked. I know. Into rate per hour, I don't know. That is A. Hours worked into rate per hour A plus AT you know, ST you know, time saved you know, into again A is equal to 840. What you need to get is rate per hour. What you need to get is rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour plus actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. Do the calculation. You attempt it, right, wrong, doesn't matter. If you're done, others complete it. I've already got one answer, but everyone do it and then we discuss. What's the answer you got? Okay. And you will see this being the next question which I'm going to do. The question bank, the next question will focus on this element. So everywhere something like that only will keep happening. Some adjustments here and there, if you understand, you'll be in a position to manage the exam easily. Everyone done with this? What's the answer you got? 10. I'll do the calculation. Hours worked is 60. Rate per hour is A. Hours worked is 60. Rate per hour is A. The earnings number is 840 plus ST 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Net 840 is equal to 84A. 840 is equal to 84A. A is equal to 10 per hour. A is equal to 10 per hour. Any doubts on this? Clear? Try doing this. I'll give you 4-5 minutes. This came in September 24 exam. I'll discuss the answer in 4-5 minutes. I'm giving you 4-5 minutes. You go through it properly. Try doing it. If you are not able to do, I'll see. Let's read the question. In a mutual project, both Raj and Bhuvan are contributing their effort using identical material. Raj under row 1 plan. Some of you made mistake in understanding what plan each of them are following. Raj's row 1 plan and Halsey plan for Bhuvan. Standard time is 150. Raj completed it in 90. So earnings of Raj is 30 into 90 plus 90 by 150 into 60 into 30. 2700 3780. Then they are saying total earnings of both the workers are equal, which means the earning of Bhuvan is also same, but Bhuvan is under which method? Bhuvan is under Halsey method and they wanted the hourly wage rate. They wanted the hourly wage rate. So I can say 3780 is equal to 3780 is equal to 120 into A. A is the rate per hour. 120 into A plus 50% of 30A. 50% of 30A. It becomes 135A is equal to 3780. A is equal to 28. A is equal to 28. This came as a 2-mark exam question. This could have been even a 5 mark question also. Same question will I say ask us 5 mark. Maybe they'll add two more things extra there and it will not become an MCQ based question. That's all. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the question? Give me answer to this. Four options are there. You do your calculation. Again, 4-5 minutes for you. 4-5 minutes for you. Okay. In this case, our Halsey plan is 100 into 5 time taken plus 50% of 5 into 100, you will get 750. Row 1 also you will get 750. Reason is row 1 bonus percentage is 80 by ST into time saved. If 80 by ST is exactly 50%, if 80 by ST is exactly 50%, both the bonuses will match. Because Halsey is 50% of time saved into rate per hour and row 1 is 80 by ST. 80 is 5, ST is 10. 5 by 10 is exactly 50%. 5 by 10 is exactly, no need to do any calculation. 5 by 10 is exactly 50%. Both the amounts will be same. Both the amounts will be same. So this can't be 500, 750 can't be, 750, 500 can't be, 250, 250, 750, 750 can be. So maybe I'll have to check the calculation. Which of these option is right? We have to check it. Because if 80 by ST is equal, that is 80 by ST is 50%. If 80 by ST is 50%, both the bonuses will remain same. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this question? Let's come to question 8. Two workers A and B produce the same product using the same material. Their normal wage rate is also same. A is paid bonus according to row 1 scheme. B is paid bonus according to Halsey scheme. A row 1, B is paid bonus according to Halsey scheme. Time allowed to make the product is 50 hours. A takes 30 hours. B takes 40 hours to complete the product. Factory overhead rate is 5 per person are actually worked. 5 per person are actually worked. Factory cost of the product manufactured by A is 3490. Product manufactured by B is 3600. Compute normal rate of wages. Compute material cost. Prepare a statement comparing the factory cost of the worker as made by the two workers. Go through the question. A minute or two for you to first go through the question. Okay, let's understand this. Two workers are producing the same product using the same material. Same material means material cost is going to be same for both of them. Normal wage rate is same. What is the meaning of normal wage rate? Rate per hour. Rate per hour is same. A is paid bonus according to row 1 scheme. B is paid bonus according to Halsey scheme. Time allowed is 50 hours. So standard time is given in the question. Actual time is also given. A is taking 30 hours. B is taking 40 hours. Factory overhead rate is given. Factory cost is 3490. What is the factory cost in cost sheet? What factory cost is called in cost sheet? Net works cost. Net works cost, which is nothing but total of direct material, direct labor, direct expense will not be there in most of the question, and factory overhead. Direct material, direct labor, factory overheads. Direct material, direct labor, factory overheads put together is 3490, 3600. I don't know the material cost. That is one of the requirement. I don't know the normal rate of wages. I don't know the normal rate of wages, which is one of the requirement. Two missing information. We have already done a similar MCQ some time back where only normal rate of wages was missing. Only normal rate of wages was missing. Here two items are missing. Material cost is also missing. Normal rate of wages is also missing. And we are required to first find this and then prepare a statement showing the factory cost. Statement is nothing but cost sheet. We have to repeat the cost sheet. First we will do one cost sheet where I will define one of them as X, one of them as Y and try to get the answer. Once I get X and Y, we will do another statement where instead of X and Y, we will write proper numbers. Clear? Let's start. Working note 1. Working note 1. Computation of material cost and normal rate of wages. Material cost and normal rate of wages. Material cost and normal rate of wages. Let us assume material cost to be A. Let us assume material cost to be A and normal rate of wages to be B. Normal rate of wages to be B. Material cost is A, normal rate of wages is B. Particulars in 2 columns. Particulars in 2 columns. Worker A, worker B. Worker A and worker B. Worker A, which method? Row 1. Worker B, I'll see. Just write this. Worker A, row 1, worker B, Halsey. We have the factory cost. Factory cost is addition of 3 things: direct material, direct labor, factory overheads. Direct material, direct labor, and factory overheads. Right? Direct material, direct material, direct material. We don't know the material cost. We have defined the material cost to be what? A and A. Direct material A. Direct labor. Direct labor. Tell me the formula for row 1. No need to write. Tell me the formula. Hours worked into rate per hour plus actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. Rate per hour is B. Worker A, what is the hours worked? Read the question and tell me. Worker A, hours worked 30B. 30 into B. Rate per hour is B. 30B. Hours worked into rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour. 30 into B. 30 into B. Hours worked into rate per hour. I don't know the rate per hour. Rate per hour is defined as B. 30 into B plus what is the actual time? 30. Standard time. Time saved. Again into B. We'll simplify this later. 30B plus 30 by 50 into 20 into B. We'll simplify this little later. We know the formula, just use the formula here. Hours worked into rate per hour plus actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. Worker B which method? Tell me the formula first. Hours worked into rate per hour plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Worker B, how many hours taken? 40B plus 50% of 10 into B. Any doubts on this? 10 hours saved, 20 hours saved. Worker B has saved 10 hours, worker A has saved 20 hours. Any doubts on this? In this case, 30 into rate per hour plus 30 by 50 into time saved into rate per hour. Time saved is 20 for worker A, 10 for worker B. Worker A, row 1 method. Worker B, Halsey method. Worker A, row 1 method. Worker B, Halsey method. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Factory overheads. Factory overheads. They have defined in the question what is factory overheads. 5 per person are actually worked. 5 per person are actually worked. So whatever time we have taken, 5 per hour, 5 per person are actually worked. Actually worked. So 5 into 30 hours, 5 into 40 hours. Factory cost. Total is called factory cost. I'll again explain. Material cost, I don't know. A. Rate per hour, I don't know. B. Normal rate of wages is rate per hour. Good part is they have given standard time, actual time. All that is given. The issue is rate per hour is missing in the question. Rate per hour is missing in the question. Any doubts on this? Can you tell me the total of this? A plus, simplify and tell me, 30B plus 12B plus 150 is equal to, the value is given in the question. Factory cost is given in the question. 3490. A plus 30B plus 12B plus 150 is equal to 3490. A plus 30B, 12B is 30 by 50 into 20 into B. Any doubts on this? Straightforward simple equation. Tell me the equation other side. A plus 40B plus 5B plus 200 is equal to, clear? Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Again write factory cost. Let's simplify the equation. A 42B 150 goes to the other side. 150 goes to the other side. A plus 42B is equal to 3340. 150 take it to the other side. From 3490, 150 minus to the other side. Minus 150. We are simplifying the equation. A plus 42B 150 goes to the other side. Worker B A plus, please solve and tell me the A and B. You please solve the equation. I don't want to do anything here. A is how much? Okay, complete it. Complete both. Solve the equation. I'll wait for 2 minutes. Solve the two equations. A plus 42B is equal to 3340. A plus 45B is equal to 3400. And we are just playing around the Halsey and Rowan method. Anywhere there are doubts, let me know. The two equations were A plus 45B 3400, A 42B 3340. We subtract it. This gets cancelled. 3B is equal to 60. B is equal to 20. 3B is equal to 60. B is equal to 20. Any doubts on this? Clear? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? You substitute, you will get the answer to A. Anywhere you can substitute A plus 45B. Somewhere you substitute it, you will get the answer to A. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Below the table, after you are done, normal rate of wages. Normal rate of wages in bracket B, 20 per hour. Normal rate of wages, 20 rupees per hour. 20 rupees per hour. Normal rate of wages, 20 per hour. Material cost, A. How much was A? 2,500. This answers part 1 and part 2 of the question. 2,520 per hour. 2,520 per hour. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Then they are saying prepare a statement comparing the factory cost. What a statement comparing the factory cost is, we will repeat it again. But now we will not write A and B, we will write proper values. We will write proper values. Instead of writing A and B, we are going to compare the factory cost. We know now the values, so we will write proper values. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Next, statement comparing the factory cost. Comparing the factory cost. Comparing the factory cost. Statement comparing the factory cost. Now we need not write A and B, we know the values. What is the material cost? 2000, 2500. I really don't have much to explain. Once we have done with that A and B computation, it's just formality. We have to repeat the statement without writing A and B now, that's all. Earlier we wrote it as A and B, now we'll have to write proper values. Earlier we wrote A and B, now we'll have to write proper values and then close the solution. Clear? Any doubts on this? Done? Any doubts on this question? 3490, 3600. This will come as a 5-mark exam question, or even it can be a 7-mark question. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Exactly same thing. Please solve this. Same requirements are asked here. I'm giving you around 5 minutes. Exact same thing you have to do. Jan 25 MTP question, 5 minutes for you. Okay, I start discussing the solution. I could see most of you getting to the answer. It's very similar to that question which we have done. So I bring the same table. Again, there are two workers. One of the worker name is Ben. Ben is under which method? Halsey. I'm not doing the other method, okay? I'll tell you why I'm not doing the other method also. It will save me time. Without doing the other method also, I can get the answer. Because it's an MCQ based question. Otherwise, if it's a descriptive, then you'll have to do the detailed answer only. What is the direct material is A. Direct labor is 60, 50%, 15, into B. This is 60 hours into 120, which is 7,200. They gave some 228, some number that and all is no use. 226, 800, all that is of no use. What is the use of that number? You'll understand in overage chapter, but in this question, zero implication. Total of this is A plus 67.5 B plus 7,200 is equal to 129 600. I am not even attempting the other method. That's my wish. In the calculator, in place of A, write in the calculator, do 120 240, first option, 120 240 plus 67.5 into 63, 67.5 into 63 plus 7,200. Check whether it matches 129 600. Check whether it matches 129 600. If it does not match, that answer is not right. This is a quicker way of getting in this question. I would expect you to try all these things to save some time. It will save some time if I had attempted this way. That is, I substitute the two numbers 120, 240 and 63. It does not match, then 120 to 400, 120 to 400 plus 67.5 into 67.5 plus 7,200. Again, I think it will not match. What will match is this option, 480 per hour and 90,000. Is that the answer? 480 and 90,000. So see here, in this equation, if I do 90,000 plus 67.5 into 480 plus 7,200 is equal to 129 600. It has to match. I did not even attempt row 1. I don't want to do all that. I even did not get into any row 1 calculation. Can I do it for a descriptive question? No. This question MCQ, if you want to save some time, it's all up to you whether you want to save some time. Just form one of the equation and then substitute the two numbers given in the question. Substitute the two numbers given in the question. Is it mandatory to do it this way? No. I would ideally want you to do this way only, which is what I have presented in the solution. I have presented that only in the solution. But in case I want to save some time, saving some time, it is possible in MCQ based question by seeing what is avoidable. In this question, row 1 analysis does not have any utility. Row 1 analysis has zero utility. HALC you do, or row 1, one of them you do, and then substitute the three options, four options. Some good luck, option A itself can fit in. If option A itself fits in, that's all. I need not even try B, C and D fitting in whether it matches or not. So option C, when I substituted, I am getting the number. Other option, what we did in the previous question, which we solved as a descriptive question, where we had formed one. This is what I saw in your most of the notebook. You formed the equation, solved it perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. But in case you want to save some time in MCQ, think about some other possibilities by which you can save time. Because costing paper completion sometimes can become challenge if it's a very lengthy paper. So for saving time, if I am doing the solution, I would have formed the equation in the calculator. Quickly I would have done using the memory function 120 240 plus I would have done 67.5 into 63 plus 7,200 does not match, leave it. Second option, 120 to 400 plus the number does not match, leave it. Third one, if it matches, it is fitting in the answer. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? This is one way. The other way is going through detailed approach. Going through the detailed approach. In exam, I'm not saying that you will have to follow the shortcut approach. Try to do the detailed way only. In case time becomes an issue, then think about other possibilities of getting to the answer. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Done. I think I'll end with this. We are done. HALC versus row 1. One homework question was there. Just complete that and we'll discuss it in the next session. Good morning, friends. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. In the earlier chapter, we were working on labor cost. I'll first quickly discuss one homework question which I had given, and then I get into explanation of what we did earlier and with the balance set of areas. So there was question number 2 where we had to do HALC and row 1 plan. Data is almost readily available. Piece wage rate is rate per unit. weekly working hours were given, hourly wage rate, which is rate per hour, standard or normal time per unit, which is used the standard equation will be with the help of this, which is 1 unit is equal to 15 minutes, ST equal to AO. The standard time will be 44 hours and 35 hours. Second worker will not have any bonus because there is no time saved. First worker will have bonus. Did you do this homework or no? How many of you have not done? How many of you have done? Only one person raises hand for done. Not done, nobody raised. Why homework was not done? Question 2. There's nothing there, na? Why not done? Guys, you'll have to tell me why not done. I'm asking a very simple question. Okay, ठीक है. Others, revise. Okay, ठीक है. I have kept a test for today, so maybe that is the factor. But this wouldn't have taken more than 10 minutes. I had planned in such a manner that it will not take you more than 10 minutes. See, for my subject, whenever I give you homework, if time permits you, after my class, sit in the class itself and complete and then leave. If you are having time, you do not have other commitments, if college and other commitments are there, then that's okay, that's a different story. But if no other commitments are there, spend 15-20 minutes in the class and you will be done. Otherwise you will accumulate things. By accumulating, it will become little difficult later. Otherwise, that is the only challenge I see with the subject. I've tried reducing the homework question, but still homework will keep coming in. I have tried reducing it. I also keep discussing some of the homework question in the class itself, but at some stage questions will be there and we have to do it. Okay, let's summarize what we did in this chapter, because I think there is a gap of some 2-3 days. So I'll summarize this. We learned that employee cost basically means the reward which we pay to the employees. This reward could be in the form of monetary reward or a non-monetary reward. Monetary reward is basically the money which we are paying, and non-monetary reward, when I say certain facilities which I give to my employees, which can ultimately be measured in terms of money. And there were two categories of cost. One is a direct labor cost and second is your indirect labor cost. Direct labor cost will form part of prime cost, and indirect labor cost will be below prime cost as far as your cost sheet is concerned. Now there are methods of wage payment. We learned that there are four methods, but primarily two approaches. One is time rate system and piece rate system. Time rate system says we will pay on the basis of hours worked, that is hours worked into rate per hour, and piece rate system said on the basis of units produced. Yeah, ma'am. Tell me, ma'am. I'll just come in 2 minutes, ma'am. Piece rate system on the basis of units produced. So units produced into rate per unit. And we did see some variants of these methods, which is your Halsey system and row 1 system. Halsey said hours worked into rate per hour, and extra portion is 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Row 1 said 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Then came the area called actual time, standard time, and time saved. Actual time refers to the time actually taken by the worker. Standard time refers to the time that should have been taken by the worker. And your time saved is the gap between standard time and actual time. That's the gap between standard time and actual time. Then we also learned that there can be a difference between applicable rate per unit and the normal rate per unit. Normal rate per unit is computed with the help of standard equation. Applicable rate per unit is normal rate per unit plus or minus some increase can be there. Same way with standard time. There is an applicable standard time and a normal standard time. There can be a deviation between the two. And Halsey plan is normally 50% bonus, but the question can change it to 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. And we learned some questions on Halsey versus row 1. We were working out on Halsey versus row 1. Just give me 2 minutes, I'll be back. Okay, let's proceed. So in the previous session, we had done till question 8. I'll proceed with the balanced set of question. Question 9 and 10 are theoretical question, technically homework, but I'm going to discuss it in the class now. Question 9. Bonus paid under Halsey plan with bonus at 50% for the time saved equals the bonus paid under the row 1 system. When will the statement hold good? Your answer should contain the proof. Time allowed for a job is 8 hours. Hourly rate is 8. Prepare a statement showing bonus earned, total earnings of the employee, and hourly earnings under the Halsey system and Rowan system for each hour saved progressively. It's technically not something which will get tested in exam, but it's there in study mat, more like a theory question. I'll discuss these two questions now. Bonus under the Halsey plan with bonus at 50% for the time saved equals the bonus paid under the Rowan system. When will this statement hold good? So they are asking, when will the bonus under Halsey plan and the Rowan plan be same? When will the bonus under Halsey plan as well as Rowan plan be same? Halsey plan bonus is 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Rowan plan bonus is 80 ST of, technically same thing, of time saved into rate per hour. We do into time saved into rate per hour. Halsey is 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Rowan is 80 by ST of time saved into rate per hour. To put it very simple, if actual time is 50% of standard time, if actual time is 50% of standard time, bonus under both the plans will be equal. If actual time is half of standard time, if actual time is half of 80 by ST, if you divide and you get half, then bonus under both the plans will be equal. Bonus under both the plans will be equal. Halsey plan 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Rowan plan 80 by ST of time saved into rate per hour. 80 by ST of time saved into rate per hour. So in a scenario where both are equal, where both are equal, you will see that the bonus, that is 80 by ST is equal to 50%, bonus will be equal. Basic wages anyway going to remain same. Hours worked into rate per hour is same. If 80 by ST is 50%, to put it very simple, if actual time is half of standard time, so they want us to contain the proof. Proof means you will say standard time 8 hours, actual time 4 hours, rate per hour 20. Calculate Halsey, you will get, and Rowan, you will get the same answer. If actual time is half of standard time, if actual time, any number you can take, any number, you can say standard time is 20 hours, actual time is 10 hours. Standard time is 50 hours, actual time is 25 hours. Any number you take and do the calculation, you will get the same answer. For example, here, actual time is 50% of time allowed. Bonus under Halsey plan and Rowan plan is equal. Bonus under Halsey plan and Rowan plan is equal. If actual time is what? Half of standard time. If actual time is half of standard time. So the concept is bonus under Rowan system will be equal to Halsey system if time taken is 50% of time allowed. Time taken is 50% of time allowed. Any doubts on this? Time taken is actual time. Time allowed is standard time. Okay. Now ICI asked this in one of the MCQ. Very good question. If time taken is of time saved, if time taken is, what will be the answer to this? Think logically and then give me an answer. Time taken is what percentage of time saved? Think and give me the answer. Take example in your mind, write notebook, whatever you want to do, but think and then let me know. Time taken is what percentage of time saved was one of the question. Let's take standard time is 8 hours, actual time is 4 hours. In this case, bonus will match. If standard time is 8, actual time is 4, time saved will be 4. So if time taken is 100% of time saved, time taken is 100% of time saved or is equal to time saved, time taken is equal to time saved, time taken is equal to half of time allowed and equal to time saved, half of time allowed and equal to time saved, half of time allowed and equal to time saved. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept here? Any doubts on the concept here? Okay. Next is very simple. Time allowed for a job is 8 hours. Hourly rate is rupees 8. Prepare a statement showing bonus earned, total earnings, hourly earning under the Halsey system and Rowan system for each hour saved progressively. What is the meaning of each hour saved progressively? What is the meaning? I want participation, guys. It's a very simple English there. Each hour saved progressively mean what? I have to hear something. I'm also talking a little louder, so you'll have to be louder. What will be the meaning of each hour saved progressively would mean here? No, not cumulative, but somewhere you're going in the right direction. What does each hour saved progressively would mean? Okay, time allowed is 8. So we will have to do calculation saying time taken 8, one calculation. Then time taken 7, 1 hour saved. Time taken 6, 2 hours saved. Time taken 5, 3 hours saved. Time taken 4, 4 hours saved. Time taken. So they would have done a statement. This you can practice at home if you want. 8, actual time 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And you will have to do the calculation under Halsey and Rowan. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It can't go to 0. It can't go to 0. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you have to do calculation under Halsey and Rowan using the formula. I don't want to get into the formula discussion and all. What is each hour saved progressively? You save 0 hours, 1 hour saved, 2 hours saved, 3 hours saved, 4 hours saved, 5 hours saved, 6 hours saved, 7, 8 hour can't be saved. So we go till 7 hours. We go till 7 hours. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Any doubts on this? These two examples. Okay, now listen. Rowan gave a formula saying actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. There is a logic why he gave this formula. Let's assume I give somebody 100 hours. I give somebody 100 hours. He is taking 90 hours to do the task. Understandable. I give you 100 hours. You take 90 hours to do the task. Very understandable that okay, you saved time. Another guy took 50 hours. Till this is also okay. Half time you taken. One guy took only 20 hours to do the task. One guy took only 20 hours to do the task, whereas the time given is what? 100 hours. I gave 100 hours to do a task. One guy took 90 hours. One guy took 50 hours. One guy took 20 hours. I just want you to calculate bonus for all the three situations. You calculate and write in your notebook. Rate per hour is 20. Only bonus, only the bonus part. Rate per hour is 20. 100 hours standard time. Time taken 90, 50 and 20. Time taken is 90, 50 and 20. Only bonus I want, okay? Rate per hour is 20. Write in your notebook. Rate per hour is 20. For the three situation, calculate the bonus. 90, 50, 20. Standard time 100. Actual time is 90, 50 and 20. Calculate the three numbers. First one is 90 by 100 into 10 into 20. 10 into 20. How much is the bonus? 180. Then it is 50 by 100 into 50 into 20. How much? 500. Third situation, 20 by 100 into 80 into 20. How much? 320. So the row 1 formula is devised in such a manner that if you keep saving lot of time, the maximum bonus will come when you have 50% of time saved. The formula is in such a manner that maximum bonus you will earn if you save 50%. If you try to save 60, 70, 80% of the time and all, bonus will go down. Bonus will go down. That's how the formula has been devised by him. Because if I tell somebody to do I had to plan, I wanted to complete a batch in 200 hours. Completing it in 20 hours is illogical. When it is 200 hours time given and I complete it in 20 hours, obviously quality compromise. Obvious quality compromise has happened. So the employees will be aware that if you save more than 50% of time allowed, bonus will start going down. Bonus will start going down. If you see in this calculation, which is at home, if you practice this, bonus started with 0. As you saved time, bonus kept on increasing. But beyond a point, bonus kept on going down. Beyond a point, bonus kept on going down. Because if you keep saving more and more time, I give you 8 hours. You complete it in 1 hour. I don't understand. How can a person do it in 1 hour? I gave you 8 hours to do a task and you complete it in 1 hour is not understandable. So row 1 arranged this formula in such a manner that people would want to earn bonus. Halsey doesn't work that way. Halsey 0, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28. As you save more and more time, you will be paid more and more bonus. Halsey, more time saved, more bonus. Row 1 more time saved does not mean more bonus. More time saved does not mean more bonus. In this case, a person who would have saved maybe 40 hours, he would get more bonus. In fact, if you take 40 hours time and you save time, so bonus here is very clear that no need to go beyond half of the time allowed. If you go beyond half of the time allowed, employees bonus will go down. And why I want to do this, I don't want to encourage bad quality work. I don't want to encourage bad quality work, because if I keep paying bonus, if Bharadwaj Institute tells me that complete the batch in 20 hours, we'll pay you a huge bonus. If that is what is told to me, I'll try to say that this is what is material cost, this is what is labor cost, this is what is it, and then I complete the batch. Then obviously quality compromise has happened. Quality compromise has happened. So I cannot compromise on quality just because I want to earn more bonus, which is what this question 10 will tell. You try to do this at home. This is more of a theoretical question. You can just read it. I don't want to even discuss it in the next session. But the concept of row 1 plan is that we don't want to encourage people. We don't want to encourage people to keep saving more and more time, to keep saving more and more time just because they want to earn more bonus, just because they want to earn more bonus. Because you want to earn more bonus, don't try to cut short on the work side. Don't try to cut short on the work side. Halsey plan, you give me 100 hours and I take only 1 hour, maximum bonus will come for me. 99 hours saved. I'll get the huge bonus under Halsey plan. Row 1, if you do that, you will get a very low bonus. Row 1, if you do that, you will get a very, very low bonus, because row 1 will say 80 by ST, 1 by 100, 1% bonus. 1 by 100, 1% bonus. Clear? Any doubts on the concept here? Any doubts on the concept? So 2 points. One is row 1 system bonus will match Halsey system bonus. Row 1 system bonus will match Halsey system bonus if the actual time by standard time is exactly half. Actual time by standard time is exactly half. And a row 1 is a superior plan where you do not increase bonus. You do not increase bonus just because you keep saving more and more time. And if you go beyond 50%, that is, I gave you 100 hours and you saved 60% time, 70% time, 80% time, 90% time, 95% time, bonus will go down. Bonus will go down. Clear? Any doubts on this? Let's do now some questions on the practical side. Let's come to 11. Mr. A is working by employing 10 skilled workers. He is considering introduction of some incentive scheme, either HALSI scheme in bracket with 50% bonus or Rowan scheme of wage payment for increasing the employee productivity to cope with the increased demand for the product by 25%. He feels that if the proposed incentive scheme could bring about an average 20% increase over the present earning, it will act as an incentive for them to produce more and has accordingly given assurance to the worker. As a result of the assurance, increase in productivity has been revealed. Hourly rate of wages, average time taken, number of working days, number of working hours, actual production, calculate effective rate of earning, savings to Z Limited, advise Z Limited about the selection of the scheme. Go through the question. I'll start discussing it in a minute or two. You first go through the question. Okay, let's understand this question. Mr. A is working by employing 10 skilled worker. He wants to introduce incentive scheme. Why? Because there is increase in demand for the product. When demand is going up, I want production to increase. But my employees, I have maybe they are working at a normal speed. I want to them to work at a little faster speed so that productivity improves. Demand is going up by 25% and the incentive scheme should bring about an increase of 20%. They want an increase of 20%. I gave them an assurance and because of which there is an increase in productivity. Hourly rate of wages guaranteed rupees 40. Hourly rate of wages guaranteed rupees 40. What will this mean? Rate per hour. Rate per hour is rupees 40. Average time for producing one unit by one worker at the time of previous performance. Previous performance means before what was happening. In bracket they're saying this may be taken as time allowed. This may be taken as time allowed. Time allowed means standard time. So the standard equation is 1 unit 2 hours. Time in the left hand side if you want to write 2 hours is equal to 1 unit. Number of working days in the month is 25. Number of working hours per day. Per day is 8. An employee will work for 25 into 8. An employee will work for 25 into 8, 200 hours. 25 into 8, 200 hours. And production we have produced is 1250. We have produced 1250. Calculate the effective rate of earning under the HALSI scheme and Rowan scheme. Effective rate of earning. Earning means earning per hour. Earning would mean earning per hour. Effective rate of earning is mostly from an employee point of view. If that's an effective wage cost, then that is wage cost per unit. If they ask effective wage cost is determined at a per unit level. Earning is determined at a per hour level. Earning is always at a per hour level and wage cost is at a per unit level. So if you see here, wages is from a company point of view, which is wage cost per unit, and earnings is from an employee point of view. An employee would want to calculate earning per hour. Employee would want to calculate earning per hour, and an company would want to calculate wage cost per unit. Question has also said what is the savings to Z Limited in terms of labor cost per unit. What is saving? Earlier, I'll have to do the earlier calculation. Earlier labor cost is 100 rupees. Now labor cost is 90 rupees, means I save 10 rupees. I save 10 rupees. And finally, I'll have to select a scheme. There are only two options, HALSI scheme or a Rowan scheme. These are the requirements. Before I do a discussion, or before I do this question, is one MCQ I want to explain and then I do this. Standard time allowed per unit is 2.5 hours. Standard time allowed per unit is 2.5 hours. So my standard equation is 2.5 hours 1 unit. Company has employed 25 workers and produced 2200 units. Produced 2200 units, which is ST equal to AO. ST equal to AO. Question mark equal to 2200. Question mark equal to 2200. Question mark equal to 2200. What will this question mark be? 5500. 5500. Any doubts on standard time? Standard time is 5500. This MCQ, I'll come back to the question which we are doing. Standard time is 5500. Actual time is 200 hours, and produce 2200 units in 200 hours. Produce 2200 units in 200 hours. Something is illogical. I give 5500 hours and people are completing in 200 hours. People are completing in 200 hours. Logically not possible, but something looks little difficult to understand here, because they said I give you 2.5 hours. I gave you 2.5 hours, and our standard norm is 2.5 hours is equal to 1 unit. ST equal to AO, question mark equal to 2200, and you get the question mark as 5500. Till this I have no problem. This calculation is right. But actual time is only 200. There's something wrong then. Is there any issue you face in this question? Is there anything else you can think of? So what should I do with, you are in the right direction. What should I do with 25 workers? Sorry? Which one divide by 25? Which time? Okay. She wants to divide the standard time by 25. She's in the right direction, but I will not get into division. We will get into 200 into 25. Why 200 into 25 is man hours concept. What is man hours is, if one employee is working for 1 hour, I have to pay for 1 hour. If 100 employees work for 1 hour, company has to pay for 100 people. Company has to pay for 100 people 1 hour, 100 man hours. What is man hours is number of hours into number of workers. Number of hours into number of workers. So company did not work for 200 hours. Company worked for 5000 man hours. Company worked for 5000 man hours. 5000 man hours. If we go by divide by 25 as she suggested, we are doing calculation for one employee. That is also possible, but I don't want to do one employee calculation. I'm going to do a calculation for all the 25 employee. So the concept is very simple. We have to go with the man hours concept. Today morning, I'm not teaching for 3 hours. I am teaching for 3 into 40 students, 120 student hours. 120 student hours. 40 students are getting benefited from it. I am teaching for 3 hours. So technically, Bharadwaj Institute can get income for 120 hours. How income for 120 hours? Every student will pay for 3 hours. Every student will pay for 3 hours. So 40 students, assuming we collect per hour basis income, then every student has to pay for 3 hours. 40 students into 3 hours, 120 student hours. 120 student hours. If 10 teachers are teaching for 5 hours, Bharadwaj Institute has to pay for 50 hours in a day. 10 teachers, because every teacher they have to pay 5 hours. Every teacher they have to pay 5 hours. So if number of employees is given in a question and they don't tell you to do per employee calculation, you have to follow the concept of man hours. What is man hours is number of hours into number of worker. So in this example which I have shown here, actual time is 5000, not 200. Actual time is 5000 and not 200. Actual time is 5000 and not 200. Concept is man hours. Concept is man hours. What is man hours is number of hours into number of workers. Number of hours into number of workers. Any doubts in this example? Any doubts on the example? Can I go back to the question? Any doubts on the example? I'll repeat again. I gave 2.5 hours 1 unit. 2.5 hours 1 unit. Then ST equal to AO, 5500 is fine. Company has produced 2200 units in 200 hours is also okay. But they should have produced this with 1 worker. They did not do it with 1 worker. They did it with 25 worker. They did it with 25 worker. So 25 into 200. Now why man hours is suggested is, let's understand another example. Pepsi produces 1000 units per hour. Coke produces 5000 units per hour. Pepsi produces 1000 units per hour. Coke produces 5000 units per hour. Which is more efficient? Pepsi 1000 units per hour, Coke 5000 units per hour. Which is more efficient? Coke is more efficient. But that's another information. 1000 units is with 1000 employees. 5000 units is with 10,000 employee. 5000 units is with 10,000 employee. So I cannot compare per hour production and all, because without knowing how many employees are there, how do I do the comparison? Which is where man hours come into picture. Which is where man hours come into picture. Assuming I enter the business of manufacturing soft drinks, obviously my production per hour will be very low as compared to Pepsi, because Pepsi is going to employ lakhs of employees and I am going to employ only maybe hundreds or thousands of employees. So obviously my production per hour will be lower than what Pepsi is doing. So that cannot be compared. You can never compare production per hour. You can only compare using the concept of man hours. Using the concept of man hours. What is man hours? Is number of hours into number of workers. Number of hours into number of workers. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept here? Clear? Can we proceed? Now, why I explain this is, this question starts with 10 skilled employees. Starts with 10 skilled employees. So when you calculate actual time, you have to somewhere bring this 10 into picture. You have to bring this 10 into picture. Let's start. Working note 1. Question 11. Working note 1. Computation of effective rate of earnings. Effective rate of earnings. Effective rate of earnings. Let's write the formula first. Earnings under Halsey plan. Earnings under Halsey plan. Hours worked into rate per hour plus 50% of time saved into rate per hour. 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Earnings under Halsey plan, hours worked into rate per hour, 50% of time saved into rate per hour. Earnings under row 1 plan. Please write it. You know the formula and all. No need to wait for me. 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Particulars and 2 columns. Halsey plan, row 1 plan. Halsey plan and row 1 plan. Halsey and row 1. First is hours worked. Second is rate per hour. This will give me basic wages. Hours worked into rate per hour. We'll do the calculation, but let's write first this. Hours worked into rate per hour. Basic wages. Then standard time. Time saved. Bonus and total earnings. Total earnings. Standard time. Time saved. Bonus and total earnings. Standard time, time saved, bonus and total earnings. Okay. Coming to hours work, listen. Hours worked is 25 days in a month. Every day 8 hours. 25 days in a month. Every day 8 hours. So 25 into 8 doesn't stop there. This is one worker. You have to multiply with the number of worker. You'll have to multiply with the number of worker. 25 days into 8 hours per day is per worker, multiply with the number of worker, multiply with the number of worker. Why this multiplication? Man hours concept, man hours concept. 25 into 8 into 10 employees, into 10 employees. Any doubts on this? Write this. 25 days, 8 hours, 10 workers, 2000 hours. 2000 hours. 25 into 8 into 10. Clear? Rate per hour is how much? 40. Multiply both. Multiply both. 2000 into 40. Clear? After total earnings, leave maybe another 8 to 10 lines because I need extra calculation there. Note 1, computation of standard time. Leave some another 8 to 10 lines. After total earnings, 8 to 10 lines. Computation of standard time. Computation of standard time. Okay, now let's understand this standard time computation. The question has asked for Halcyon row 1. For doing Halcyon row 1, I will need the standard time. Now, what the question has indicated is average time taken for producing 1 unit by 1 worker at the previous performance. This may be taken as time allowed. This may be taken as time allowed. So, my standard equation or the standard norm is 2 hours 1 unit. 2 hours is equal to 1 unit. This is the standard norm fixed by the company. The standard norm fixed by the company is 2 hours is equal to 1 unit. Any doubts on this? Now write 2 hours equal to 1 unit. STAO question mark equal to. See, I'm writing all this in detail. It's not mandatory. Your wish. You can directly also write the standard time. 2500 hours is equal to 1250 units. 2500 is the standard time. Please close it. Don't refer the screen. Beyond this, you please close it. Till total earnings, please close it. Don't look at the screen. Total earnings 90,000, 96,000. To me, one major learning here is the concept of man hours. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? 90,000, 96,000. Halsey plan 50% of 500. 500 is the time saved. 2500 minus 2000. Other side also 2500 minus 2000. Any doubts in this? Can you proceed? Clear? Effective rate of earning. Effective rate of earning. What is effective rate of earning? Is technically earning per hour. Technically earning per hour. Effective rate of earning is nothing but earning per hour. Earning per hour 90,000 divided by 2000. 90,000 divided by number of hours. And the other side is 45 and 48. Clear? Any doubts on effective rate of earning? Clear? Can you proceed? First requirement is done. They wanted effective rate of earning. Second requirement is what is the savings to Z Limited in terms of labor cost per piece? In terms of labor cost per piece. That is, I'll have to divide by the number of units produced. I'll get labor cost per unit. Next, right. New labor cost per unit. New labor cost per unit. New labor cost per unit. 90,000 by 1,250. 90,000 by 1,250. 90,000 is the labor cost. Employee earning, labor cost, all are same. 90,000 by 1,250. How much? 72. And the other side is 96,000 by 1,250. New labor cost per unit. Any doubt? Is there a doubt? Labor cost per unit. Labor cost per unit means you have to divide by number of units. And number of units produced is given now 1,250. Actual production during the month. So we have two parts now. This is what I had explained. You can either calculate wage cost from company point of view. Company point of view is per unit, divide by number of units. And employee point of view is earnings per hour, divide by number of hours. Employee point of view, number of hours. Company point of view, number of units. Company will divide by number of units and calculate wage cost per unit. Employee will calculate earning per hour or effective rate of earnings. Not clear? Okay. Now, this is the new labor cost. What we have calculated is the new labor cost per unit. Question requirement is what is the saving in labor cost? What is the saving in labor cost? For finding out the saving, I should know what was the earlier labor cost. What was the earlier labor cost, which is given little bit in a roundabout manner. How they have given earlier labor cost is average time taken for producing one unit by one worker at the time of previous performance. At the time of previous means earlier. Earlier an employee was taking 2 hours. So every unit earlier 2 hours and 1 hour is 40 rupees. Earlier, I'm talking about the earlier scenario. People were taking 2 hours to produce one unit. So earlier labor cost is 2 hours into 40 rupees. Earlier labor cost is 2 hours into 40 rupees. Employees were earlier taking 2 hours to produce a unit. They were earlier taking 2 hours to produce a unit and each unit is 40 rupees. Each unit is 40 rupees. So 2 hours into 40. 2 hours into 40. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Employees were earlier taking 2 hours to produce a unit and each unit is 40 rupees. Each unit is 40 rupees. 2 hours into 40. 2 hours into 40. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Next. Old labor cost per unit. 2 hours into 40. It will be same for both the scenario. Old means earlier. Then saving in labor cost. Saving in labor cost. How much are we saving in labor cost? How much is the saving in Halsey method? 8. 80 minus 72. And Rowan method? 3.2. 80 minus 76.8. Clear? Any doubts in this? Okay. Advice Z limited. You are the Z limited. Okay. You are not the employee. Not the employee. You are Z limited. Z limited will obviously want to save more money, pay less to employees. Save more money, pay less to employees. You are the company. Employee would want more earning. Company would want to pay lesser and have higher saving. Which method will you adopt? The two methods are there. Which method will you take? Participate, guys. Halsey method. Halsey method gives me a saving of 8 rupees per hour. 8 rupees per unit. Halsey method gives me a saving of 8 rupees per unit. Rowan is also giving me saving, but saving is 3.2. Rowan is also saving me money. Rowan is 3.2. Halsey is 8 rupees. Halsey is 8 rupees. So obviously my preference is Halsey method. My preference is Halsey method. I save 8 rupees per unit. In the other method we save 3.2 per unit. Both there is saving. Both there is saving. There are no doubts on the saving part. But Halsey method is saving me 8 rupees. Rowan method is saving me 3.2. So Halsey is a superior method. ICA answer to this is Rowan. Why? And Rowan is the right answer, but correct. So the last line says advise Z limited about the selection of the scheme to fulfill their assurance. What is the assurance I gave? There will be an increase of 20%. Earlier I was earning 40 rupees per hour. I was earning 40 rupees per hour. Minimum I have to earn 48 rupees per hour. As an employee, you gave me an assurance. I am the employee. You came and gave me an assurance saying that we are introducing a scheme by which your earning will go up by 20%. Everybody got excited. So 40 rupees should at least become 48. 40 rupees should at least become 48, which in this case only Rowan does. Rowan only makes it 48. Minimum 48, okay, can be more also. Assuming both were able to make more than 48, then I will choose the one which has one which has higher saving for me. In this case, Halsey is a direct rejection. Halsey is a direct rejection because Halsey does not fulfill the assurance. Then there is no choice available. Where is the choice? I have to go with Rowan. I don't have a choice and all here. In case if they said my assurance was 10% increase, 10% increase means 40 should become 44. Both are fulfilling the assurance. Both are fulfilling the assurance. If both fulfill the assurance, I will go with the one which gives me more savings. As an employer, I will go with one which gives me more saving. So I have no problem with what you said earlier. You were perfectly right in your view. Halsey is a better method from an employer point of view. Only headache is we are not able to fulfill the assurance. If I change and say only 10% increase I want to give, then Halsey is a better method. Halsey is a better method because Halsey fulfills assurance. Rowan also fulfills. If both fulfill, you have a choice. None. For example, if question has a 25% increase, both will get rejected. Both will get rejected. 25% increase means 40 has to become 50. 40 has to become 50. None of them will fulfill the assurance. None of them will fulfill the assurance. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Now, right, conclusion. Conclusion. The company, the company has given, the company has given an assurance to increase earnings by 20%. To increase earnings by 20%. Let me write. to increase earnings by 20%, earnings by 20%, and hence earning per hour, earning per hour should increase, from rupees 40 to rupees 48 per hour, should increase from rupees 40 to rupees 48 per hour. Halsey method leads to effective earning. Halsey method leads to effective earning of rupees 45 and hence does not fulfill assurance. Hence does not fulfill assurance. Method is rejected. Does not fulfill assurance. Method is rejected. Row 1 method leads to effective earning of rupees 48. 48. It also saves money for company. It also saves money for company. How does it save? Because the labor cost per unit is going down, and hence row 1 method is to be selected. Row 1 method is to be selected. Clear? If the same question says I want an increase of 10%, 40 should become 44. Both method fulfill the assurance. Choose whichever is better from a company point of view. Choice will come only when two methods are acceptable. Here only one method is acceptable. Go ahead and choose row 1 method. Clear? Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? Any doubts in this? Go through the solution. I'll wait for a minute or two. Go through the solution. Okay, let's proceed ahead. Let's come to question 12. Question 12. A company has 120 direct laborers. 120 people are there. Somewhere man hours may come into picture when we do. Each laborer is paid 800 per 40-hour week. Now, as you read, you will have to understand numbers. Okay, each laborer is paid 800 per 40-hour week. 800 by 40 is the rate per hour. 800 divided by 40 is the rate per hour. Owing to customer demand and timelines, the overtime is resorted. Overtime is resorted to a maximum of 30 hours per week, compensated at the weekly time rate with a premium of 50% over the regular wage, with a premium of 50% over the regular wage. People normally, companies avoid doing overtime, because if you do overtime you have to pay more money. So here 50% more than the regular wage. Current output works out to be 6 units per man hour. Man hour means one employee 1 hour will produce 6 units. One employee in 1 hour will produce 6 units, which is the standard output. That is my standard norm is in 1 hour you have to produce 6 units. Introduction of the incentive scheme can increase the production to 8 units per man hour. The original plan is to produce 6 units per man hour, but because I'm bringing the scheme and all, people may end up producing 8 units per man hour. 8 units per man hour. However, the incentive scheme, if introduced, would not have an overtime policy. So if I introduce the Halsey and Rowan, overtime policy will not be there, and maybe overtime is not needed also. Maybe because people are producing more now. People are producing more. Overtime itself could get eliminated. But even if people do overtime, I may end up paying the base amount only, no extra amount, no extra amount, because no overtime policy I'm bringing in. Budgeted weekly production is 38,400 units. People have to produce 38,400 units. Selling price is 22. Direct cost other than labor is 16 per unit. Variable overheads is rupees 1 per labor hour, and fixed overhead is 18,000 per week. Prepare a statement to demonstrate the effect of shifting from an overtime policy to a Halsey scheme and a Rowan scheme. Let's again understand. I have 120 direct laborer. Today, if I prepare my income statement, my profit is 1 lakh rupee. In Halsey, my profit from 1 lakh becomes 1 lakh 10 or 1 lakh 20. That changes the effect. Changes the effect. They're saying prepare a statement to demonstrate the effect of shifting from an overtime policy to an Halsey incentive scheme or a Rowan incentive scheme. Halsey incentive scheme or a Rowan incentive scheme. If I continue with the current method, my sales will be 38,400 into selling price. Some direct cost they have given, labor cost we will calculate, then there is some variable overhead, fixed overhead, profit will be computed. Once I shift to Halsey or Rowan, there will be changes in labor cost, there will be changes in overall profit, and we are going to find, is there an increase in overall profit or a decrease in overall profit. Prepare a statement to demonstrate the effect of shifting from an overtime policy to an Halsey incentive scheme or a Rowan incentive scheme. If they had not given selling price data and all, then we would have just calculated labor cost, only the labor cost calculation, existing how much and new how much, existing labor cost how much and the new labor cost how much, only the labor cost, no extra calculation. We would have just calculated the labor cost, and after calculating the labor cost, we would have said that this much is the increase in labor cost or decrease in labor cost due to what, due to introduction of Halsey scheme or Rowan scheme, and getting away with the overtime policy. Any doubts in the question? Any doubts in the question? Today, people are producing 6 units per hour. So today, to produce 38,400 units, I'll need so many hours. We'll do the calculation. Later on, people are producing 8 units per man hour. Later on, people are producing 8 units per man hour, which will lead to lesser hours requirement. Some bonus may have to be paid, and I may end up saving money. Clear? Any doubts on the concept here? Let's start. Working note 1. Question 12. Working note 1. Statement showing the effect of shifting to Halsey and Rowan. Halsey and Rowan scheme. Particulars in 3 columns. Particulars in 3 columns. Existing system, Halsey system, Rowan system. Existing system, Halsey system and Rowan system. Existing Halsey and Rowan. Sales. Sales. We are doing an income statement. It will start with sales. We are doing an income statement. We'll start with sales. How many units we are producing? 38,400. Selling prices 22. Assuming we sell everything, 38,400 into 22. Into 22. 38,400 into 22. 8 lakh. Less material cost. We are preparing an income statement. 38,400 into 22. We will deduct material cost from this. We'll deduct material cost from this. How much is the material cost? 16 per unit. Six lakh 14,400. Material cost 614,400. Clear? Material cost is 614,400 less labor cost in bracket note 1. We'll do this calculation in some time. Then I think we have variable overhead, fixed overhead. These are the various expenses. Profit, variable overhead, fixed overhead, and profit. Labor cost, variable overhead, fixed overhead, and profit. Variable overhead, fixed overhead, and profit. Clear? Leave some maybe another 2-3 lines. Note 1. Computation of labor cost. Existing scenario. Existing scenario. Okay. Let's understand what is happening. Existing scenario. Write in a minute. Okay. Hours needed is equal to today people are producing 6 units per hour. People are producing 6 units per man hour. 6 units per man hour. Write this in a minute. Okay, listen for some time. 6 units per man hour. I want them to produce 38,400 divided by 6. 38,400 divided by 6. This is what is happening. How much is the value? 38,400. 6,400. Now I have a problem. The problem is, if overtime was not there, I would have multiplied 6,400 multiplied with 20 rupees per hour. 800 per 40-hour week. 800 per 40-hour week is 20 rupees per hour. 800 per 40-hour week. Per 40-hour week is 20 rupees per hour. 800 per 40-hour week. But the problem is, owing to customer demand, overtime is resorted to a maximum of 30 hours per week, compensated at the weekly time rate with a premium of how much? 50% over the regular wage. Now listen. In this normal hours, what is normal hours is 120 employees into 40 hours per week. 120 employees into 40 hours per week. That is normal working. For this you will pay only 20 rupees. For this you will pay only 20 rupees. Anything beyond this is overtime. Anything beyond this is overtime. If you look at 6,400, if I divide by 120, on an average, an employee has to work for 53 hours in the calculation. 6,400, if you divide by 120, on an average 53 hours an employee has to work. Till 40 hours, normal working. Beyond that, overtime. Beyond that is overtime. I'll give you time to write. Listen, normal hours 120 into 40. 120 into 40, it is basically 4,800 hours. This will be paid at the rate of 4,800 into 20 rupees. This will be paid at the rate of 4,800 into 20. How 20? 20 came as 800 by 40. And leftover is beyond this, whatever hours were there, excess is overtime hours. Excess is overtime hours. What is overtime? Is 6,400 minus 4,800, which is 1,600 hours. These 1,600 hours, you have to give 30 rupees. You have to give 30 rupees. Why 30 rupees? It says it is compensated at a premium of 50% over the regular wage. Compensated at a premium of 50% over the regular wage. Premium of 50% over the regular wage. What is regular wage? 800 by 40. 800 by 40. Premium of 50%. Extra 50% added. Extra 50% added and give compensation. Extra 50% added and give compensation. Clear? Any doubts on this? So this is 1,600 into 30. 1,600 into 30. Please do this and then tell me the total. Write this now. Write this in your notebook. Hours needed. Hours needed. 38,400 by 6. 6,400. We have normal hours and we have overtime hours. Normal hours 20 rupees, overtime 30 rupees. Four thousand 800 into 20, which is 96,000, and this is 48,000. Put together 1,44,000. 20 rupees and 30 rupees. Any doubts on this? This is the existing scenario labor cost. 4,800 into 20 and 1,600 into 30. 4,800 into 20 and 1,600 into 30. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? Clear? Okay. Next, revised scenario. Revised scenario. Particulars in two columns. Halsey, row 1. Particulars in two column. We'll calculate and then take it to main working note. Halsey and row 1. Halsey and row 1. Particulars in two columns. Halsey and row 1. Okay, let's understand this. It says today people are producing 6 units per man hour, which is the standard output. Standard output means standard norm. The norm of the company is 6 hours equal to 6 units is equal to 1 hour. Indirectly, that 6,400 is the standard time. 6,400, which we calculated some time back, is the standard time. In reality, people are going to produce what? 8 units per man hour. So actual time will be on the lower side. Actual time will be on the lower side. Standard time is 6,400. Why 6,400? That's the norm of the company. The norm of the company is I want you to produce only 6 units per man hour. I want you to produce only 6 units per man hour. What you end up doing is you are now producing 8 units per man hour. 8 units per man hour. Now, right, hours worked hours worked 38,400 divided by 8 units per hour. People are taking this much time only. 38,400 by 8 units per hour. Hours worked 4,800. 4,800 is the hours worked. The Rowan formula, Halcyon Rowan formula, rate per hour. Hours worked into rate per hour is basic wages. Then we'll calculate bonus. Rate per hour 20. Rate per hour is 20. Multiplication is basic wages, then separately bonus is 50% of time saved, or 80 by st into time saved into rate per hour. Basic wages, indirectly the entire overtime is eliminated now, because we are just going to get the work done in normal time itself. Work will get done in normal time itself. 4,800 into 20, 96,000. Any doubts in this? Then standard time 6,400. Standard time is 6,400, because the norm of the company is 38,400 by 6. 38,400 by 6. This is what I want employees to do, and they are doing more. They are doing more, so saving money for the company. Completed. Time saved. You can refer the screen if you want, otherwise please complete it. Labor cost is going down from the existing. This will indirectly lead to profit improvement. If labor cost goes down, profit will automatically improve. Labor cost going down will automatically result in improvement in profits. One 12 and 120. Total labor cost is 1,12,000 and 1,20,000. Any doubts on this? Halsey method 50% of time saved. Rowan method 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? Clear? Can we? Done? So labor cost here is, original labor cost was 1,44,000. Hal C is 1 lakh 12,000. Row 1 is 1 lakh 20,000. 144, 112 and 120. 144, 112 and 120. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Variable overhead defined in the question is 1 per labor hour. Labor hour means actual labor hour. 1 per actual labor hour. Variable overhead defined in the question is 1 per labor hour. So existing is 1 into 6,400. 1 into 6,400. Existing is 1 into 6,400. 1 per labor hour. 1 per labor hour. And revised is 1 into 4,800. 1 into 4,800. 1 into 6,400. 1 into 4,800. 6,400. 4,800. Clear? Any doubts on this? Fixed overhead figure is, that's all, get the profit. Get the profit. How much? Okay. 62,000. 95,600. Sorry? 87,600. Check. 87,600. 62,000. 95,600. 87,600. 62,000. 95,600. 87,600. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts? And finally, the question said statement showing effect. Effect is the change. Effect is change. Impact on profit. Impact on profit. Increase of, as compared to 62,000, there's an increase of 33,600. Increase of 33,600. Increase of 25,600. Both are okay. If I have to choose, they have not asked us to choose and all. If I have to choose one, I'll choose Halsey method. There's no assurance, nothing is there. Increase of 33,600, increase of 25,600. Overtime will get fully eliminated. That was the objective. Objective was to eliminate overtime. Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay. Let's take a break of 10 minutes and then resume. Okay. Let's proceed ahead. Let's come to question 13. This is a very good question which is going to revise what we did in the earlier chapter, which is material cost, as well as it has labor cost adjustment. It is an MCQ based question. I will give you first 2 to 3 minutes. You read it once and then we read it together and then we start discussing. Question may take around 40-45 minutes for us to solve. So you first go through the question, then we will read it together and then we will start solving it. So 3 minutes for you to go through this. Okay, let's read the question now. Tropic Private Limited engaged in the business of manufacturing product P. The product required 2 units of material R. Raw material is material R and production is product P. Input output ratio is 2:1. Company wants to sell 24,000 units of product P and does not wish to retain any closing stock. Opening stock is 4,000 units. When we did EOQ, you would have learned that we start with sales, then go to production, then go to consumption, then go to purchase. Same thing will happen here. Raw material has to be procured after considering opening stock of R amounting to 10,000 units. Technical team further confirms that yield in the course of manufacture is only. What is the use of this? You'll understand as we proceed. First is input output ratio 2:1, but I may not get one full unit. Reason is this line, you will understand. Company presently procure its annual requirement on a quarterly basis. We are buying it on a quarterly basis from a regular supplier, getting a discount of 2.5%. We get a discount of 2.5%. Quarterly basis, we are doing the purchases on the price of 20. Every time we place an order, 125 is the ordering cost. Company also has a rented warehouse and the storage cost is 10 per unit. Storage cost is 10 per unit. Company appointed Mr. T, a chartered accountant, to review the cost of inventory, provide measure for improvement of cost. After reviewing the material purchase and consumption pattern, he suggested we should implement EOQ. EOQ should be implemented. The change in quantity ordered will result in reduction of inventory carrying cost. Mr. T further reviewed the labor costing and identified that labor were paid overtime wages. People were getting paid overtime wages to ensure timely completion. Overtime wages comprised of daily wages and 100% of daily wages. Extra 100%. One, you have to pay daily wage, and extra 100%. Extra 100% is overtime premium. Cost record, it was understood that 180 hours is regular working hour, for which you are paying 200, and overtime is 20. Overtime is 20, which is remunerated at 400 per hour. 180 hours, 200 per hour, and overtime is 20 hours, which is remunerated at 400 per hour. Mr. T suggested that the above time may be considered as standard. The above time may be considered as standard. So standard is 200 hours. Standard is 200 hours, and a scheme of incentive be introduced to reduce overtime cost. He further indicated that the Rowan scheme could be used and the productivity will be now 125 units per hour. Rowan scheme can be implemented. Following are the queries. Annual requirement of material are ordering quantity as per the current policy and the proposed economic order quantity. Next, savings. Incentive payable under Rowan incentive scheme. Savings in labor cost. So 4 and 5 alone is related to labor cost. 1, 2 and 3 is related to material cost. We have to find out EOQ. That is part 2 of the question. EOQ with the quantity discount comparison is part 3. And annual requirement of material R is start with sales. We go to production, consumption and purchase. Sales, production, consumption and purchase. Let's start. Working note 1. Working note 1. Computation of EOQ. Computation of EOQ. Computation of EOQ. Annual production. Annual production. Annual production. Sorry, annual sales. First is sales. Sorry. Annual sales. Annual sales. How much is the sales? 24,000 units. Sales is 24,000 units. With sales will get production. From sales will get production. Sales plus closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production. Sales plus closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production. We don't want to maintain any closing stock. We don't want to maintain any closing stock. 24,000 plus 0 is equal to opening stock is 4,000. 10,000 is raw material. We are doing finished product. Opening stock is 4,000. Raw material has a stock of 10,000. Raw material is later analysis. 4,000. Production is balancing figure. How much? 20,000 units. 20,000 units. Production is 20,000 units. We start with sales, we get production. Raw material consumption is equal to production into input by output. Production into input by output. Into input by output. There's some adjustment I have to explain here. Into input by output. Input output is, it says product P required 2 units of material R, and last line says technical team further confirms that the yield in the course of manufacture is only 80%. It's only 80%. What is the use of this is into 2 by 1, but I'll not get 1 unit. I'll not get 1 unit. Yield is only 80%. 2 by 1 is right, but I'll not be getting 1 full unit. I'll not be getting 1 full unit. Yield is only what? 80%. I'll be adding 2 units. I should get 1 unit of output. But instead of getting 1, I'll get 80% of 1. 80% of 1. Yield is only 80%. Yield is only 80%. The input output ratio is 2 is to 1. The input output ratio is 2 is to 1. But instead of getting 1 unit, if that line was missing, 2 by 1. But I'm not going to get 2 by 1. I'm going to get 2 by 0.8. 2 by 0.8. 2 by 0.8. I'll repeat again. 2 by 1 is the input output ratio. But output will not be 1 unit. Output will only be 0.8 unit. 80%. Yield 80% means you'll get only 80% result. You'll get only 80% result. 2 by 0.8. How much is this? 2 by 0.8. 50,000 units. 50,000 units. 2 by 0.8. 50,000 units. Then raw material consumed is equal to opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. $50,000 units. Opening stock 0. Purchases balancing figure. Closing stock is given in the question. Raw material closing stock. Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. Sorry, opening stock is given, sir. Opening stock is 10,000. Closing stock is 0. $40,000 units is what we have to buy. Purchases is 40,000 units. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? EOQ is equal to square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Two into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. The annual demand of raw material is what we are going to buy. Annual demand of raw material is what we are going to buy. 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per month. 2 into 40,000. 2 into 40,000. Ordering cost is given directly. How much? 125. Carrying cost is also given directly. 2 into 40,000 into 125 by 10. How much? Any doubts on this? 1000 units. 2 into 40,000 into 125 by 10 into 125 by 10,000 units. 1000 units. Any doubts on this? Clear? So the question has asked for annual requirement to meet the target sales of 24,000 units of product P. I will be buying 40,000 units. The ordering quantity as per EOQ is 1000. Current inventory policy is quarterly ordering. Quarterly ordering means 40,000 divided by 4, 10,000. 40,000 divided by 4, 10,000. Part 3, you are going to do it now. I am not going to even explain. What you will do: annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit, total carrying cost, annual demand, purchase price, material cost and total cost. Comparison of EOQ with the quarterly discount. Comparison of EOQ with the quantity discount. 3-4 minutes for you. Please start doing it. EOQ with quantity discount. Okay. So we had to do that comparison of EOQ and quantity discount. EOQ discount started with annual demand 40,000, 40,000, quantity per order, quarterly ordering 10,000, so 1,000, 10,000, number of orders 40 and 4, ordering cost per order is 125, total ordering cost, we have to multiply these two, 5,000, 5,500, average inventory half, 500, 5,000, carrying cost per, it's not a percentage, so same 10 and 10, total carrying cost 5,000 and 50,000, again annual demand 40,000, 40,000, purchase price, no, EOQ is 20, other side is 20 minus 2.5%, we get a discount of 2.5%, 19.5, total material purchase cost is 8 lakh and 7 lakh 80,000. We add up all of this. Total cost is 8 lakh 10,000. Other side is 8 lakh 30,500. So my profit will increase by 20,500. The difference is 20,500. Any doubts in any of this? Any doubts in any of the workings here? It's a straightforward one. We have done it earlier in many questions. I don't see any big challenge here. Any doubts in this? Total ordering cost 5,500, total carrying cost 5 and 50, purchase cost and total cost. Any doubts in this? So savings in, yeah, no, quarterly ordering 40,000 every quarter you order 4 times in a year, 40,000 divided by 4, 40,000 divided by 4. Any doubts in this? Clear? Next is incentive under row 1 and the total saving in labor cost by implementation of incentive scheme. See, as of now, my labor cost is 180 into 200, 20 into 400, 180 into 200 and 20 into 400. ICI at this stage made one error in question. Error is, I don't know, it was a drafting error or something. When they came to this part, they have taken this number which we calculated, this number as monthly production, not as annual production. If I take as annual, I'll not get the answer. There is some error in drafting by ICI. This 20,000 number is monthly production. This 20,000 number is, if I take it as monthly production, then EOQ is wrong. So there is some drafting error. I could not correct the error because if I correct the error, one of them will go wrong. So when I do labor cost, there is a drafting error, no logic and all. There is a drafting error. Okay, now come down. Working note 2, labor cost. Labor cost, existing labor cost per month, existing labor cost per month is equal to, existing labor cost per month is equal to, per month is equal to 180 hours into 200. Today 180 hours of regular working 200 and 20 hours of overtime, 20 hours of overtime into 400. 180 into 200 and 20 into 400. Clear? This is the existing labor cost. Now we are going to shift into row 1 method. In the row 1 method, they are saying this may be taken as the standard time. So standard is 200, 180 plus 20, 180 plus 20, whatever is happening today. Whatever is happening today is the standard time. Whatever happening today is the standard time. Actual is 125 units per hour. Actual is 125 units per hour. So actual time is production divided by 125. Production divided by 125. Actual is 125 units per hour. 125 units per hour. So next line item. Actual standard time. Standard time 180 plus 20. 200 hours. Standard time 200 hours. Standard time is 200 hours. This is where I said I'm going to take it as monthly production. I don't have a choice. I cannot give any logic and all. Actual time is 20,000 units by 125 units per hour. 20,000 units divided by 125 units per hour. Divided by 125 units per hour. 20,000 by 125. 160 hours. 160 hours. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? 160 hours. Any doubts on this? Can we done? Next, wages under row 1 plan. Overtime and all will get removed now. Wages under row 1 plan is equal to hours worked into rate per hour plus 80 by ST into time saved into rate per hour. Wages under row 1 plan, hours worked into rate per hour, actual time by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. $160 hours into 160 hours into Rate per hour is 200 plus 160 into 200 plus 160 by 200 into 40 into 200. Overtime is removed. 160 into 200 plus 160 by 200 into 40 into 200. Saving in labor cost. We are going to save labor cost using row 1 method. Objective is to eliminate overtime. The last question also we were eliminating overtime. This question also we are eliminating overtime. Moment we eliminate overtime, automatically we are able to save money. Saving in labor cost. 44,000 minus 38,400. 44,000 minus 38,400. 5,600. Saving in labor cost 5,600. Clear? Any doubts on this? Saving in labor cost 5,600. Now the two requirements were, one is how much incentive. Incentive is bonus. Bonus is 6,400. And what is the saving in labor cost? 5,600. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? We're not answering the MCQ part, but predominantly if you analyze it fully, you will get to the answer. Any doubts on this? Clear? A good problem combining material and labor cost. I give you a minute or two, go through the solution. If you have doubt, let me know. 1 minute. Clear? Can you proceed? So with this, my Halsey versus row 1 discussion is over. Question 14 is homework. Please do it. We'll discuss it in the next session. The next segment I have to move, but before that I'll have to go through some concepts and then I come back here. Okay, we are done till concept 7. I come to concept 8, which is on an area called efficiency. Now what does efficiency is? Basically a number by which I will say an employee is efficient or inefficient. Bharadwaj Institute can say Dinesh Jain is 150% efficient or 80% efficient. We put a number as compared to the kind of effort a person is putting in. So the efficiency can be measured in two ways. One, using the time taken. Second, using the units manufactured. You can either go with the time taken route or you can go through the output produced route. Now, what is time taken route? This batch I should complete it in 140 hours. If I am taking more than 140 hours, I am inefficient. If I am taking more than 140 hours, I am inefficient. I have been given a time of 140 hours. By doing all proper analysis, we concluded 140 hours is the right time. If I take exact 140, I am 100% efficient. I am 100% efficient. If I take lesser time, my efficiency is better. Lesser time, efficiency is better without the quality compromise. No quality compromise. So I have been given 140 hours to do a task and I took only 160 hours or 120 hours or 110 hours or 200 hours. The efficiency can be measured. So one way of measuring is standard time by actual time. I was given 140 hours. I did it in 100 hours. I am 140% efficient. I am 140% efficient. I was told to complete in 140 hours. I completed it in 100 hours without quality compromise. I am 140% efficient. I am 140% efficient. This is one way. One way is to measure through time taken. Second way is standard time is computed with the help of actual output. Standard time is computed with the help of actual output. So like we have ST equal to AO, we also have AT equal to SO. AT equal to SO. First we will write the standard norm. 1 unit equal to 2 hours, 2 hours equal to whatever is time in left hand side, units right hand side. You first write the equation. Standard time is calculated with the help of actual output. Like that, we also have standard output. Standard time means time that should have been taken. AT means time actually taken. AO means units which have been produced. SO means units which should have been produced. Which should have been produced. So for efficiency, I go with time basis. Time means lower time taken is better. Lower the better. When I go from an efficiency point of view, time basis, lower time is better. Lower time is better. And if I go through units basis, higher production is better. Higher production is better. That is why the formula reverses. AO by SO. There it is ST by AT and here it is AO by SO. I told the employee to produce 100 units in 8 hours. That is the standard output. Standard output I told 100 units in 8 hours. He produced 150 units in 8 hours. He has produced 150 units in 8 hours. 150 by 100 is the efficiency. 150 by 100 is the efficiency. Using 150 you can calculate standard time and then do ST by AT, same answer will come. Whether you do ST by AT or AO by SO. ST by AT or AO by SO. Standard time by actual time or actual output by standard output. Actual output by standard output. Both will give the same answer. Efficiency will remain same. Why are we measuring this? If you are greater than 100%, you are an efficient employee. Less than 100%, you are an inefficient employee. Greater than 100 is efficiency. Less than 100 is inefficiency. Standard output is computed with the help of actual time. Like you have ST equal to AO. We have AT equal to SO. AT equal to SO. Let's see this. If the standard output for 8 hours is 280 units, 8 hours is 280 units. So the general norm is 8 hours equal to 280 units. 8 hours is equal to 280 units. I'm going to do output analysis as well as unit analysis. Okay, 8 hours is equal to 280 units. AT equal to SO. Actual time equal to standard output. Actual time equal to standard output. 8 hours is equal to 280 units. Actual time equal to standard output. Actual time equal to standard output. The actual time here is 10 hours question mark. You can also do ST equal to AO. You can calculate standard time with the help of actual output, which is what we have been doing usually. We have been doing that usually. I want to do the other way around. I want to do the other way around, which is AT equal to SO. AT equal to SO. If 8 equal to 280, 10 equal to how much? 10 equal to 350. Our formula is you can either go through time basis or you can go through output basis. Both will give same answer. Both will give same answer. I'll repeat. 8 hours equal to 280 units. AT equal to SO. AT equal to SO. Actual time equal to standard output. Actual time equal to standard output. 10 hours equal to question mark. 10 hours equal to 350. Either this is the formula or in place of STAO, SO. AO is 420. This is 350. You will get same 120%. 420 by 350 into 100. 420 by 350 into 100. And the time basis calculation I need not explain, that you are aware. How to calculate standard time and all, we are aware. We have been doing that continuously. You can either go through time basis or you can go through unit basis. You can either go through time basis or through units basis. Time basis, standard time by actual time. Units basis, in place of standard time we will write actual output, and in place of actual time we will write standard output. How will you calculate standard output? With the help of actual time. With the help of actual time. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? This concept will come at few places when we do problem. Efficiency less than 100, greater than 100. Okay, let's now move to the next concept. net earnings of employee versus labor cost. When I started the chapter, I said this. This is the start. I said wages cost from company point of view and employee earnings from employee point of view, both are same. Both are same. Wages cost of the company and earnings of the employee, both are exactly same. Now also I say the same thing but with a little bit of a deviation. What is a deviation? In a practical world, in my P and L, I'll say salary cost is 1 lakh. I'll say salary cost is 1 lakh. But to the employee, I'll not pay 1 lakh. To the employee, I will not pay 1 lakh, but my salary cost is 1 lakh. Why? Income tax deduction. First deduction I may do. Provident fund deduction. There is a ESI deduction. Like that, lot of deductions can happen. I will deduct all of that and then only pay the employee. Where will the balance go? Balance is not with me. I will deposit it with income tax department. I'll deposit it with provident fund department. I'll deposit it with ESI department. So there is going to be a difference whenever a question talks about anything like a provident fund or an ESI. If question says there is a provident fund or ESI, then there can be a difference. So wages cost from company point of view. This is what I had started in that chart also. Net earnings from employee point of view, amount paid to employee, ideally both have to be same. Ideally both have to be same. I don't see any reason why they should deviate, but it will deviate. Reason, for me the cost is basic wages I pay you, bonus I pay you, allowances I pay you, overtime I pay you. Along with all of that, I have to do certain statutory contribution. This is my contribution. Employer, there's an employer contribution, there is an employee contribution. My contribution I have to add to this in my expenses. What is my contribution? I may contribute to provident fund, ESI, pension fund, gratuity, whatever I am contributing for you. When will that money come to you? Post your retirement. ESI means you can get some insurance benefit, but all this I have to deposit with certain authority. So my expenses is not only basic wages, it is basic wages, bonus, dearness allowance, all allowances put together plus statutory contribution. Statutory contribution of the employer. Statutory contribution of the employer. When it comes to employee, you will get this, you will get bonus. Just give me. Okay, you will be getting bonus, you will be getting allowances, you will be getting overtime, all this you will get. But from this you will not be getting statutory contribution. You will not get it now. That is not your income today. Is that your income? Yes, that is your income, but not today. Not today. Today you will get only basic wages, dearness allowance, bonus, any other allowances, whatever the company wants to pay. But in this also, I will deduct certain things. What does I deduct? Statutory deduction. Statutory. What is statutory? Is as per certain act, I have to deduct some money and give it to you. What are the act? Primarily, Income Tax Act will tell me to deduct TDS, and other acts like Provident Fund, ESI will tell me to deduct certain amounts from your salary. So what I pay you today and what I pay overall is going to be different. What I pay overall is what I pay you plus income tax plus the EPF plus the ESI. Different people I'll have to deposit. So my P&L debit entry will be for 1 lakh 50. But what I will be paying you is only 1 lakh. Balance 50,000 will go to lot of people. Will go to lot of people. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? So wages cost from a company point of view and net earnings from employee point of view can have a deviation. Can have a deviation in case you have provident fund. In case you have statutory contribution and statutory deduction. In case you have statutory contribution and statutory deduction. Statutory contribution and statutory deduction. If these two items are there, you will see a deviation. You will see a deviation. Clear? Able to understand this? Now, after we calculate the wage cost and all, ultimately I'll be paying you something. Balance will be paid to different people like EPFO, like ESI, like income tax. So all are my expenses. And is my expense your income? Yes, it is your full income. Only thing is you don't get it immediately. You don't get it immediately. Provident fund will come to you when you retire. Like that, different rules are there, but you will not get it immediately, but you will get the money. You will get the money. Clear? Any doubts on this? Okay, let's see a question on this now. Let's come to 15. Calculate the net earnings of A and B from the following particulars for a month and allocate the labor cost to each job X, Y, and Z. Particulars: worker A, worker B, basic wages, dearness allowance, contribution to provident fund. Moment you see provident fund ESI, there will be a difference. Contribution to provident fund on basic wages, contribution to ESI on basic wages, overtime. There is also an overtime. Normal working hours are 200. Overtime is paid at double the total of normal wages and dearness allowance. Employer contribution to state insurance and provident fund, are at equal rate with employees contribution, are at equal rate with employees contribution, are at equal rate with employees contribution. Two workers were employed on job X, Y, and Z in the following proportion. Overtime was done on job Y. 1 minute for you. Go through the question. Go through the question. Okay. I have to calculate net earnings of A and B. Net earnings will be after deducting everything, and allocate the labor cost. Allocate the labor cost means whatever labor cost we are incurring, we have to pass it on to job X, job Y, and job Z. Why do we pass on? Because ultimately I'll recover it from the customer. Customer has to pay me. Customer will pay me from, I'll collect money from customer X, customer Y, and customer Z. First, let's do the earnings of the employee. When I do earnings of the employee, I'll have to deduct the statutory deduction of employee. And when I do labor cost of the company, I have to add statutory contribution of the employer. Statutory contribution of the employer. After I do the labor cost, I'll have to allocate to X, Y, and Z. Working note 1. Computation of net earnings of employee. Net earnings of employee. Particulars: worker A and worker B. Net earnings of employee, worker A and worker B. Now, worker A will get basic wages, dearness allowance, and some overtime payment has to be done. What is that? We'll understand. And then from there, I deduct provident fund and ESI, which is on basic wages. Provident fund is on basic wages. Sometimes they can say provident fund is on basic wages and DA. Basic wages and DA. So, starting basic wages. Basic wages 10,000, 16,000. Yeah, employee side. Calculation is same whether you do employer or employee. In employee, you'll have to deduct certain thing. In employer, you'll have to add. What happened? What is the doubt? Everything will be added only. Basic wages, dearness allowance, in both it will be added. After that, statutory deduction and contribution is the difference. You'll understand as we proceed. Basic wages 10,000 and 16,000. If you look at the chart I had shown, basic wages add, bonus add, allowances add, overtime add. In both it is same only. Basic wages, bonus, allowances, overtime is add in both the category of calculation. After that, certain deduction will happen and certain contribution will happen, which is the difference. So basic wages 10 and 16. Dearness allowance 15. Sorry, how much? 50% of basic wages. If it's percentage of basic wages. 50% of basic wages. Overtime. Leave some 3 4 line, I think 5 6 lines. Note 1, computation of overtime. Computation of overtime. Computation of overtime. Overtime is paid at double the total of normal wages. Normal wages is basic wages and dearness allowance. So for overtime calculation, they are saying please consider basic wages and dearness allowance and pay double. Pay double. Which employee? Only worker A. Worker B has not done overtime. Worker B has not done overtime. Now, right, normal cost per hour. Normal cost per hour. Normal cost per hour is equal to normal cost per hour is equal to, in the normal cost I have to consider normal wages and dearness allowance. Normal wages is basic wages and dearness allowance. This is for a month. This is for a month, and a month consists of 200 hours. A month consists of 200 hours. This is for a month, and a month consists of 200 hours. A month consists of 200 hours. 10,000 rupees of basic wages and 5,000 rupees of dearness allowance will be given for 200 hours of working. If you do overtime, I have to pay extra double. Double will do the calculation. So this is 10,000 plus 5,000 divided by 200. How much? This is what you have to pay if you are doing normal working. If you are doing normal working, 75 rupees per hour. 75 rupees per hour. Any doubts in this? Clear? Rate per hour for overtime working. Rate per hour for overtime working. Rate per hour for overtime working. 75 into 2. Double. 150 per hour. This is worker A. We are just doing worker A. Worker B, the rate will be different. But anyway, he has not done overtime. 150 per hour. Rate per hour for overtime working 150 per hour. 150 per hour. Total overtime equal to, this guy did overtime for 10 hours. He did overtime for 10 hours. So 10 hours into 150. 1,500 rupees you have to pay him overtime. 10 hours into 150. Any doubts in this? Clear? Now, till this, whether you do labor cost or you do employee earning, both are same. Whether you do labor cost or employee earning, both are same. Now I am doing employee earning, so I will deduct less employee contribution to provident fund. Less employee contribution to provident fund. Employee contribution to provident fund. Question has said contribution to provident fund on basic wages 8 and it says employers contribution are at equal rate with the employees contribution. So both are 8 for employer, 8 for employee. You will see a question where employer can be 12, employee can be 8. What we deduct is employee's contribution. What we deduct is from his income, I deduct his money and give him the balance. I deduct his money and give him the balance. What do I do with the deducted money? I deposit it with the EPFO. I deposit it with EPFO. When I deduct TDS, it's your income. I deduct TDS and deposit with the government. Deposit with the government. So less contribution to provident fund 10,000 into 8% basic wages. 16,000 into 8%, 1,280. Employee contribution to provident fund, less employee contribution to ESI. Employee contribution to ESI. Provident fund we deducted is 8%. Then ESI contribution. ESI contribution. How much is the ESI contribution? 2%. 10,000 into 2%. 2 will have to be contributed by both the guys. Employer also has to contribute 2. Employee also has to contribute 2. Any doubts on this? This is the net earnings paid. Net earnings paid. I'll pay this money to the employee. Net earnings paid. Tell me the value of net earnings paid. 15,500 and 20, 22,400. This is what I'll be paying to an employee. Next, computation of labor cost. Same thing will get repeated with some changes. Working note 2, computation of labor cost. Computation of labor cost. First 3 line items, please copy paste, same thing. Computation of labor cost. That's why I said there's no difference whether you do employee or employer. Computation of labor cost, basic wages, DA, overtime will remain same. Basic wages, dearness allowance and overtime will remain same. Clear? Add employer contribution to provident fund. Employer contribution to provident fund amount is same, so I'm copy pasting the amount, but it is add now. Add employer contribution to provident fund. Employer has to contribute from his pocket. This will be deposited with EPFO. Add employer contribution to provident fund. Employer contribution to provident fund. Employer contribution to ESI. Employer contribution to provident fund. Employer contribution to ESI. 800, 1280, 200 and 320. To PF and ESI. Total labor cost. Total labor cost. How much? 17,500. Any doubts on this? Now, whatever we have incurred, we will tell customer X, customer Y, and customer Z to pay. Customer X, customer Y, and customer Z to pay this money. Whatever I'm incurring on the employee will indirectly be recovered from customer X, customer Y, and customer Z. Worker A, you will recover in the ratio of 40, 30, and 30. Worker B in the ratio of 50, 20 and 30. Only point is in worker A, the overtime part is fully recovered from job Y. Overtime part is fully recovered from job Y because overtime was done on job Y. So whatever overtime we paid 1500 fully recover it from job Y. Balance amount 40%, 30%, 30%. Worker B full amount 50%, 20%, 30%. Any doubts on this? This is called allocating the labor cost to the job. From the job, you will recover it from the customer. You will recover it from the customer. Next working note. Allocation of labor cost. Particulars in three. It's basically every job is a customer. Particulars in three jobs. Particulars in three. First is overtime labor cost of worker A. Overtime labor cost of worker A, which was 1500 rupees. Overtime labor cost of worker A. Overtime labor cost of worker A. This will go directly to job Y because overtime was done on job Y. Overtime is done on job Y. It says overtime was done on job Y. Any doubts in this? Now, out of the 17,500, 1,500 I've recovered. When I say recovered, I've debited to the customer. Customer will pay me. Customer will pay me. Next, other labor cost of worker A, which is 16,000. Other labor cost of worker A, which is 16,000. 17,500 total. 1,500 recovered from job Y. 16,000 will be recovered from in the ratio of 40%, 30% and 30%. This is the amount of time he has spent there. So 16,000 into 40%, 30% and 30%. 40, 30 and 30. Clear? Then the next one is labor cost of worker B, 25,600, 25,600, 50, 20, 30. 50, 20, 30. Calculate the labor cost. How much the number? 6,000. Sorry, 19,200. 11, 420, 12, 480. Clear? Any doubts on this? This is the allotment of labor cost. Ultimately, these customers will have to pay for this. 19,200 from customer X, 11,420 from customer Y, and 12,480 from customer Z. We will recover the money. Clear? Any doubts on this? Done? Next question may take some time, so I'll end the session with this. Uh, Keep revising the concepts again and again. My only request to you is every day, at least before the class, 5 minutes at least go through the concept, so that, because even a 3 day gap and somewhere some understanding you are missing out. So just go through the concepts again and again. If you go through the concept book multiple times, things will be fine. Clear? Okay, let's end it now. Good morning, friends. Good morning, friends. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. In the previous session, we were working out on the area of labor cost. We did questions on Halsey versus Rowan, and then we moved to an area called net earnings of an employee versus something called as the labor cost of the company. In that, one homework question was question 14, kind of simple but little lengthier question. It says, it is on again Halsey versus Rowan. Work assigned, time taken. Work assigned is your actual output, time taken is your actual time, and they have given us saying that the existing wage rate is 60 per hour, and there was a new agreement which was for 65 per hour, but for the month of March, the employer by mistake paid at the rate of 65. This was a broad question which was there. Amount of loss that the company has incurred due to incorrect rate selection. So for incorrect rate selection, I have to first do calculation at 60, then do it at 65. The difference is the loss to the employer due to the incorrect rate selection. Originally, the question says the company has employed 30 workers, pays them on hour rate basis for the each job to complete one. The average time allowed 8 hours equal to 1 unit. In the month of March, 21 and 30 units of magazine were given. So 21 units should take 168 hours, 30 units should take 240 hours. Actual time is given 78,114, and you will have to calculate the bonus as per the Halsey system. Then they are saying loss incurred in case they had followed the Rowan method. So then you will have to do the Rowan method, and saving in Halsey versus Rowan, you will have to calculate two saving, one at the correct rate of 60, one at the wrong rate of 65. How much is the saving is comparing Halsey versus Rowan. I don't see any major confusion in this question. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Okay, we were doing this area. We were working out this area called as wages, cost, and net earnings of an employee. Wages cost is from a company point of view, net earnings is from an employee point of view. So from the company point of view, our wage cost calculation is very simple. We'll have to pay basic wages, dearness allowance, overtime, any other allowance, perquisite, any other benefit, and add statutory contribution. Add statutory contribution. What is statutory contributions? Contribution made by the employer to the PF ESI for his employee. He is contributing. He is contributing for his employee. Then in case of the other one, which is your net earnings calculation, we go with the same thing: basic wages, dearness allowance, bonus, everything, but deduct statutory deduction. Statutory deduction. Employee will have to contribute to all of this as per the various act. So employer contribution is an expense of the employer. Employee contribution is a deduction, not an expense technically, but it's a deduction today, and the benefit will come at the time of retirement or at some other time. Any doubts on this? Let's come to question 16. Question 16, we are done till 15. Question 16. Following data have been extracted from the books of Messrs. ABC Private Limited. Salary each employee per month, bonus, employer's contribution to PF ESI, total cost at employees welfare activity, leave permitted, number of employees, normal idle time, abnormal idle time, working days per annum, you are required to compute annual cost of each employee, employee cost per hour, cost of abnormal idle time per employee. Okay, I'll explain this little again in some time. I want to go through the next concept, then only I'll be able to explain this. Next concept is cost per hour, or the concept called timekeeping and time booking. Now let's understand what is timekeeping and time booking. Every company in the practical world on a factory side can pay employees on the basis of hours worked. They can pay on the basis of hours worked. So I entered Bharadwaj Institute at 6:10 today. So when I enter, I swipe my ID card, my time of entry is noted in the system. When I exit Bharadwaj Institute, again my time of entry would be noted. Timekeeping is basically a system which will record hours spent by an employee in the factory, How can I maintain? Either through an ID card system or through a manual attendance system, because when I enter, a person notes down my time. When I exit, a person notes down my time. So first thing every organization do is timekeeping. Timekeeping basically will record how much time a person is spending in the factory. What is the purpose of doing this? If you are following hours worked into rate per hour, rate per hour, timekeeping will tell you how many hours did an employee spend in the factory. Okay, I got that information. After doing timekeeping, I do something called as time booking. So Bharadwaj Institute told me, you have spent 8 hours today in office. What did you do in 8 hours? I say, first 2.5 hours, I took class for CA Inter. Then I took a break of some 30 minutes. Then I took a class for 1 hour. In between, there was some power failure, because of which I could not take class for 1 hour. Then again, I took class, some discussion I give. So time booking will tell where did I spend the 8 hours. Time booking will tell where did I spend the 8 hours. Net issue, just give me a minute. Okay, so timekeeping has told how many hours did I spend in Bharadwaj Institute. Time booking tells 2 hours CA Inter, 3 hours CA final, 1 hour normal idle time. What is normal idle time? Is lunch break, coffee break, tea break, all this is normal idle time. Just one more minute, just 1 minute. Okay, so I got to know that there is some normal idle time and power failure happened, which is technically called abnormal idle time. Power failure happened, which is technically called abnormal idle time. So now I want to calculate what is the cost per hour. Assuming I come to Bharadwaj Institute for 10 hours, I want to calculate what is the cost per hour paid to Dinesh Jain. So every hour they are paying me 1,000 rupees. So 1,000 into 10, 10,000 I got from Bharadwaj Institute. Then I got to know in the 10 hours I took classes only for 2 hours. I took classes only for 2 hours. 2 hours was normal idle time. That's okay. But 6 hours class not taken because of power failure. Because of power failure. Now we need to calculate what is the cost per hour. What is the cost per hour? Concept says cost per hour is exactly this. I'll just give a minute. Cost per hour is equal to exactly this formula. Aggregate material cost divided by effective good units. What is aggregate material cost? Is aggregate labor cost. Aggregate labor cost. Add all labor costs which you pay: wages, dearness allowance, allowances, any perquisites, any overtime. Add everything. Divide by effective good units. What was effective good units? Was units ordered minus normal loss. Minus normal loss. Only normal loss can be subtracted. Abnormal loss should not be subtracted. I came to classes. Institute paid me money, but classes were not taken because of power failure. We cannot recover that money from customer. We cannot recover that money from customer because of power failure. If I am not taking classes, that is an abnormal loss. That is an abnormal loss. Recovery cannot be made from the end customer. Recovery cannot be made from the end customer. But I take classes for 8 hours, but institute pays me for 10 hours. Reason is 2 hours lunch break, coffee break, they are paying me. This 2 hours money will be collected from the student. The 2 hours money will be collected from the student, because this is a normal. This is a normal idle time. Not only I suffer, every institute in the market would have normal idle time. Would have normal idle time. So the concept says cost per hour is equal to aggregate material cost divided by effective working hours. Aggregate material cost divided by effective working hours. What is effective working hours? Hours worked minus normal idle time. Minus normal idle time. I will not subtract abnormal idle time. If I subtract abnormal idle time, number of hours will go down. If number of hours go down, cost per hour will go up. Understand this linkage very clearly. Number of hours go down, cost per hour will go up. Cost per hour will go up. And if cost per hour is going up, who is paying to pay? Customer is going to pay. And customer is very clear, saying that you will come to the factory, you will not use the employees properly, and you expect us to pay for it. We are not ready to do it. We are not ready to do it. So concept says, first timekeeping will be done, second time booking will be done. There will be a gap. The gap is idle time. There will be a gap. The gap is idle time. This gap can be a normal idle time or an abnormal idle time. Normal idle time or an abnormal idle time. In the denominator, subtract only normal idle time. In the denominator, subtract only normal idle time. What happens if I subtract abnormal idle time? Gone. If you subtract abnormal idle time, denominator will go down. Denominator will go down. If you subtract abnormal idle time, denominator will go down. If denominator goes down significantly, cost per hour will go up. Cost per hour will go up. So concept says, first record the time, second, say where did he spend the time, find out the difference. That difference is called as normal idle time, abnormal idle time. In the denominator, deduct only normal idle time. What will happen to abnormal idle time? Cost of abnormal idle time is time wasted by Dinesh Jain into the cost per hour, and that will go to debit side of P and L of Bharadwaj Institute. That will go to debit side of P and L. It will not go as labor cost. The money paid to me will not be called as labor cost. The money paid to me will be called as abnormal idle time cost. The money paid to me will be called as abnormal idle time cost. What else? Other money which is paid, that is called labor cost, and who will pay for that? Customer has to pay. Customer has to pay for the normal idle time. Customer has to pay for the time spent on classes. Everything customer will pay, but customer will not pay because of power failure, because of we not taking classes, some other reason. All that is loss of Bharadwaj Institute. Clear? Any doubts on the concept here? Now coming back to this question, I am paying an employee salary, I am paying an employee bonus, I am paying an employee PF ESI, and some employee welfare activity I do. This all are aggregate labor costs. These all are aggregate labor costs. We'll do the calculation sometime. All whatever I pay, salary, bonus, contribution to PF, employee welfare activity, all these are salary paid to an employee. They have not asked for earnings of the employee. And for earnings of the employee, you have to deduct the statutory deduction. All that is not there. Okay. I add up all of this. Then they are saying one employee will work for 310 days into 8 hours. One employee will work for 310 days into 8 hours. But in this, there are certain normal loss of time. Leave is a normal loss. Why leave is a normal loss? Because it is going to happen to everyone in the industry. No employee works come to office for all the days. Every organization has a policy of leave. Could be 20 days, 30 days, 15 days, but there is a policy of leave. So leave needs to be deducted from this. Leave needs to be deducted from this, because there is a leave permitted during the year. Leave permitted during the year, that needs to be subtracted. Normal idle time will be subtracted. Abnormal idle time will be ignored. Abnormal idle time will be ignored. Is it different from material cost? No, it is the same as material cost. In material cost, formula was aggregate aggregate material cost divided by effective good units. But there were a lot of rules. Some items you can consider, some items you can ignore, some items you have to deduct. No major rule here. Most of the payments will be considered unless the payment itself is some abnormal thing. That's different thing. But otherwise, every payment will be considered. Divide by effective working hours. Divide by effective working hours. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Working note one. Question 16. Working note one. Computation of. They've asked for annual cost of each employee. We'll do employee one employee calculation only. I can do it for all employees also. Annual cost of each employee. Annual cost of each employee. Particulars calculation amount. Particulars calculation amount. Annual cost of each employee. Of each employee. Particulars calculation amount. First thing, we are paying salary, bonus, employer contribution, employee welfare activity. These are the four expenses I incur. We are doing calculation for one employee. Totally 175 employees are there. Can I do for all 175? Yes, possible. Question wanted us to do it for one employee. Is there any difference between doing for one employee and 175 employee? No, technically all are same. All are same. So right, salary 30,000 into 12. 30,000 into 12. 30,000 into 12. Clear? Next, bonus is 25% of salary. Bonus 25% of salary. 25% of salary. Bonus is 25% of salary. Clear? Next is employer contribution to PF and ESI. Employer contribution to PF and ESI. This is also expense 15% of salary. Employer contribution to PF and ESI. 15% into 360, how much? 54,000. Last part, total cost of employee welfare activity. Understand this, total cost means not for one employee. This is for 175 employees. 175 employees. Salary per employee, bonus per employee, employer contribution to PF ESI per employee. But employee welfare activities total cost. So we are doing one employee calculation. We'll divide by 175. We'll divide by 175 employee welfare activity. Welfare activity 661 500 by 175. How much? Okay, 3780. Annual cost of each employee. Annual cost of each employee. Put a total and let me know. This is the amount I pay to one employee. Why are we doing this calculation? I'll divide this by how many effective hours one employee works. Once I find that rate, if I use this employee for job X for 5 hours, 5 hours into this rate will be recovered from customer X. If I use him for job Y, whatever hours I use will be recovered from the customer. This is what we learned even in the previous question where they said 30, 40, 30, some time percentage allocation was there. Now working note 2, computation of effective working hours. effective working hours, effective working hours, particulars calculation amount, particulars calculation amount, effective working hours. Our start, the starting point is going to be how many hours an employee can work is 310 days of 8 hours, 310 days of 8 hours, assuming zero loss of time. An employee will work for 310 days into 8, 310 days into 8. Start. Possible working hours per year per employee, we are doing per employee only, 310 days into 8 hours, 2480, 310 into 8, 2480. In this 2480, first thing is employee will not even come to the factory for 30 days. Leave permitted during the year. Leave permitted during the year. Employee is not going to even come to the factory. Employee is not going to even come to the factory for 30 days. An employee may take more leave, less leave, that's different story, but permitted is 30 days. Less hours lost due to leave. This is not even idle time. This itself does not even exist. An employee is not going to even work during this time. If he comes to the factory and not working, that is idle time. This is not even idle time. This is not even possible for an employee to do. We are going to lose 30 days into 8 hours. 240 gone. In this also, I have another two laws. One is normal idle time 70 hours, and second is abnormal idle time due to power supply failure. Abnormal idle time, employee sitting in the factory. Should I pay him salary? Yes, you have to pay him salary. Would he do any work? No, he cannot do any work. Could he have done the work if power supply was not there, if power failure was not there? Yes. What is normal idle time? Employee is there in the factory. Will I pay him salary? Yes. Is he working? No. Can he work? Again, answer is no. Because normal idle time means he's taking a lunch break. Now, lunch break, you cannot expect that he could have avoided a lunch break and done work. So, lunch break, unavoidable. But power supply failure is an avoidable. So, power supply failure, Bharadwaj Institute issue. Lunch break, everyone will have in the industry. Everyone has a lunch break, so that is not a problem. Power supply failure is a problem of our company, our academy. So this, whatever power supply loss we are having, that loss customer will not pay. That loss customer will not pay. Less normal idle time. Normal idle time. Normal idle time 70. Less hours lost. Hours lost due to power supply failure ignored. It's an abnormal loss, 0. Hours lost due to power supply failure ignored. Hours lost due to power supply failure ignored. It is an abnormal loss. It is an abnormal loss. Customer will not pay for this loss. Customer will not pay for this loss. It is an abnormal loss. Clear? Any doubts in this? Deduct all of this. Effective working hours. 2170. 2170. 2170. Employees are working for 2170 hours. 2170 hours, and I am going to pay them 507 780. I am going to pay them 507 780. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Question is saying employee cost per hour. Below this, right? Employee cost per hour is equal to annual cost divided by effective working hours. 507,780 by 2170. 234 per hour. What is the use of 234? If anywhere this employee works, customer will be asked to pay 234 rupees for every hour of working along with my profit margin. That's a different story. But 234 is what I'm going to collect. So if some work is going to take, if CA Inter is going to take 100 hours, 100 into 234 is our costing. We will decide all cost, add profit margin, and then decide the fees. Any doubts on this? And other requirement was, what is the cost of abnormal idle time per employee? Every employee we are losing 50 hours. Every employee we are going to lose 50 hours. So one employee, 50 into 234 is the loss. Overall loss is going to be huge, into 175 employee, into 175 employee. Next, cost of abnormal idle time in bracket per employee, 50 hours into 234, 50 hours into 234, 50 hours into 234, 11,700. 50 hours into 234, 11,700 is the loss. 11,700 is the loss. 50 hours into 234. Any doubts on this? Clear? Able to understand this? In case I deduct here in the denominator, then my effective working hours go down, cost per hour would have gone up. I don't want my customer to pay for that. I don't want my customer to pay for the abnormal idle time loss. Normal idle time, yes, because if you reduce it from the denominator, cost per hour gets inflated. And this is what we learned when we were doing price toast ledger also, that if you have normal loss, deduct it in the quantity and per unit will get inflated. Deduct it in the number of hours, per hour will get inflated. Per hour will get inflated. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. Inflation of the per hour because of normal idle time. But abnormal idle time, strict no. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? 17 is homework. Let's come to 18. Let's come to 18. Question 18. Archika Tire Manufacturing Private Limited has 4 workers: Ram, Shyam, Mohan, and Kundan, who are paid wages on the basis of 100 per day, 120 per day, 130 per day, 2,500 per month. 2,500 per month. So 3 employees per day, 1 employee per month. Standard working days in a week are 6 of 8 hours per day. For the month of October 2022, one holiday other than Sunday, no payment is made to employee except Kundan, who is paid for full month. Sundays are paid holiday. Sundays are paid holiday. Employees are paid on Sunday even though there is no working on that day. PF is 8% by employer and employee each. Employer and employee each. ESI is 5% by employer, 4% by employee. Net wages receivable. Whenever you have PF and ESI and all into picture, net wages receivable will be all expense, all allowances, everything minus the statutory deduction. Provident fund to be deposited, ESI to be deposited. I'll explain all this. Total labor cost and total material cost and overheads is equal to labor cost. What is the total cost for the month? I give you 2-3 minutes. Go through the question. 2 minutes. 2 minutes for you to go through the question. Okay, let's understand this. I have 4 employees: Ram, Shyam, Mohan, and Kundan. 3 employees daily payment per day on the basis of number of days work, not number of hours, number of days work. And 1 employee we give monthly payment every month 2,500. Standard working days in a week are 6 of 8 hours per day. October which is 31 days. October which is 31 days. There was one holiday other than Sunday. There was one holiday other than Sunday for which no payment was made to employees except Kundan. Except Kundan. So Kundan you will pay for all 31 days. Doesn't really matter anyway. He is paid per month. He is paid per month. Other guys you will pay only for 30 days. Other guys you will pay only for 30 days. Sundays are considered as paid holiday. Sundays are anyway paid holiday. We are going to pay for 30 days. That is number of days working will be 30 days. Out of the 31 days, out of the 31 days, one day got lost. One day got lost. One day got lost because of some holiday and all, and for which no payment is going to be made. No payment is going to be made. So we will pay directly for 30 days. We'll pay it for 30 days. There's a provident fund which has to be contributed by employer. There's a provident fund which is to be contributed by employee. There's a ESI which is to be contributed by employer. There's an ESI which is contributed by employee. So first we will do wages receivable by employee. PF deposit and all I'll see later. Second, I'll do labor cost to employer. These two once we complete, then I'll answer this PF and ESI part and all. So particulars, 4 workers and the total column. Particulars, 4 workers and the total column. Working note 1. Working note 1. Computation of net wages receivable. Particulars, 4 workers and a total. Or only 4 workers, total not needed. Total I'll put it later if needed. Just put 4 workers name. Particulars, Ram, Shyam, Mohan and Kundan. Particulars and 4 workers. 4 workers. The question has said only one payment will be made to them. There is no any allowance, all that is not there. 100 per day, 120 per day, 130 per day, 2500 per month. They have not talked about any other item in the question. The first 3 people will be paid for 30 days. Last guy will be paid for the whole month. He will be paid for the whole month. The first 3 guys will be paid for 30 days. Will be paid for 30 days. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Because question has said we are doing October calculation, which is 31 days, and there is one holiday. There is one holiday other than Sunday. Sundays are paid holiday. Sundays are paid holiday. Wages payable or wages cost, whatever name you want to call. 100 into 30 days, 120 into 30 days, 130 into 30 days, 2500 Kundan. 100 into 30, 120 into 30, 130 into 30 and 2500 for Kundan. Now, this is what will ideally go to debit side of P&L for the employer. But employer is saying, I cannot give you this money fully. I cannot give you this money fully because it is talking about some deduction. Some deduction. If there's no discussion on these deduction, then we don't worry about it. Now, what we deduct is receipt of employee. Receipt of employee, we need to deduct employee contribution to provident fund, employee contribution to ESI. How much is the provident fund contribution by employee? Participate guys please. 8%. How much is the ESI contribution by employee? 8 and 4. 8 and 4. Employer is 8 and 5. Employees 8 and 4. Employer is 8 and 5, employees 8 and 4, less employee contribution to PF 8%. Tell me 8% numbers. 240, 240, 288, 31, 312, 200. Employee contribution to provident fund. Employee contribution to provident fund. Fairly simple adjustment only. Employee contribution to provident fund. Then employee contribution to ESI 4%. Employee contribution to ESI net wages receivable by employee. Net wages receivable by employee. Receivable by employee. Receivable by employee. Deduct and tell me the figures. How much? First one is no 2640 3168 3432 2200. This is what an employee will get. An employee will get this. Employer is paying far higher than this, but because of certain deductions and other things, employee is getting 2640, 3168, 3432, 2200. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Working note 2, computation of labor cost. This is part 4 of the question. Labor cost, same 4 people. Labor cost, labor cost. Write the 4 employees. Labor cost, wages cost is written. Employer contribution to PF. Employer contribution to PF is the expense of the employer. Is the expense of the employer. Employer contribution to PF 8%, same number. 240, 288, 312, 200. Employer contribution to PF. ESI is 5%. PF is 8%. ESI is 5%. PF is 8%. ESI is 5%. %. labor cost, labor cost. Calculate and then refer the screen. Let me know if these numbers are right. Any total error if you find, let me know. Clear? Any doubts in this? Can you proceed? Any doubts in this? Question has asked for what is the sorry, what is the total labor cost to employer? Just add up all of this. Total labor cost 3390, 4068, 4407, 2825 all put together 14,690. Any doubts in this? Okay. Employer is saying my cost is 14,690. Can you add up the four numbers which employee is getting? Can you add up these four numbers? 2640,316. How much? I'm just writing it here. You need not write 11,440. Now, employee is saying I am getting 11,440. Employer is saying I am giving 14,690. Somewhere there is some issue. He is saying I'm giving 14,690. Other guy is saying I'm getting only 11,440. The gap will get deposited with PF and ESI. What is the total amount of PF to be deposited? What is the total amount of ESI to be deposited? So what employer will do is his PF contribution as well as employees PF contribution, because you I deducted from you, added together, deposited with EPFO, which is the organization which takes care of the provident fund contribution. Similarly, I will add up the ESI contribution of mine as well as the employee and deposit it with ESIC, Employee State Insurance Corporation, and Employee Provident Fund Organization. These two places the employer will deposit the money. Next, working note 3, PF and ESI deposited by employer. PF and ESI deposited by employer. Particulars calculation amount. Total PF deposited by employer. It is total of 8 numbers. What is the 8 number is? 240 plus 288 plus 312 plus 200, again 240, 288, 312, 200. All these 8 amounts I'll deposit it with the employer, and this is what with the EPFO. This is what practically happens in every company. I'll deduct something from the employee. I will add my own contribution, deposit it with EPFO. When will the employee get this money? He will get it back when he wants to retire, and at that time this money will come back to the employee. So 240 plus 288 plus 312 plus 200 plus 240 plus 288 plus 312 plus 200. Write it. 240, 288, 312, 200, 240, 288, 312, 200. This amount has to be deposited. Tell me the overall total. Sorry, 2080. 2080. 2080. PF deposited by employer. PF deposited by employer. Any doubts on this? Total ESI deposited by employer. ESI deposited by employer. ESI deposited by employer. Add up all the numbers. 120 plus 144 plus 156 plus 100 plus 150 plus 180 plus 195 plus 125. How much? 1170. Any doubts on this? Okay, this is just for your understanding. No need to write. Employer says expenses 14,690. Employer says expenses 14,690. Employee is saying I got only 11,440. Employee is getting only 11,440. No, no problem. Balance 2080 I give it to EPFO and 1170 I give it to ESI. This is how my expenses. Why my expenses 14,690? You can check the total of these three will be 14,690. The total of these three will be 14,690. My expenses 14,690. I pay to the employee 11,440. I pay to EPFO 2080. I pay to ESIC 1170. I pay to ESIC 1170. So I'll pass a journal entry called as employee expenses account debit to employee expenses payable. Originally, the entry will be for 14,690. These amount will be paid in different ways. Some amount will go to employee, some amount will go to provident fund, some amount will go to ESI, some amount will go to provident fund, some amount will go to ESI. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this part? Clear? Last part is simple. Material cost is 20,000. Overheads is equal to labor cost. What is total cost? Is material plus labor plus overhead. Material plus labor plus overhead. Material given in the question. Labor we have calculated 14,690. Overhead is equal to labor. Overhead is equal to labor. Next, total cost. Working note for total cost. Total cost. Total cost equal to material cost, labor cost, overhead cost. Material cost, labor cost and overhead cost. 20,000, 14,690, 14,690. Overhead cost is equal to labor cost. This is what question has said. Overhead cost is equal to labor cost. 20, 14 plus 14. 49. With this, I'll add some profit margin, recover money from customer, all that I can do. 20 plus 14 plus 14. Any doubts in this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts in this part? Done? Clear? Go through the solution. 1 minute for you. Okay, I proceed ahead. So this question was testing the practical angle that employees payment will have a deduction, employer payment will have an addition, and both the money will go to deposit, will get deposited with EPFO and ESIC. 19 is homework, but I want you to do it now. It is homework. I'm not going to even explain the question. I give you around 5 to 6 minutes. You should be in a position to do 5 to 6 minutes for you. Start doing question 19. Question 19, around 6 minutes for you. Please start doing it. We'll discuss it in some time. Okay, question is fairly simple. Basic pay 1,20,000. Basic pay is 1,20,000. Dearness allowance 24,000. Bonus is 20% of 1,20,000. 44, 20% of 1 lakh 44, which is other allowances. Employer contributions 10% of salary and DA, 10% of salary and DA, salary and DA, which is 14,400, all put together is how much? 2 lakh 17,200. Effective working hours 2,400 minus 400. Normal idle time. Normal idle time you can subtract. Unproductive, and they don't mention anything assumption. But here it's very clear, it is normal idle time. It is normal idle time. So divide by 200. Divide by 200. Effective hourly cost is 108.6. 108.6. Any doubts on this? Clear? Where is employee contribution? Employer contribution only we added. Employer contribution we have to add only, no? Correct. We're doing employer calculation only. So employer contribution has to be added. Employer contribution has to be added in the wage cost. We are doing wage cost calculation. Employer contribution has to be added in the wage cost. Employee earnings, if you do, you'll have to deduct it. Employee earnings, if you're calculating his contribution, you have to deduct it. 20 is homework. You can do it later at home. Let's come to 21. This is going to test that time booking and timekeeping concept. Time booking and timekeeping concept. In a factory, working 6 days in a week and 8 hours each day, 6 days a week and 8 hours each day, worker is paid at the rate of 100 per day basic plus dearness allowance at 120% of basic. He is allowed to take 30 minutes off during a shift for meal break, 10 minutes for rest. During a week, his card showed that his time was chargeable to X, Y, Z. Time not booked was wasted while waiting for the job. In cost accounting, how will you allocate the wages of the workers for the week? How will you allocate wages for nothing much for you to read? I'll explain first. I am paying an employee as 100 per day plus dearness allowance, which is 120% of basic. So an employee will get 6 days, 6 days into 100 plus 120, 100 plus 120. This is what I'm going to pay an employee. In an ideal situation, employee should work for 48 hours. Employee should work for 48 hours. In an ideal situation, employee should work for timekeeping. Timekeeping says 48 hours. Time booking, what is the total of this? Time booking is 40. Timekeeping is saying 48. Time booking is saying 40. What happened to the balance? Wasted. What happened to the balance? Wasted. But that wastage can be of two types: normal wastage, abnormal wastage. What is normal wastage? Lunch break, rest, all these are normal. What is abnormal? Anything beyond that. Anything beyond that. So first thing we do is calculate the labor cost. Second, we divide by effective working hours. We get cost per hour. Once you get cost per hour, cost of job X is 15 hours into whatever was the cost per hour. Job Y 12 hours into cost per hour. Job Z 13 hours into cost per hour. Then can there be some extra time? Yes, wastage. Wastage can be there. Wastage can be there. That is abnormal idle time, which the company has to bear. Which the company has to bear. Working note 1. Computation of effective cost per hour. What is effective cost is exactly what you calculated in the previous question. When I gave you that question to be done, you calculated all costs divided by number of hours. Effective cost. Now I can do calculation for a year, for a month, for a day, for a week. Here we are going to do weekly calculation. 1 week calculation we will do because we have data for 1 week. Can I do it for a year? You do it for a year also. Same, per hour will be same. Per hour will be same. We have data here for 1 week. Let's do it for 1 week. Particulars calculation amount. Particulars calculation amount. Calculation amount. Wage cost for a week. Wage cost for a week. For a week. 6 days into 100 plus 120. 6 days into 100 plus 120. 100 plus 120. 6 days into 100 plus 120. 1320. What does our job is? Recover this 1320. Recover this 1320 from multiple people. That is called allocation of labor cost. What is allocation of labor cost? Is 1320 has to be allotted. Has to be allotted to various people. Next, effective working hours. Effective working hours. 48 hours minus 48 hours minus in a week 48 hours is working. In a week 48 hours is working, but in that there is a loss of 40 minutes per day. There's a loss of 40 minutes per day, which is normal loss. 30 minutes for your some meal break, 10 minutes for rest, 40 minutes loss, 40 minutes for a day. 6 days is 240 minutes. 6 days is 240 minutes, effectively 4 hours lost. Effectively 4 hours minus 40 minutes into 6 days divided by 60 to convert into hours. 40 minutes into 6 days divided by 60. Divided by 60 to convert into hours. 4 hours deducted. 44 hours. An employee will effectively work for, or has to effectively work for 44 hours. Has to effectively work for 44 hours. An employee has to effectively work for 44 hours. That's an effective working I expect from an employee. I expect from an employee. Cost per hour. Cost per hour 1320 by 44. Cost per hour 1320 by 44. Any doubts on this? Clear? Now we need to allot this to various job which they have given in the question. Only thing is there can be some idle time also. Any doubts till this? Working note 2, allocation of labor cost. Allocation of labor cost. We can do it as a table also. I am doing it as a chart. Now, right, labor cost equal to 1320. Labor cost equal to 1320. 1320. This will go to job X, job Y, job Z, and abnormal idle time. Abnormal idle time. It will go to job X, job Y, job Z, and abnormal idle time. How abnormal idle time? You'll understand. You'll go to X, Y, Z, and abnormal idle time. How many hours on X? 15 hours into 30 they have to pay. Whoever is the customer, he has to pay 15 hours into 30. Job Y is 12 hours into 30. In exam and all, just do it as a table itself. Here I'm presenting it this way, easy for me to explain. 12 into 30. Job Z, sorry, 13 hours into 30. All put together, we have spent already 40 hours. All put together, 40 hours gone. 15 plus 12 plus 13. 15 plus 12 plus 13. 40 hours gone. 40 hours gone. Left over 4 hours into 30. 4 hours into 30. 4 hours into 30. Clear? Any doubts in this? Can you proceed? 4 hours into 30, 120. Clear? All put together will be 1320. Why? How 4 hours? 44, 15 gone, 12 gone, 13 gone, 4 hours left. 44 they should have worked. An employee should have worked for 44 hours. His time got booked only for 40 hours. 4 hours got wasted somewhere. Got wasted somewhere. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? Done? With this, the accounting angle is over. What is accounting angle is? How do I calculate labor cost? How do I calculate labor cost was the accounting angle. Now you are going to see little bit about reduction of labor cost. Reduction of labor cost. When we did material control, our main focus was reducing the cost. In this chapter, till now focus has been only accounting is how do you calculate labor cost. There's one small segment which focuses on how can I bring down the labor cost. That segment is called labor turnover. Let's understand first what is labor turnover. Labor turnover measures the rate of change in workforce. Measures the rate of change in workforce. Objective here is to minimize the cost of labor turnover. Let's first understand what is labor turnover. Every organization at the beginning of the year, let's assume, has 100 employees, 200 employees, 300 employees, 500 employees, 1000 employees. These employees can change during the year. Can change during the year. How can they change? Some employees may exit the organization. Some new employees may come into the organization. If this change is minimal, then okay. But if the change is very high, then there is always an adverse impact on the company. Example, first chapter of costing I teach. Second chapter of costing, some other teacher comes and teaches because I left the institute. He completed, he also left. Third chapter, somebody else teaches. Fourth chapter, somebody else teaches. Fifth chapter, somebody else teaches. If this happens, obviously the quality could be little different because different teachers will have different way of teaching it, and it may end up impacting our end product. Second, if an employee is doing the same task again and again, obviously he will become more and more efficient. So old employees will be highly efficient. The newer guy, when he comes in, you have to give training to him. You have to recruit an employee. Recruiting an employee also has a cost attached with it. So an organization would want to reduce this cost as low as possible. So this segment only focuses on, we are not going to talk about how and all you can reduce, which is HR and whatever the related to human resource, which is not our objective. Here we are going to calculate, first we are going to calculate what is the rate of change in workforce of the company. Is the rate 5% change, 10% change, 15% change, 20% change, 30% change. Second, the concept says you should reduce this rate as low as possible. How will you reduce? Not my point. Because how will you reduce? You have to motivate your employees, you have to provide them a good working atmosphere. All these are HR related tools. We are not going to discuss all that. Theory video may have some discussion on it, but that's not, we are not going to do any quantitative calculation like EOQ and other things. First thing we are going to do is we're going to measure what is the rate of change in workforce. Once we measure that, if there is a high rate of change in workforce, we'll also calculate labor turnover cost. Now, how do I measure the rate of change? 5 methods are there. The 5 methods focuses on 3 items. The 5 methods focuses on 3 items. The first item is separation. First item is separation. Separation means employee left or terminated. Employee left or terminated. In every organization, there can be some employees who will resign and leave the organization, and sometimes the organization may terminate also. Rare, but organization may also terminate. So the first thing is separation, which is basically employees leaving the organization. Employees leaving the organization. That is item number one. Item number two is employees coming inside the organization. Now, employee can come inside the organization for two reasons. Bharadwaj Institute, one faculty left. Another faculty came in the place of the person leaving, came in the place of person leaving. That new faculty is technically called as replacement. The new faculty is technically called as replacement. As the name indicates, he replaces an old faculty. He replaces an old faculty. So we got a new faculty who's replacing a old faculty, who's replacing an old faculty. That is fine. Second thing which can happen is Bharadwaj Institute opens one more branch in Bangalore, opens one more branch in Bangalore, and we recruit 10 faculties there. We recruit 10 faculties there. They are technically called as new recruitment. They are technically called as new recruitment. New employee brought in for expansion, brought in for expansion purpose or other job. Expansion purpose or other job. Three set of changes will happen in employee force. One, employee leaving the organization, who are called as employees left or terminated. Employees left or terminated, technical name separation. Second, people are coming into the organization, two reasons. Replacement can be there, new recruitment can be there. Replacement means in place of me another faculty has come. In place of me, I am called separation, the new faculty is called replacement. And Bharadwaj Institute also recruited two more people, thinking we will be introducing extra courses like CFA, CPA, some new courses we want to introduce. For that, we are recruiting more people. They are technically called as new recruitments. They are technically called new recruitment. Now, how are we going to measure the rate of change? What is rate of change? 100 people changed. On what basis or on what denominator or on what base? I had 1000 employees, 100 employees change. So the method says numerator is the change, denominator is your average workforce. Denominator is your average workforce. Average is opening plus closing by 2. First method, separation method. As the name indicates, separation by average workforce. As the name indicates, separation by average workforce. Item 1 by average workforce. Replacement. Item 2 by average workforce. New recruitment. Item 3 by average workforce. New recruitment. Item 3 by average workforce. As the name indicates, three set of changes. Three set of changes. Separation, number of separation by average workforce. Replacement, number of replacement by average workforce. New recruitment, number of new recruitment by average workforce. Separation, replacement, new recruitment. Separation, replacement, and new recruitment. Then the comprehensive method is called flux method. It considers all the three. It considers all the three. So the composition of change can happen. Separation method says only because of separation. Replacement method says only because of replacement. New recruitment method says only because of new recruitment. Flux says no, all the three will lead to change in employee force. All the three will lead to, each method has its own logic. Separation, as the name indicates, you have to calculate that. We also have a method called accession method. The term accession mean employee coming into the organization. The term accession mean employee coming inside the organization. He could be coming in place of a person leaving, or he could be coming for an expansion purpose. He could be coming in place of a person leaving, or he could be coming for expansion purpose, or he could be coming for expansion purpose. If he comes in place of a person leaving, that's called new replacement, and if he's coming for expansion purpose, that's called new recruitment. Add both, divide by average workforce, divide by average workforce, add both, divide by average workforce, divide by average workforce. Separation, item 1 by average workforce. Replacement, item 2 by average workforce. New recruitment, item 3 by average workforce. Accession, item 1 plus item 2. Item 1 plus item 2. Flux is 1 plus 2 plus 3. 1 plus 2 plus 3. All the three. All the three. Clear? Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this part? So we have totally 5 methods. Why are we calculating this? to check what is the rate of change in workforce. If this rate is going up, it is an alarm bell for the organization. Something has to be taken care. Some problem is going to happen. Organization has to take care of that. Organization has to take care of that. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept here? Let's look at this. From the following data provided by the personnel department, calculate the labor turnover ratio by applying separation method, replacement method, new recruitment method, accession method, flux method. All the five methods have been asked. Just a computation related question. Number of workers on payroll at the beginning is 450, at the end is 500. Beginning is 450, end is 500, average is 475. Beginning is 450, end is 500, average is 475. 5 people left, 20 were discharged. 5 people left, 20 were discharged. So technically 25 separation. 5 people left, 20 were discharged, 75 were recruited. In the 75, 15 in vacancies of those leaving, while the rest for an expansion scheme. Go through the question. A minute. Okay, we are required to do all the 5 methods. Before doing those 5 methods, we do a small calculation called reconciliation of workforce. This will help us in doing this calculation. Working note 1. Reconciliation of workforce. Reconciliation of workforce. Particulars and amount. This is a standard format. Let's write the format. Opening workforce less separation, add replacement, add new recruitment, closing workforce. Opening workforce less separation, add replacement, add new recruitment, closing workforce. Opening less separation, add replacement, add new recruitment, closing workforce. We started with an opening workforce of 450. Opening workforce is 450. Separations are there, replacements are there, new recruitments are there. 450 is the starting. 450 is the starting. How many separations? 5 is also separation, 20 is also separation. 5 is also separation, 20 is also separation. Minus 25. Minus 25. 75 people have been recruited, but in that 15 are recruited in the vacancies of those leaving. 15 are recruited in the vacancies of those leaving, technically called replacement. 60 for expansion purpose, technically called new recruitment. 15 are recruited in vacancies of those leaving, in vacancies of those leaving. So vacancies of those leaving is technically called as your replacement, and balance are called new recruitment. 15, 60, and we should get the closing number given in the question. We should get the closing number given in the question. If not, then there is some error or some mistake from our side. 500 is the closing workforce. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Next line, average workforce. Average workforce 450 plus 500 by 2. Clear? Now, there's nothing much I can do in this question. Let's do all the 5 methods and we'll keep getting the answer. We have to do all the 5 methods. First, separation method. Labor turnover under separation method. Number of separation by average workforce into 100. Number of separation by average workforce into 100. The number of replacement by average workforce into 100. Number of new recruitment by average workforce into 100. Then accession and finally flux method. Number of separation by average workforce into 100. 25 by 475. 5.26%. 25 by 475. Labor turnover under replacement method. Number of replacement by average workforce. 15 by 475. 3.16% under replacement method. 15 by 475. Replacement method. Clear? Then labor turnover under new recruitment method. Number of new recruitment by average workforce into 100. 12.63%. Then accession method. Labor turnover under accession method. Under accession method, which is all people coming into the company, replacement plus new recruitment by average workforce. All people coming into the company, replacement plus new recruitment by average workforce. Replacement plus new recruitment by average workforce. How much? Then labor turnover under flux method. Flux will consider all the three. Labor turnover under flux method. Flux method is going to consider all the three: replacement, new recruitment, separation. It's a fairly simple question. I don't have much to explain. Replacement, new recruitment plus separation divided by average workforce. Consider all the three in total. Consider all the three in total: 25, 15, 60, 475. Sorry, zero. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Any doubts on the computation? Nothing much. It's a very simple calculation which needs to be done. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Now this is called forward working. What is forward working is I give you data and you calculated the various ratios which have been asked. There is a reverse working question as well. Let's look at this. PQR Limited has replaced 72 workers during the quarter ended 31st March 2022. Labor rates for the quarter, flux method, replacement method, separation method, you are required to ascertain average number of workers left and discharged, recruited and joined, equivalent employee turnover rates for the year, opening and closing workforce. It basically asks everything which I want to do. Nothing much for you to read in the question, so I straight away start explaining. I have replaced 72 worker. Labor rates for the quarter. So we have replaced 72 workers for the quarter, and the labor rates are also for the quarter. Consistency is there. If consistency is not there, what happens? I'll explain later. For the quarter, 72 replacement. What is the formula for flux method? Separation plus replacement plus new recruitment by average workforce into 100. I know the answer, but I don't know separation. I know replacement. I don't know new recruitment. I don't know average workforce. Replacement method, what is the formula? Number of replacement by average workforce into 100. If I use that formula, I know the number of replacement. I'll get the average workforce. I know the number of replacement. I will get the average workforce. I'll get the average workforce. Separation method, then I know the average workforce. I'll get number of separation. Then I go back to flux method. I know the separation. I know the replacement. I know the denominator average workforce. New recruitment balancing figure. Then they've asked for equivalent employee turnover rates for the year. What is that? I'll explain. And opening and closing workforce. This is a very usual exam question, has come at least 5-6 times in exams. This is a usual exam question where they'll give a ratio and tell you to reverse work and get certain information. Working note 1, computation of average workforce. Average workforce. Average workforce labor turnover under replacement method is equal to labor turnover under replacement method is equal to number of replacement by average workforce into 100. Labor turnover under replacement method is equal to number of replacement by average workforce into 100. Number of replacement by average workforce into 100. What is the answer for replacement method in the question? 8%. Now listen. When you do into 100 in the other side, whenever you do reverse working problem, be little cautious. Whenever you do into 100 in the other side, calculator will give you number 8. Calculator does not give you the number 8%. It gives you the number 8. So you have to write 8 this side, then only you can write into 100 in the other side. If you write 8%, then that automatically becomes 8 divided by 100. 8% is 8 divided by 100. Then you cannot do into 100 in the other side. Then you cannot do any reverse working. Be little cautious. Normal working, not a problem. There you will not get confusion. Reverse working, wherever you have percentage, be little cautious. So this side I'm going to write 8. Can I write 8%? Yes, you can write. Then don't do into 100 in the other side. Don't do into 100 in the other side. If you do into 100 in the other side, number will be 8 and not 8 percentage. Number will be 8 in the calculator. In the calculator, you will get 8. So we present it as 8 percentage, but number you will get is only 8. Number you will get is only 8. So here write 8. 8 equal to 8 equal to 8 equal to how many replacements are there? 72 divided by average workforce into 100 into 100. 100 will go to the other side, it will become 8 by 100, that is 8 percentage. 100 will go to the other side, it will become automatically 8 by 100. It will automatically become 8 by 100. Now, instead of taking 100 to this side, I take average workforce to the other side. I take average workforce to the other side. 72 into 100 by 8. 72 into 100 by 8. 900 workers are there. 900. And how you got 8%? 72 by 900 into 100 is 8%. 72 by 900. 72 by 900 into 100 is called 8 percentage. Any doubts on average workforce? Any doubts on average workforce? Clear? Can we proceed? I want to know left and discharged. Left and discharge is technically called as separation. We'll use the separation method formula. I know the separation method answer. I know the average workforce. Number of separation will be balancing figure. Now, when I do this, I'm going to write percentage without into 100 just to show you both. Whichever approach you do, you'll get the same answer. I'll write 5 percentage. I'll not write into 100 in the other side. And if I write into 100 in the other side, mathematically the number is 5, not percentage. Mathematically the number is 5, not into 100. Next, working note 2. Computation of employees left and discharge in bracket separation. Left and discharge is technically called separation. Left and discharge is separation. Labor turnover under separation method is equal to, under separation method is equal to number of separation by average workforce. I'm not doing into 100. I'm not doing into 100. Same answer you'll get whether you do into 100 or not. Number of separation by average workforce. Be very clear in reverse working. Forward working, nobody will get doubt. Reverse working, you will make a mistake. Number of separation by average workforce. By average workforce. How much is the answer for separation method in the question? 5 percentage. I'm putting a percentage there. I'm putting a, if I put 5, then do into 100. If you put 5 percentage, then no need to do into 100. 5% equal to number of separation by 900. Number of separation by 900. Employees left and discharge 45. Employee left and discharge 45. I don't have much to explain in this segment of the chapter. You have doubt, I can explain, because every question is just taking us 10 minutes. Normally it takes longer time, but these questions I don't have much to explain. You have a doubt, let me know, I can explain it. Employee left and discharge 45. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Then they've asked for recruited and joined. Recruited and joined means replacement and new recruitment put together, because replacement is also recruited and joined the organization. New recruitment is also recruited and joined the organization. Only difference is replacement is for a person who is leaving the company and recruitment is for a new work, but both are recruited and joined. So I know the replacement. I'll now get the new recruitment number, then add both. Then add both. I already know the replacement number. I'll get the new recruitment number and then add both. Next working note. Computation of employees recruited and joined. Recruited and joined. Recruited and joined in bracket replacement plus new recruitment. Replacement plus new recruitment. Replacement plus new recruitment. Labor turnover under flux method. Under flux method. Labor turnover under flux method equal to separation plus replacement plus new recruitment. I'm not writing into 100 in the other side, so I'll write as percentage itself. Average workforce. Separation, replacement, new recruitment divided by average workforce. Divided by average workforce. Any doubts in this? What is the answer under flux method? 16 percentage equal to how many separation? Replacement? Please solve and get me the answer. Okay, others complete it. $900 will go to the other side. 144 is equal to 117 plus new recruitment. New recruitment equal to 27. New recruitment equal to 27. Any doubts on this? Clear? But this is not the answer. Workers recruited and joined, you have to add both. Recruited and joined, replacement plus new recruitment. Replacement plus new recruitment. $99 employees. Worker recruited and joined, replacement plus new recruitment. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay. Question has asked for equivalent employee turnover rates for the year. Now, what is for the year is question has given for a quarter. What is labor turnover rate of change? If there is a 16% change in the first 3 months, flux method, 16% change in the first 3 months for a year, 16 plus another 16 in the next 3 months, another 16 in the next 3 months, another 16 in the next 3 months, 64% change is possible. 64% change is possible. Equivalent employee turnover rates for the year. For the year. Logic is very simple. 3 month equal to 16%, 12 month equal to question mark. Flux method, like that we have to do all the method. Why for the year we are calculating? Because that is what I would want to know as an employer. Normally an IT company publishes these rates and they normally publish it for a year. They publish it for a year because people understand yearly only. People understand yearly calculations only. So equivalent employee turnover rates for the year is quarterly rate into 4 by 1 into 4 by 1. What is 4? 4 quarters in a year. 4. If they are given monthly rate, into 12 by 1 into 12 by 1. If they give weekly rate, into 52 by 1 into 52 by 1. Clear? Any doubts in this? Next, equivalent employee turnover rates for the year. Equivalent employee turnover rates for the year. For the year, particulars, quarterly labor turnover rate, annual labor turnover rate. Quarterly labor turnover rate, annual labor turnover rate. Three methods, whatever they have given: flux method, replacement method, separation method. I can add other methods also if I want: new recruitment and accession method. Question has given only three methods. Flux is 16%, 8%, 5%. 16, 8 and 5. Very simple. 16 into 4 by 1, 8 into 4 by 1, 5 into 4 by 1 into 4 by 1 into 4 by 1. 16 into 4 by 1, 8 into 4 by 1, 5 into 4 by 1. 4 quarters in a year. 4 quarters in a year. Or you can say 16% equal to 3 months, 12 months equal to the question mark. So 16% into 4 by 1. 4 quarters in a year. 4 quarters in a year. 8%, 4 by 1, 5% into 4 by 1. 64, 32 and 20. 64, 32 and 20. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? 64, 32 and 20. Any doubts in this? Can we proceed? Clear? Last requirement. They want us to calculate opening workforce and closing workforce. I know the average. Average is 900. But they are asking us to calculate opening and closing. Opening and closing. Average is 900. Now what we are going to do is, I am going to use this format: opening workforce X, less separation I know, add replacement I know, add new recruitment I know, closing will be X plus or minus something, X plus or minus something. Opening plus closing by 2 is 900. Opening plus closing by 2 is 900. I know opening, I don't know. Closing, don't know. I know the in between change. So next, computation of opening and closing workforce. Computation of opening and closing workforce. Next working note: computation of opening and closing workforce. Closing workforce. Write the format first. Opening and closing workforce. Opening workforce, less separation, add replacement, add new recruitment, closing workforce. Closing workforce. Opening X. Opening workforce X. You can say X, A, B, C, whatever. Opening workforce X. How many separations were there? 45 minus 45 minus 45 minus 45. How many replacement? 72. New recruitment 27. X minus 45 plus 72 plus 27. X minus 45 plus 72 plus 27 is closing is X plus 54. X plus 54 minus 45 plus 72 plus 27, and then you can say average is x plus 54 divided by 2, opening plus closing by 2 is equal to 900. Opening plus closing by 2 is equal to 900. X plus 54, I'll repeat, opening X minus 45 plus 72 plus 27 minus 45 plus 72 plus 27 minus 45 plus 72 plus 27 is equal to X plus 54. X plus 54. X plus 54 by 2 is 900. By 2 is 900. You get answer for X, that is opening, and add 54 to that, that is closing. X is opening, add 54 to that, that is closing. Any doubts on this calculation first? Tell me the answer to X. 8. Opening workforce 873. Opening workforce 873. Opening workforce x plus 54 by 2, 2 into 900, 1800. 54 goes to the other side. 1800 minus 54 will be 1746. Divide that by 2. Divide that by 2. Any doubts on this? Closing workforce x plus 54. And this is usual tested exam question. Areas in this chapter are relatively simpler and less time consuming. Any doubts on this? 927. Clear? Any doubts on this? Done? Okay, let's take a break of 10 minutes. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. Okay, I will explain that equivalent concept again with one more example, because this can come as an MCQ also. This is page 34 of the concept book. No need to open the book, you can just listen. Number of separations in a quarter is 20. Equivalent annual labor turnover rate under separation method is 20%. Number of separations is 20 for a quarter, and equivalent annual labor turnover rate under separation method is 20%. The percentage is for a year. Separations given in the question is for a quarter, and they want us to calculate average workforce. Like the previous question, we had number of replacement method answer was there. The only difference here is, here I have a problem. They have given number of separations in a quarter and equivalent employee labor turnover rate under separation method. Either quarterly number has to be done into 4, and you write number of separation is 80. Number of separation is 80, or equivalent annual convert into quarter. Equivalent annual convert into quarter. I cannot use number of separation in a quarter and equivalent annual labor turnover rate. This combination is not possible. Just give me a minute. Okay, we cannot use the combination of one quarter and one annual. That combination cannot be used by us. We need to ensure that either both are quarterly or both are yearly. Both are quarterly or both are yearly. So if you see in this example, they have given number of separation in a quarter 20. I convert that as 80. 80 is for a year, 20 for a quarter, 80 for a year. 20 for a quarter, 80 for a year. 80 by average workforce is equal to 20%. 80 by average workforce is equal to 20%, and you will get the average workforce, and you will get the average workforce. Any doubts in this? You cannot use a combination. You cannot use a combination where you use one quarterly data, one yearly data. Consistency has to be there. Otherwise, what you can do, 20% for a year is 5% for a quarter. 20% for a year is 5% for a quarter. 20 by average workforce equal to 5%. 20 by average workforce equal to 5%. Whichever combination you do, you will get the same answer in the end. But consistency has to be there. 20% per annum or 5% per quarter. So either do 5%, close it. Either use 5% per quarter, either use the combination of 5% per quarter and do the calculation, or convert the 20 into 80. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Clear? Can we proceed ahead? I give you 4 minutes. Please solve this MCQ. 4 minutes. Solve the MCQ. We'll discuss after 4 minutes. A fairly straightforward question. This is a 2 mark MCQ if it comes as an MCQ. They have said rate of change is 9% under separation method. 9% under separation method means number of separation is 9% of 200. 9% of 200. Left and discharged will be 18. Left and discharged will be 18. Moment it is 18, this option is eliminated. This option is eliminated. Left and discharged is 18. Option 1 and option 2 is eliminated. Same is replacement 15%. 15% replacement means 200 into 15%. 30 replacement. 30 replacement. That's all. I'm not doing the other one. I'm not even doing the other one. 30 replacement. With that, I'm putting a tick because it's 2 mark. You'll have to go a little smarter. I started with the first one, which gave me 18. Two options got eliminated. Replacement, I got 30. With that, option C is tick. Recruited and joined, not even doing it. I'm not even doing it. Any doubts in this? Clear? Okay. Give answer to this. Give answer to this. This came in exam itself. 2 marks. September 24 exam. Give answer to this. What's the answer? 25%. Okay. One answer I've heard is 25%. Any other answer? Anybody getting an answer of 23.33%? It's not there in the option, but anybody getting an answer of 23.33? Anybody getting an answer of 23.33? If not, great, because that's a mistake which few students were thinking. 30 plus 5. Denominator is not 150. Denominator is not 150. Denominator is average. What is average? 150 is opening. Closing is minus 30. Minus 5 plus 15. Minus 30 minus 5 plus 15, closing is 130, average is 140. Average is 140. We'll have to take the average workforce. Average is 140. Some students in a hurry thought it to be 150, but anyway, that option was not there. But students directly were taking 150. That is the opening. We need average. Any doubts on this? 24 is homework. Okay. With this, the computation part is done. That is, how do we calculate labor turnover? We have learnt. After calculating labor turnover, I want to know what is the problem if I have a labor turnover. That's called impact of labor turnover. What is the issue if I have labor turnover? It's called impact of labor turnover or cost of labor turnover. Cost of labor turnover includes various costs incurred due to labor turnover, such as selection cost. I have to select new employees, recruitment cost, training cost, opportunity cost. What is opportunity cost? Is Bharadwaj Institute, one faculty left. When the faculty is not there, at that time we could not run some batches. If we are not able to run a batch, we lose revenues and we lose profit on those revenue. We lose revenues and we lose profit on those revenue. So there can be an opportunity cost if you are not able to recruit people on time, or you are losing some time because of whatever reason. Because whenever labor turnover happens, there is a possibility of loss of time. Possibility of loss of time. Any loss of time will impact my opportunity cost and will impact my profit. So cost of labor turnover is very simple. Whatever extra cost company had to incur because of rate of change in workforce, no new recruitment, I'll not incur recruitment cost, selection cost, no training cost, no people leaving the organization, no new recruitments, no replacement, then I will not have any cost of labor turnover. Cost of labor turnover is happening because there is a change in workforce. Let's see this with this question. Management of BR Limited is worried about their increasing employee turnover in the factory, and before analyzing the causes and taking remedial step, it wants to have an idea of the profit foregone as a result of employee turnover in the last year. Last year sales amounted to 83 lakh 3,300. PV ratio 20%. Number of actual hours worked is 4.45 lakh. Actual direct employee hours included 30,000 for training new recruit, out of which half were unproductive. As a result of delays in filling vacancy, 1 lakh potential productive hours excluding unproductive training hours were lost. Cost incurred on employee turnover revealed settlement cost, recruitment cost, training cost, and selection cost. Assume the potential production lost as a consequence of employee turnover could have been sold at prevailing prices. What is the profit foregone on account of employee turnover? Go through the question for a minute or two, then I'll start explaining. Okay, let's discuss this. First para, the company says that I am worried about increasing employee turnover. How they would have measured? Either through separation method, replacement method, new recruitment method, flux method. They have measured it and they are worried that labor turnover is increasing in the company. They want to know what is the profit foregone due to employee turnover. What is profit foregone is whatever extra cost I incur due to labor turnover is equal to profit foregone. For example, I incurred settlement cost due to leaving 43,820. Profit will go down by 43,820. If you incur this cost, profit will go down by 43,820. Profit will go down by 43,820 because we incurred this extra cost. Then it is recruitment 26,740. Profit will go down by 26,740. Selection 12,750, profit will go down by 12,750. All these are cost. One extra cost is opportunity cost, which is where we have to analyze little bit. It says last year sales amounted to 83 lakh 3,300. In the last year we did a sales of 8303 300, and PV ratio is called profit volume ratio. You will understand when we go to marginal costing chapter. To put it very simple, profit is 20% of sales. You can just call it as profit is 20% of sales. The total number of actual hours worked by the employees were 4.45 lakh. Actual direct labor employee included some training part, and 1 lakh hours were lost due to delay. As a result of delay by the personnel department in filling vacancy, 1 lakh potential productive hours were lost. People were leaving the organization, new people are coming inside the organization, but I'm not able to recruit immediately. So people left, people came in, but in this gap 1 lakh potential productive hours were lost. Last line says, assuming potential production lost could have been sold at prevailing prices. Could have been sold at prevailing prices. See, I do not have some faculty for 2 months, and in that 2 months I do not have any batches also planned. I do not lose anything. I do not lose anything. I don't have a faculty, and in these 2 months we normally don't have any batches also. No loss. But when I'm starting my CA Inter batch, and at that time I don't have CA Inter faculty, then I am going to have a loss due to labor turnover. Question says 1 lakh potential productive hours were lost, and assuming if that loss was not there, you could have produced more. If you had produced more, it could have been sold. It could have been sold at prevailing prices. So to put it very simply, demand is there, but production could not happen. Demand is there, production could not happen. Why did production not happen? Non availability of labor. Non availability of labor. Why is non availability of labor? Due to labor turnover. Due to labor turnover. So they want us to calculate profit foregone last year. Four items directly given: settlement, recruitment, selection, training, and the fifth item is opportunity cost, which is where we may have to do little bit of computation. Working note 1. Working note 1. Cost of labor turnover. Cost of labor turnover. Particulars amount. Particulars amount. This is cost. You can also call as profit foregone. Cost of labor turnover. Particulars amount. Cost of labor turnover. Settlement cost. Settlement cost 43,820. Settlement cost 43,820. Recruitment cost 26,740. Selection cost 12,750. All these are cost which I incur because of labor turnover. All these are cost incurred due to labor turnover. Settlement, recruitment, selection, training, all cost are incurred due to labor turnover. Any doubts on this? Last item, opportunity cost. Note 1. Cost of labor turnover. The total is, or you can call it as profit foregone due to labor turnover. Profit foregone due to labor turnover. Cost of labor turnover or profit foregone due to labor turnover. Profit foregone due to labor turnover. Clear? Any doubts on this? Cost of labor turnover, profit foregone due to labor turnover. Now, note 1, computation of opportunity cost. Computation of opportunity cost. Now, what is opportunity cost is, I am not able to recruit people on time, because of which I lost time. Any loss in time leads to loss in production. Any loss in time leads to loss in production. Any loss in production leads to loss in sales. Any loss in sales leads to loss in profit for the organization. Last year, sales is 83 lakh, profit is 20%. PV ratio, profit volume ratio is 20%. PV ratio technically gives not profit, we name it as contribution. What is contribution and all, you'll learn later, let's not worry about it. So 20% contribution we earned. Only thing is, this 83 could have been 93 or 103, and we could have earned more. We could have earned more, because if we had employees, I did not have adequate employees maybe. If I had employees on time, they would have done production, produced more, earned more for the company. Clear? Any doubts on this? Now write particulars amount. Particulars amount. Sales of last year. Sales of last year. Sales of last year. 8303,300. Sales of last year, 8303,300. Contribution earned last year, 20% we could earn. PV ratio means contribution is 20%. What is contribution and all when we go to marginal costing? 16 lakh 60,660. 16 lakh 60,660. Okay, now listen, it says the hours worked by the direct employee force was 4.45 lakhs. 4.45 lakhs. Actual direct employee hours included 30,000 hours attributable to training new recruits. 30,000 hours attributable to training new recruits, out of which half were unproductive. Out of which half were unproductive. So company worked for 4 lakh 45,000 hours. Company worked for 4 lakh 45,000 hours. This included two parts: 4 lakh 15 and 30,000. 4 lakh 15 and 30,000. 4 lakh 15 they have not mentioned anything, so that is productive. 30,000 is for training new recruits. Training new recruits, and unfortunately in the new recruit, this is fully productive. 15,000 is productive, 15,000 is non-productive. 15,000 is productive and 15,000 is non-productive. So people ultimately worked only for 4 lakh 30,000 hours. People worked only for 4 lakh 30,000 hours. 4 lakh 45,000 hours was the available number. 4 lakh 15 is productive. 30,000 new recruit. 15,000 productive. 15,000 non-productive. To put it simply, 415 plus another 15 is productive. Plus another 15 is productive. In other words, In 4,30,000 hours, I could earn 16,60,660. With 4,30,000 hours, I could earn 16,60,660. Give me more hours, I will earn more is the concept here. Clear? Any doubts in this? Next, number of productive hours worked. 4,15,000 plus 50% of 30,000. 4,15,000 plus 50% of 30,000. 50% of 30,000. 50% of 30,000. We get this as contribution per labor hour. Contribution per labor hour. Why we are calculating? I'll explain. First, write this 16,660 by 430. 16,60,660 by 430. If it's, let it be in decimal, whatever number you get, you tell me. 3 point. Okay, let's understand what does this 3.862 mean. Every hour I take class in Bharadwaj Institute, I earn some money. But institute also earns some money. I earn some money. Institute is also earning some money. In this case, every hour an employee works. Every hour an employee works. Company is earning 3.862. Every hour an employee works. Company is earning 3.862. Company is earning 3.862. If you waste 1 hour or if you lose 1 hour, you will lose 3.862 rupees. If you lose 10 hours of classes, 10 into 3.862. If you lose 100 hours, 100 into 3.862. My opportunity cost is loss in time into each hour is worth 3.862. Loss in time into 3.862. Why 3.862? That is what company has earned. Company has earned 3.862 per hour. More hours were there, I would have earned more. I would have earned more. So 3.862 is the contribution or profit which people are earning today per labor hour. Next, productive hours lost. Productive hours lost. Productive hours lost. Any loss in time will lead to opportunity cost. Potential productive hours lost. It says as a result of delay by the personnel department in filling vacancy due to employee turnover, 1 lakh potential productive hours were lost. This 1 lakh alone is not the loss. There is also another loss called unproductive training hours. What is this unproductive training hours? This number 15,000 non-productive. 15,000 non-productive. So I have two losses. One is unproductive training, and second is I could not recruit people on time, because of which I lost 1 lakh potential productive hours. I lost 1 lakh potential productive hours. 1 lakh potential productive hours. Next, potential productive hours lost 1 lakh plus 15,000. 1 lakh plus 15,000. 1 lakh plus 15,000. 1 lakh 15,000. Opportunity cost. This is the loss we have. 115 into 3.862. 115 into 3.862. 4 lakh. This is a loss due to labor turnover. Loss due to labor turnover 444 130. I could not recruit people on time. Also, some training was to be given where unproductive time is there. Totally, we lost 1,15,000 hours. Totally, we lost 1,15,000 hours into 3.862. Any doubts in this? How will it be included? 4.45 cannot include. No, we did not work. No, worked was 4.45, and this is as a result of delay by the personnel department in filling vacancy. So people were not even recruited, so this 1 lakh is not part of that 4 lakh 45. The 30,000 was part of 4 lakh 45. 1 lakh, it says, as a result of delay by the personnel department in filling the vacancy, 1 lakh potentially productive hours were lost. 1 lakh potentially productive hours were lost. So this 1 lakh is separate. In that 4 lakh 45, 15,000 were unproductive, that added, put together 1 lakh 15 lost. Any doubts in this? Write this in the main working note. 444, 130 and put a total, that's all. Put a total. How much? 5 lakh? 9? 557930. Clear? Any doubts on this? So labor turnover cost is 557930. Any doubts on this? This is the amount of profit foregone due to labor turnover. Because labor turnover happened, I lost 557930. I lost 557,930. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Okay. 26 again on labor turnover. I'll do it in the class. It's a homework question, but I'll do it in the class. Let's go through this question. Board of J Limited has been appraised by the General Manager HR. Employee attrition rate in the company has increased. Following facts have been presented. Training period of new recruit. During this period, their productivity is 60%. Time required by an experienced worker is 10 hours per unit. 20% of the output during training period was defective. Cost of rectification of a defective unit is 25. Potential productive hours lost due to delay in recruitment 1 lakh. Selling cost per unit, PV ratio, settlement cost of the worker leaving the organization, recruitment cost, training cost. Multiple things have been asked in the question. We'll first do cost of labor turnover and then see what is there in the MCQ requirements. Automatically, most of it will get answered. Some may not get answered in this. Go through the question. Okay. Same almost requirement. We have to calculate something called as cost of labor turnover. Here also I have settlement cost, recruitment cost, opportunity cost, and maybe there's another cost called rectification cost. There is something on the rectification part they're talking about. We'll do the calculation. Working note 1, cost of labor turnover. Computation of cost of labor turnover. Cost of labor turnover. Particulars calculation amount. Calculation amount. Particulars calculation amount. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Training period of the new recruit is 50,000 hours. During this period, they are 60% productive. Their productivity is 60% of the experienced worker. Their productivity is, so in 50,000 hours, only they have done work to the extent of 30,000 hours. They have done work to the extent of 30,000 hours, 60% effective. Each unit normally takes, ideally 50,000 hours should give me 5,000 units, but I'll not get 5,000 units, I'll get lesser units. I'll get lesser units because I'm only 60% effective. I'm only 60% effective. In an ideal situation, 50,000 hours should give me 5,000 units. 50,000 hours should give me 5,000 units. 50,000 hours should give me 5,000 unit. But during this period, their productivity is only 60% of the experienced worker. 60% of the experienced worker. So technically I lose 40% time, and I also lose units. This will be opportunity cost. We'll calculate in some time. 20% of the output produced during the training period is defective. So first, they are not fully effective. On top of it, what they are doing, whatever they manufacture, 20% is defective. 20% is defective. Whatever is defective, I have to rectify by incurring 25 rupees. I have to rectify by incurring 25 rupees. Cost of rectification of a defective unit. Cost of rectification of a defective unit is rupees 25. Is rupees 25. Clear? Any doubts on this? Point number 1, rectification cost. Rectification cost. 50,000 into 60% divided by 10. There is a lot of calculation to be done. Let's go one by one. 50,000 into 60% divided by 10. This is the production done. Why into 60%? Because people are only effective 60%. People are only effective 60%. 50,000 into 60% divided by 10. How many units you are getting? In this 20% is defective. In this 20% is defective, and each unit will incur 25 rupees. Clear? Any doubts on this? 20% is defective, and each unit will incur how much? 25 rupees into 20% into 25. Tell me the amount. 20% and 25. 15. Rectification cost 15,000. Clear? Any doubts on this? Then potential productive hours lost due to delay in recruitment 1 lakh. Selling price per unit, they have not given sales here. Selling price per unit is 180. Profit is 36 per unit. 20% of 180. 36 per unit. 36 per unit. Profit is 180 into 20%. 180 into 20%. Now in the training side, I am losing time. Also delay is there in recruitment, because of which I am losing productive hours. I am losing productive hours. Loss in hours is equal to loss in units. Loss in units into 36 rupees. Into 36 rupees is loss in contribution. Loss in units into 36 rupees. Into 36 rupees. How 36? 180 into 20%. 180 into 20%. I can sell my product at 180 rupees and 20%. If this was given to me, I would have produced divided by 10. I would have produced divided by 10. 1 unit takes 10 hours. 1 unit takes 10 hours. 1 lakh hours you give me, I will produce 1 lakh hours divided by 10, 10,000 units. 1 lakh hours divided by 10, 10,000 units. 1 unit time required by an experienced worker is 10 hours per unit. 10 hours per unit. If I waste time, I lose production. If I lose production, I lose contribution. If I lose production, I lose contribution. Next, opportunity cost. Opportunity cost. Note 1. Computation of opportunity cost. Computation of opportunity cost. Opportunity cost. Particulars calculation amount. Hours lost in training. Hours lost in training. Hours lost in training. 50,000 hours these guys were working. 60% experienced worker production they are doing, but balance 40% is wastage. Training period, 60% they are good, but 40% they are bad. 40% they are bad. So hours lost due to training is 50,000 into 40%. 50,000 into 40% into 40%. 60% they are effective, 40% they are ineffective. 60% efficiency, 40% wastage. Production lost. If you lose hours, 20,000 hours, each unit is 10 hours. Each unit is 10 hours. Production lost. 20,000 divided by 10. 20,000 divided by 10. Last question we did not do production level analysis because data was not there. 20,000 divided by 10. We are losing how much? 2,000 units we are losing. This is only one part of it, okay? There are say two parts to it. One, I am losing 2,000 units due to training. Due to training or inexperience of the new worker, I am losing 2,000 units. I am losing 2,000 units. 2,000 units lost due to training. Lost due to training. Any doubts in this? Next, hours lost in filling vacancy. In filling vacancy, 1 lakh hours. Production lost. Production lost. Hours lost in filling vacancy. Production lost. 1 unit 10 hours. If you are not able to fill the vacancy on time, you will lose time and that is going to impact the organization. Production lost 10,000 units. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Total loss in production slash sales. Loss in production slash sales. Production slash sales. $12,000 units we have lost. 12,000 units we have lost due to inefficiency and delay in filling vacancy. Last question we had loss in hours multiplied with contribution per hour. Here I have calculated loss in units. I also have hours, but I have calculated loss in units. I'll multiply this with contribution per unit. I'll multiply this with contribution per unit. Selling price into that profit, whatever they have given, is contribution per unit. You will understand this in marginal costing. I'll not explain now. I'll explain when I go to marginal costing. Next line item, contribution per unit. contribution per unit, selling price into PV ratio. Selling price into PV ratio. Selling price into PV ratio. $180 into 20%, 36. Into 20%, 36. Clear? Total opportunity cost. What is opportunity cost? Is you lost 12,000 units, because of which you are losing profits. Total opportunity cost. 12,000 units into 36. Opportunity cost. 432 is the loss. Any doubts in this? 4,32,000 is the loss. Clear? Opportunity cost 4,32,000. Opportunity cost 4,32,000. Clear? Any doubts? Apart from this, I have settlement cost, recruitment cost, training cost. Let's write them as it is and put a total. Settlement cost, recruitment cost, training cost, and put a total. Settlement, recruitment, and training cost. Settlement cost, recruitment cost, training cost. Total cost of labor turnover. Technically, profit lost due to labor turnover. Total cost of labor turnover. Exact 9 lakh. Total cost of labor turnover or profit foregone due to labor turnover 9 lakh rupees. Profit foregone is 9 lakh rupees. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Now let's look at the requirement. How much quantity of output? How much quantity of output is lost due to labor turnover? 12,000 units. Is lost due to labor turnover? 12,000 units. How much is the loss in the contribution? 4,32,000. 4,32,000 loss in contribution. Opportunity cost. Opportunity cost. What is the cost of repairing defective units? 15,000. 15,000. Profit lost 9 lakh rupees. And quantity due to inexperience. Inexperience of the new worker. Inexperience of the new worker. Inexperience of the new worker is the 2,000 units. Initial part. We did 2,000, 10,000, 12,000. So inexperience losses 2,000. Inexperience losses 2,000. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? 12,000 units lost into contribution per unit, defective units. All this we have already done. Any doubts on this? Clear? Okay, with this segment also gets over. I just need to cover two more segments. One is on overtime and direct expenses. We'll take a break of 30 minutes. Resume again at 10 o'clock. Okay, let's now move to the last two parts of the chapter. One is on overtime, and I have an area called direct expenses. Coming to overtime part, overtime, as the definition says, it is working beyond normal working hours. This is the definition given in Factories Act, working beyond normal working hours. As per the definition there, organization can decide, but as per the definition there, more than 9 hours a day or 48 hours a week is considered overtime. More than 9 hours a day So if somebody does 9 hours all the 5 days and he is not working on Saturday, no overtime because only 45. More than 9 hours a day or 48 hours a week. You're doing 8 hours, but someday you're doing more and you're exceeding that 48, then it will become overtime. More than 9 hours a day or 48 hours a week, that excess is considered as overtime. Now, an organization has to monitor overtime properly because overtime is normally paid at a higher rate, and it will usually be double of the normal rate if problem is silent, double of the normal rate. Now what are we learning here is this overtime, that extra which you pay for the overtime, you have to pay extra. That extra is called overtime premium. That extra is called overtime premium. We wanted to introduce a CA Inter batch. Some issue with our planning, because of which we had to do overtime. So institute paid faculties like me extra money, but that money cannot be recovered from the customer. Because it was due to some problem with the institute. So basic logic here is, how are you going to treat? The excess which you are going to pay? Sometimes I'll collect it from customer, sometimes I'll not collect it from customer. When are we going to collect, when are we not going to collect, is what the segment of the chapter is all about. Accounting for overtime, first definition is working beyond normal working hours, more than 9 hours a day or 48 hours a week. That extra is called overtime. For the overtime you have to pay higher rate. How much higher rate? Depends. Normally it will be double of the normal rate if problem is silent. Whatever excess we have paid is called overtime premium. The excess paid is called overtime premium. For the excess, just give me. For the extra payment, we have to see whether it is a normal cost, abnormal cost customer will not pay, normal cost ultimately will be recovered from the customer. So let's first do one question on calculating this overtime wages, and second is how are we going to do the accounting aspect. Let's come to question 28, a slightly lengthier problem. Question 28. It is seen from the job card for repair of the customer's equipment that a total of 154 labor hours have been put in as detailed below. 154 labor hours have been put in as detailed below. Worker A paid at 200 per day of 8 hours. Worker B paid at 100 per day of 8 hours. Worker C paid at 300 per day of 8 hours. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they've given the thing. In terms of an award in a labor court, conciliation, workers are to be paid dearness allowance on the basis of cost of living index figure related to each month, which works out to be 968 for the relevant month. DA is payable to all worker irrespective of wage rate if they are present or on leave with wages on all working day. Sunday is a weekly holiday and each worker has to work for 8 hours on all weekday, 4 hours on Saturday. The workers, however, are paid full wages for Saturday. You work for 4 hours, but you are getting paid for 8 hours. Workers are paid bonus according to the Factories Act 1948. According to the Act, double of the normal rate. Excluding holidays, the total number of hours works out to be 176 in the relevant month. Company's contribution to Provident Fund and ESI are absorbed into overheads. Work out the wages payable to each worker. Please go through the question, a slightly lengthy one. Go through the question once, 2-3 minutes, 2 minutes for you. Okay, let's understand this. From a job card of a repair of a customer equipment, 154 hours have been put in for a customer. Some customer wanted a work to be done. Worker A 49 hours, worker B 48 hours, worker C 57 hours. Requirement of the question is work out the wages payable to each worker. A worker A is paid 200 per day of 8 hours, 200 per day of 8 hours, which means 25 per hour. 200 per day of 8 hours, 25 rupees per hour, 200 by 8. Worker B, 12 rupees 50 paise per hour. 12 rupees 50 paise per hour. Worker C, 300 by 8. 300 by 8, how much? This will be paid for 49 hours which they have worked, but some overtime hours you'll have to pay double rate. You'll have to pay double rate. Overtime has to be paid at the rate of double. Overtime has to be paid at the rate of double. In terms of an award in a labor conciliation, the workers are to be paid an dearness allowance on the basis of a cost of living index figure. Dearness allowance is given for inflation effect. So I have to pay a dearness allowance of 968 for the month. It is for the month. Somewhere this data is for a week. We'll see what to do. 968 is for the month. The given data is for a week. The dearness allowance is payable to all workers irrespective of wage rate if they are present or on leave with wages on all working days. Sunday is a working holiday. Each worker has to work for 8 hours on all weekdays and 4 hours on Saturday. So effectively factory wants you to work for 8 into 540, another 444. 8 into 540, another 444. This is what the factory expects you to do. Workers are given full wages for Saturday. Workers are paid are paid overtime according to the Factories Act 1948. Factories Act says more than 9 hours a day or more than 48 hours a week is considered to be overtime. Excluding holiday and the number of hours, normally excluding holidays, comma, the total number of hours works to be 176 in the relevant month. In 1 month, one worker should work for 176 hours. How did we get 176? Technically 8 into 540, another 444, 44 into 4 weeks. 44 into 4 weeks. I want my employees to work for 176 hours. I want my employees to work for 176 hours. Company's contribution to Provident Fund and ESI. Provident Fund and ESI are absorbed into overheads. Provident Fund and ESI. So separately, no Provident Fund ESI calculation. Somewhere it's absorbed into overheads. We don't know what is the overhead. We have to calculate wages payable to each worker. Working note 1. Computation of wages payable to worker A. Computation of wages payable to worker A. Note 1. Computation of overtime hours. Overtime hours. Overtime hours. Four columns or five columns. Five columns. Day, normal time, extra time, overtime, and total hours. Normal time, extra time, overtime, and total hours. Computation of overtime hours. What is overtime hours? Is how many hours overtime did the worker do? Computation of overtime hours. Copy first Monday to Saturday. Monday to Saturday. Now for this, first write total hours: 10.5, 8, 10.5, 9.5, 10.5, 0. Put together 49 hours you have worked. Put together 49 hours we have worked. Okay, now listen. In the 10.5 hours, 8 hours is, listen for a minute, 8 hours is normal time. Extra 1 more hour you can do without calling it as overtime. More than 9 hours a day only overtime. 8 hours normal working. Factory wants you to work for 8 hours. Extra 1 hour you can do, but no, not considered as overtime. Beyond this, 1.5 is overtime. Beyond this, 1.5 is overtime. 8, 1, and 1.5. 8, 1, and 1.5. This extra time, you will not get any extra money and all for this. Normal time 8, extra time 1 hour, and overtime is 1.5 hours. Overtime is 1.5 hours. Clear? Any doubts in this? 8, 1, and 1.5. Right. 8, 1, and 1.5. 8 is normal working time. Till 9 hours is not overtime. More than 9 hours is overtime. If you work for more than 9 hours a day, it is considered as overtime as per the Factories Act. More than 9 hours a day. So 8 hours normal time, 1 more hour is extra time, and after that is overtime. After that is overtime. More than 9 hours a day. More than 9 hours a day. Tuesday entire 8 is normal, no extra time, no overtime. No extra time, no overtime. 8, 1, 1.5 again. 8, 1, and 1.5. Thursday is 8, 1.5. 8, 1, 1.5. Saturday he did not even work. Put a total of this. Normal is 40 hours. Extra he did 4 hours, but no benefit of that extra and all. Extra nothing really matters. You will not, it will not be considered as overtime. 44, 5 hours. 44 and 5. Clear? Now laborer has, or worker A has done overtime of 5 hours and regular time of 44 hours. Regular time of 44 hours. He would be paid, he would be paid, he would be paid normal rate for 44 hours. Normal rate for 44 hours. He would be paid normal rate for 44 hours. Normal rate for 44 hours, and double rate for 5 hours. Double rate for 5 hours. Double rate for 5 hours. Any doubts till this? Equivalent hours. Equivalent hours is equal to, equivalent hours is equal to, now listen, let's understand the concept. 44 hours I will pay single rate into 1, and 5 hours I'll be paying double rate. What is the rate? We don't know. 44 hours into single rate, 5 hours into double rate. Finally, we'll multiply with the rate. Finally, we'll multiply with the rate. So effectively, I will be paid for 54 hours. I'll be paid for 54 hours. I worked for 49, 44 normal, 44 hours payment. 5 hours overtime, 10 hours payment. 5 hours overtime, 10 hours payment. Sorry. Yeah.
Sir,
Yeah.
screen is not clear, sir.
Screen is not clear. Just give me a minute. Okay, so concept basically says that for 44 hours pay single amount. What is the rate? We don't know. We'll see all that later. And for extra 5 hours you have to pay double rate. You'll have to pay double rate. What is technically the rate is 25 per hour. The rate is 25 per hour. We'll see that later. 25 per hour, 12.5 per hour, 37.5 per hour. So worker A worked for 49 hours will be paid for 54 hours. Worked for 49 hours will be paid for 54 hours. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Next, note 2. Overtime hours of worker B. worker B, same table, worker B, day, normal time, extra time, overtime, total hours. Normal time, extra time, overtime, and total hours. Monday to Saturday. Okay, this guy has worked 8 hours all the days. Worker B, 8 hours on all the days. Now, as per the policy of the company, I want them to work for 8 hours for Monday to Friday. Saturday, they can work for 4 hours and get full wages. They can work for 4 hours, but these guys have worked for 8 hours. Can't help it. They can work for 4 hours and get full wages. With 4 hours itself, you will get the full wages. So, in this case, it's 8, 0, 0. So, till Monday to Friday, this remains. Till Monday to Friday 800. Saturdays 4 normal, 4 extra, no overtime. Overtime we are not reaching. More than 9 hours a day is not happening. More than 9 hours a day is not happening. 4 normal time, 4 extra time. Extra time no use. No use, you're not going to get any extra money there. 4 normal time, 4 extra time. So this guy will be paid only for 44 hours. No overtime. No overtime. Worker B, no overtime. So you will pay him for 48 hours. You will pay him for 48 hours. 44 plus 4. 44 plus 4. No overtime done. No overtime done. Effective or equivalent hours 48 into 1 itself. 48 hours. He will be paid for 48 hours. 48 hours. Any doubts on this? This is worker B. Clear? Let's do worker C, where one assumption will be needed. I don't know what assumption I would have taken. You try doing worker C, I'll discuss in 2-3 minutes. There is a possibility of different answers. You do worker C, we will discuss. One assumption is needed, answer can change based on the assumption. You do it, we'll discuss. Some 2 minutes for you. Let's discuss it. This. It is little tricky in the sense answer can change also based on a small assumption. Put together is 57. I go with the daily calculation. 8, 1, 1.5, 8, 0, 0, again 8, 1, 1.5, 8, 1, 0.5, and last day 4, 4, 0. 44 is the total here, 8 is the total here, 5 is the total here. But I can argue for one more option, which is more than 48 hours a week. Then extra 9 should be taken as overtime. More than 48 hours a week, that extra please take it as overtime. More than 48 hours a week, that whatever beyond 48, please take it as overtime. That's one argument which you can put. This is daily calculation we have done, and there's a weekly limit also. I say just gone with this itself, so I'll proceed with this. But an argument can be that I want to do more than 48 hours a week logic. If I go with that logic, 9 hours. Why daily limit and a weekly limit? For example, there's a possibility that one day I worked for 15 hours. All other day I did not do any extra work and all, so I could be less than 48. But a single day I could be more than 9. Single day I could be more than 9. So I have a daily limit as well as a weekly limit. Weekly limit may indicate 0 overtime, but daily limit may indicate overtime. Sometimes daily limit may indicate 0, weekly limit may indicate overtime. So looking at logically speaking, as most of the labor laws are at the benefit of the employees. I've not gone into the Factories Act in depth and learnt it there, but most of the acts are in favor of employee. So if I go by overall 48 limit, 9 should be taken as overtime. 9 should be taken as overtime. Then where is the daily limit going to be useful? A scenario where you do 15, then you do 8, again you do 8, then you sometimes do only 4 hours, then you do 8 hours. So you could be within 48, but you could breach the 9-hour limit. You could be within 9 hours, but you could breach the 9 hours, 9 hours, 9 hours till all the 6 days. So you are within 9 hours, no overtime, but you are breaching the 48-hour limit. So ideally both should be considered. I'll go with whatever they have done. They have just gone ahead with this. Any doubts till this? Any doubts below this? Equivalent hours. Equivalent hours is equal to 52 hours into 1 plus 5 hours into 2. 5 hours into 2. 52 hours into 1 plus 5 hours into 2. 62 hours of payment we have to do. 52 into 1 plus 5 into 2. Clear? Now, for these hours, we are going to pay 25, 12 and a half, and 37.5. And there's something called as dearness allowance. Where is the dearness allowance going to come? Let's understand that. Any doubts on this? Next, computation of labor cost. Particulars and 3 workers. Particulars and 3 workers. And 3 workers. Wage cost per hour. Or call it as basic wage per hour. Basic wage per hour. Basic wage per hour. There's a dearness allowance. What happens? We'll see. Basic wage per hour. What is basic wages is 200 by 8, 100 by 8, 300 by 8. 200 rupees for 8 hours, 100 rupees for 8 hours, 300 rupees for 8 hours. So 200 by 8, 100 by 8, 300 by 8. Basic wage 200 by 8, 25, 100 by 8, 12.5, 300 by 8, 37.5. 25, 12.5 and 37.5. Dearness allowance per hour. Dearness allowance per hour. I have to pay employees 968 for 176 hours. I have to pay 968 for 176 hours. That is the amount I have to pay to my employees. 968 for 176 hours. 968 for 176 hours. Any doubts on this? 968 for 176 hours. This is 968 by 176. Divide and let me know. 5.5. Total wage per hour. These are, there is some PF, ESI, all that they're talking about, but they are saying it is over it. So let's ignore it. We don't know the numbers also. Total wage per hour. 30.5, 18, 43. 30.5, 18 and 43. Any doubts on this? Number of hours. We have done the calculation. Equivalent hours. Some we have to double the hours. Some we took single hours. Number of hours. Number of hours Worker A how many hours? 50. Worker B, worker C 62. Labor cost multiply. Labor cost or employee earning both are same here. The only thing is worker C, I could have taken 9 as overtime also because he did 57. More than 48 is 9 hours. I will do daily calculation as well as weekly calculation and take whichever is beneficial. That is what is ideal. Okay, we'll follow whatever they've done. 30.5 into 54, how much? 1647. Any doubts on this? Clear? This is the labor cost which needs to be paid to the various employees, which needs to be paid to the various employees. Any doubts in this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts in this? Done? Now questions say, okay, this part is done. Now in this question, we have paid double rate for some of the workers. Double rate when you pay, no, that extra is called overtime premium. That extra is called overtime premium. Now, how is that accounted? First, I'll read it out, but some part you may not understand. So that clarity will come when we do the problem. Overtime is done regularly as a policy. That is, it is the policy of the company that we will keep doing overtime. We'll keep doing overtime. In this case, we calculate something called as average inflated wage rate. Average inflated wage rate. Now, what is this average inflated wage rate? When I started my planning, I said we will do 10,000 hours into 10 rupees and 2,000 hours into 20 rupees. This is in the planning stage itself. In the planning stage, because that's my policy. It is my policy. 10,000 hours normal working will happen. 2,000 hours overtime will happen. This is when I did my planning itself, I knew this. So on this, I have to pay 1 lakh. On this, I have to pay 40,000. Together, I have to pay 1 lakh 40,000 for 12,000 hours. For 12,000 hours, I have to pay what? 1 lakh 40,000. Can you tell me 12,000 into what is 1 lakh 40? If you, what rate should come there? 12,000 into what rate will give you 1? Sorry, 11 point. This is called average inflated wage rate. This is called average inflated wage rate. What is average inflated wage rate? Is as a policy 10 rupees for some worker, 20 rupees for some hours. I had done as part of my planning itself. So 11.67 is my effective cost. If you ask what is the cost per hour in this company, they'll not tell 10, they'll not tell 20, they'll say 11.67. Now I want to do some work for a customer. I did normal working only, still 11.7, 11.67. I did overtime, still 11.67. Whatever I do for that worker, I will be charging 11.67. It is my policy that I'll keep doing overtime. So the effective cost per hour is not 10, not 20, it is 11.67. It is 11.67. You came, told, please do work A. I said, yes, we will complete it. You are not asking me when are you going to do, what are you going to do. I had workers, I'll do normal time. I'll pay 10, but recover 11.67 from you. Why am I doing this? Because sometimes I'll be paying 20, but still recovering only 11.67. 10 also 11.67, 20 also 11.67. So in my company, rate is not 10 rupees per hour. Rate is 11.67 per hour. Rate is 11.67 per hour. Whether overtime happens, does not happen for your work, you have to pay 11.67 per hour. You have to pay 11.67 per hour. This is called average inflated wage rate. This is called average inflated wage rate. You need to pay 11.67. Clear? Any doubts on this? Okay. Second example or second scenario, overtime is at the request of the customer. If a customer comes and requests that do overtime, whatever I do for you, for example, the question says you did 100 hours normal working, 50 hours overtime working. Labor cost is 100 into 10 plus 50 into 20. 100 into 10 plus 50 into 20. 100 into 10 plus 50 into 20. Policy of the company 150 into 11.67. Policy of the company 150 into 11.67. You came and asked, please do it 100 into 10 plus 50 into 20. 100 into 10 plus 50 into 20. Any doubts till this? This is if you come and request for it. We are anyway going to do a problem in some time. If you come and request, you have to pay me 100 into 10 plus 50 into 20. That is called labor cost. If you are not saying anything and I'm still doing it as a policy of the company, 100 into 150 into 11.67, 150 into 11.67, both can give different cost, both can give different cost. Third is due to rain, flood, something has happened, rain, flood, anything has happened, labor cost in that scenario is 100 into 10, 50 into 10, 100 into 10, 50 into 10. What will I do with the extra? Take it to debit side of P and L. That's your headache. Take it to debit side of P and L. That is the headache of the company. Customer will not pay because flood, earthquake and all happened. You have to bear it at your end. You have to bear. So overtime premium will not be part of the cost of the product and be charged to costing profit and loss account. Be charged to costing profit and loss account. Overtime is done not because of flood, earthquake and all, due to mistake of some department. What is mistake of some department? Sales team got the order, they did not even communicate to the production team. Sales team got the order, they did not even communicate to the production department for 5 days. Suddenly on the 6th day they are saying give the product on the 8th day. Now on the 6th day when you tell I have to do overtime and only get it done, without doing overtime I cannot complete it. If you had communicated well in advance, we would have done normal working. But overtime is done because of which reason? Mistake of some department. In this case customer will pay 100 into 10, 50 into 10. That extra will be charged. When I say will be charged, we learn something called as responsibility center. There is a cost center, there's a profit center, there is a revenue center, investment center. So in a cost center we calculate the cost of every department. In that cost calculation this cost will be added. In the cost calculation this cost will be added to that department and they'll say it is your headache, because of you we made this mistake. So it will be added to their cost, their performance evaluation, but customer will not pay. Customer, it will be charged to the department which made the mistake. Charged to the department which made the mistake. Whichever department made the mistake. If sales has made the mistake, sales is the problem. If purchase makes the mistake, marketing makes the mistake, whoever makes the mistake, their profitability statement we prepare or their responsibility statement we prepare. Responsibility could be a cost center, could be a profit center. Revenue center, ignore it. Cost center means you'll have to calculate all the cost. Profit center means again you have to calculate profit in that deduct cost. Or investment center also you have to calculate profit. If you are a responsibility center and you do a mistake, you will be penalized for this. You will be penalized for this. Customer will not be penalized. Situation 3, 4, no customer penalty. Situation 2, customer is happily saying, please do it. Many times this happens in the practical world. You go to a place, you want something to be done faster, an ironing to be done faster, anything to be done, a stitching to be done faster. He'll say normal charges 100 rupees, rush charges 150 rupees. You are saying okay, please do it faster, please do it faster. I'm ready to pay that. I'm ready to pay extra money. I'm ready to pay extra money. So customer is requesting, customer has to pay. Last is sudden or urgent order. Sudden or urgent order. Now customer gave me an order. He did not say that please do overtime and all, but he has given me a huge order. He has given me a huge order. He did not say do overtime. Do overtime. And it is not a policy of my company. When I say not a policy means not regular. It is not a regularly that I will do overtime. Customer is not requesting me to do overtime. There is no abnormal condition like a flood, earthquake has happened. There's no mistake by the sales team. But suddenly an order has come. Suddenly an order has come, and he is not saying that you do overtime, you do normal time and all. I've given you order, your wish. So in this situation, if you have to do overtime, I don't even agree to this situation, but this is what I say. I said, if you do overtime in this situation, because in a practical world, when sudden order comes, and I have to do overtime, I'll communicate to the customer and customer will agree that time. So it's either customer saying do overtime or customer will say don't do overtime and give me in 20 days, give me in 15 days. So there's nothing like overtime done due to sudden or urgent order. In this case, you will be charging customer 100 into 10, 50 into 10, 50 into 10, that extra overtime will be called as overhead. They are saying it will be called as overhead and not labor cost. I don't agree much to this part of it, but still I'll summarize it now. First situation, I did 150 for you. 150 into 11.67 is labor cost, no overhead cost. 150 into 11.67 is labor cost, no overhead cost. You come and request 100 into 10 plus 50 into 20 is is labor cost, again no overhead cost, again no overhead will come only in the last situation. Okay, 100 into 10 plus 50 into 20, 100 into 10 plus 50 into 20. Third situation, flood, earthquake has happened. 100 into 10, 50 into 10, customer will pay 50 into 10, that extra which I paid, that will be going to debit side of P&L, that will go to debit side of P&L, customer will not pay. Fourth situation, where mistake is done by an internal department, 100 into 10, 50 into 10 only will be paid by the customer. When I prepare profit statement or a cost statement of a responsibility center, in that department cost, this extra will be added. In that department cost, extra is called overtime premium. Extra is called overtime premium. Last situation, normal labor cost will be 100 into 10, 50 into 10. Extra overtime premium is called production overhead. Extra overtime premium is called production overhead. So if you see, charge labor cost at average inflated wage rate, charge overtime premium as part of labor cost, charge overtime premium as part of labor cost, consider overtime premium as part of production overhead. When you consider as part of production overhead, ultimately customer will pay, ultimately customer will pay. Only difference is in part 2 it is part of labor cost and prime cost. In last situation, it is part of production overhead, so does not form part of prime cost, does not form part of prime cost. When I tried checking with few people, they said nothing like this. In the practical world, it's either situation 1, situation 2, or situation 3 or 4, 3 or 4, any of it. It's either 1, 2 or 3 or 4. 5, I don't agree much to it, but questions will come where they'll say there is some sudden order or an urgent order which has come. Moment it comes in, I'll tell my marketing guy, is the customer ready to pay for overtime? He says no, then please communicate to the customer, we will take 20 days. He agrees for 20 days, then I do normal working. He doesn't agree for 20 days, then I do overtime and he has to pay for it, he has to pay for it. Clear? Any doubts on this? So 5 situation, if it is done as a policy, calculate average inflated wage rate, average inflated wage rate. If it's done at the request of the customer, customer has to pay and it is part of labor cost, customer has to pay and it is part of labor cost. When it is done due to sudden or urgent order, customer has to pay and it is part of production overhead, customer has to pay and it is part of production overhead, because production overhead also customer only pays, production overhead only customer pay. Abnormal condition, customer no payment, go to debit side of P&L, the overtime premium, the extra part. Mistake of some department, customer not going to pay, recover it from the department which made the mistake. When I say recover, charge it to that customer, charge it to that department. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept here? Go through 27. You first read it, then I'll explain. Go through this. We'll discuss it in 2 minutes. Okay. In a factory, basic wage rate is 100 per hour. Overtime rates are as follows. If you do before and after normal working hours, 175% of 100. 175% of 100. And if you do Sunday and holiday, 225% of 100. So I have to either pay 100 rupees or 175 rupees or 225 rupees. 100, 175 or 225. During the previous year, this has happened. Maybe in future also similar thing can happen. At a company level, 1 lakh normal hours, 20,000 overtime, and 5,000 Sunday and holiday. 5,000 Sunday and holiday. 1 lakh normal time, 20,000 before and after working hours, and 5,000 Sunday and holiday. Then on job Z, for some customer I had to do normal 1000 hours, overtime before and after normal working hours 100, Sunday and holiday 25, Sunday and holiday 25, put together 1125. You are required to calculate the labor cost and overhead cost. Labor cost and overhead cost. Overhead will come in only one situation. Labor cost and overhead cost in each of the following instances. Where overtime is worked regularly throughout the year as a policy due to labor shortage. If it's a policy of the company, average inflated wage rate, once we compute that, multiply that with 1125 hours. No separate analysis, no 1000 separately, no 100 separately, no 25 separately. Entire 1125, please charge at the average inflated wage rate. At the average inflated wage rate, please charge entire 1125 hours. Entire 1125 hours at average inflated wage rate. Any doubts in this? Where it is done irregularly to meet the requirement. Irregularly to meet the requirement means suddenly some customer orders come in. Suddenly some customer orders come in. To put it simply, sudden or urgent order. Irregularly to meet the requirements of production is sudden or urgent order. Sudden or urgent order. In case of a sudden or an urgent order, in case of a sudden or an urgent order, irregularly to meet the requirement, sudden or an urgent order, normal cost labor extra which you pay is technically called as overhead. Is technically called as overhead. Where it is done at the request of the customer, whatever you pay in this job will be called as labor cost and recovered from the customer. Will be called as labor cost and recovered from the customer. Three situation: regularly throughout the year, average inflated wage rate. Average inflated wage rate. Irregularly to meet the requirements. Irregularly to meet the requirements, that is basically technically called a sudden or urgent order. Normal labor cost labor, extra overtime premium is production overhead. Extra overtime premium is production overhead. Request of the customer, normal labor cost labor, extra also labor cost. Extra is also considered as labor cost. Clear? Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Working note 1, computation of average inflated wage rate. Computation of average inflated wage rate. Average inflated wage rate. Now listen. Average rate is at a company level 1 lakh hours 100 rupees. 1 lakh hours at a company level, 1 lakh hours is 100 rupees. 20,000 hours is 175 rupees. 20,000 hours is 175 rupees and 5,000 hours is 225 rupees. At a company level, 1 lakh hours 100 rupees, 20,000 hours 175 rupees, 5,000 hours 225 rupees. All this whole divided by the total hours. That's called weighted average. We are taking weighted average, right? 1 lakh into 100. 1 lakh into 100. What happened? Is there a doubt? 1 lakh into 100. 1 lakh hours into 100. Then we are doing overtime before and after normal working hours. For that, you will be paying 175. 175% of the basic wage rate. Basic wage rate is 100 per hour. Next 20,000 hours we will pay 175. 20,000 will pay 175. And last 5,000, which is working on Sundays, you will have to pay 225. Whole divided by 1 lakh plus 20,000 plus 5,000. 1 lakh plus 20 plus 5. 1 117 is the average rate. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? 117 is the average rate. Working note 2, computation of labor cost and overhead cost for different scenarios. Labor cost and overhead cost for different scenarios. Particulars, 2 columns, labor cost, overhead cost. Labor cost and overhead cost. Situation 1 is work where overtime is done regularly throughout the year. Situation A, situation A, situation A. In this situation, I don't want to know the breakup all. 1125 into 117 into 117 average inflated wage rate. The labor cost can be different in different situation. In this situation, 1125 into 117 average inflated wage rate. I don't even know what is, how much was normal, how much was overtime, how much is Sunday. That breakup is of no use. 1125, whether you do overtime, you don't do overtime, you have to pay 117. You have to pay 117. So first situation, 1125 into 117. 1 lakh 20. No overhead cost. 131 625. 131 625. We are charging it at average inflated wage rate. Average inflated wage rate. It is a regular policy of the company. So some customer we do overtime 117. We don't do overtime 117. So somebody, I did normal working but collected 117. Somebody, I did overtime working and collected again 117. Situation B. Situation B, where it is done irregularly to meet the requirements of the production. So somebody is asking, some sudden order, customer is not asking, some sudden or urgent order has come irregularly to meet the requirements of the production. In this case, listen, 1000 hours into 100, listen for a minute, which is 1000 is the normal working, 100 hours again into 100, 100 hours into 100. This is the working 1125, 1125, 1000 hours 100 rupees, 100 hours 100 rupees. The extra part is 75. Extra part is 75. What is 75 is for normal working 100, for overtime working 175. For overtime working 175. So whatever you are paying, normal is called as labor cost, extra is called as overtime premium, that is treated as overhead. That is treated as overhead. In the first 1000 hours, first originally we paid 1000 hours into 100, extra extra is 0 for this. For normal working there is no extra payment. For normal working there is no extra payment. 1000 into 100, 1000 into 0, then 100 hours, which is overtime before and after working hours, 100 normal, extra 75, extra 75. Third one, we did another 25 hours. For this 25 hours normal is 100. For this 25 hours normal is 100, and the extra part is 125 rupees. How 125? Normal 100, overtime 175, Sunday 225. Normal 100, overtime 175, Sunday 225. Normal 100, overtime 175, Sunday 225. 100, 175, 225. 100, 175, 225. Into 100, labor cost. Extra overtime cost, which is overtime premium, which is called as production overhead here, which is called as production overhead. So into 100 this side, into 0 other side, into 100 this side, into 75 other side, into 100 this side, into 125 other side. Clear? Write this. Situation B. The extra part is treated as production overhead. Multiply and then tell me the amounts. 112 500. This will be 75. Okay, sorry. Extra is 75. 10,625. Extra portion. Extra portion will goes over it. Extra portion will goes overhead cost. As per the policy, the extra cost will go as overhead cost. Any doubts on this? 1,12,500, 10,625. In the other method, the cost is 131. Here put together some 123 something. There it was 131. Average inflated wage rate, entire amount labor, but 131. Here 112,500 and 10,625. Any doubts on this? The extra part, if it is due to flood, earthquake and all, it will be labor 112,500, overhead 0. That extra will not be recovered. That extra will not be recovered. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on situation C? Situation C. It says where overtime is done at the request of the customer. If customer is requesting it, he has to pay. No concept of overhead here. Listen for a minute. If customer is requesting it, into 100 is labor cost, into 175 is labor cost, into 225 is also labor cost. Everything is labor cost. Everything is labor cost. Either it is situation A or situation C. Situation B, I don't see it, but this is what the material says. 1000 into 100, 100 into 175, 25 into 225, into 225, 1 lakh. So the cost changes. If I'm preparing a cost sheet, first scenario labor cost will be written as 131,625. Second scenario labor cost is 112,500, overhead cost is 10,625. Third scenario labor cost is 123, 125. Fourth situation flood earthquake, labor cost will be 112,500, no overhead. Mistake of some department, labor cost 112,500, extra 0, overhead will become 0. Overhead will become 0. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the treatment here? Clear? This has come 1 or 2 times in exam. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Okay, go through the solution. I give a minute or two. Go through the solution. Okay, almost done with the chapter. A small discussion is pending. Could be 10 to 15 minutes kind of a discussion on an area called direct expenses. The chapter name is employee cost and direct expenses. But for all discussion purpose, this is only labor cost discussion. When we did cost sheet chapter, we learnt that the cost can be classified as direct, indirect. Direct costs are those which are directly and economically identified with a unit of production. Then we see once you identify direct cost, what is the nature of the cost? We have three category. One was your material, labor, expenses, direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. Direct material learnt in chapter 2, direct labor almost learnt in chapter 3. Direct expenses, they wanted to include little bit about direct expenses. Now, as the definition goes, cost other than material or labor which can be directly and economically identified with the unit of production, which can be directly and economically identified with the unit of production. When I was doing the examples there, I had shown you an example of thread. Thread was not a direct cost, it became an indirect cost. This is from a material point of view, that was from a material cost point of view. Like that, some expenses which satisfies the condition. What is satisfying the condition? It's directly identifiable, economically identifiable, but the amount is insignificant. Amount is insignificant. I can still treat it as overhead. I can still treat it as overhead. Example, royalty cost is a direct expense. But if the royalty expense is very insignificant, you can take it as factory overhead also. If the amount is insignificant, you can take it as factory overhead as well. Some of the examples we saw: power and fuel, again tricky. Industry wise, power and fuel sometimes can become factory overhead also. Higher job charges mostly is your direct expense. Royalty, higher charges, again we have seen question where it is taken as factory overhead. Cost of product, service, specific design. So a question may come which is, I don't see, if at all ICA wants to test, it could be a 2 mark MCQ. I don't see them asking a descriptive question where they'll give you cost and ask you to calculate direct expenses, ask you to calculate direct expenses. Nothing else can be there. So your study mat has two simple illustrations. I don't see these coming in exam, but let's discuss it. You are only going to do, I'm just going to discuss it. A Limited is an engineering manufacturing company producing job orders on the basis of specification provided by the customer. On the basis of specification provided by the customer. During the last month, it has completed three jobs, namely A, B, and C. Following are the expenditure which are incurred in addition to material cost and direct employee cost. So they are not going to talk about material. Office and administration, because I'm not discussing the answer, you do it in a minute. Okay, office and admin, if you feel it is direct expense, then you will have to do a particulars: job A, job B, and job C. Office and admin, if you feel it is direct expense, write in one of the job. Product blueprint cost for job A, if you feel it is a direct expense, write it in job A. If you feel it is not a direct expense, write it as 0. Higher charges: salary to office attendant, one time license fee, salary paid to marketing manager. 6 items are there. In this, few are direct expenses, few are not direct expense. So particulars: job A, job B, job C. Item number 1, if it's not a direct expense, write 0 in all the 3 or say ignored. Item number 2, if it's a direct expense, write it in one of the job. Clear? Any doubts on this? I don't want to explain much. I'm giving you around 3 minutes. That's all. 3 minutes for you to do this. We'll discuss after that. 3 minutes. Okay. I hope you have completed. As I said, nothing much is there. This is not a direct expense. This item will go to job A, product blueprint cost. Basically, before the work is started, I want to create some designs and other thing. This will go as part of the cost. Higher charges paid for machinery, assuming it is specifically for job B, and a material expense, this will go as direct expense. So this is job A, this will go to job B. Office attendant is office and administration overhead, office and general and administrative overhead. One time license fee for software. Software specifically for a job, again forms part of direct expense. Specifically for a job forms part of direct expense. Marketing manager is selling and distribution, Any doubts on this? Close the next one also quickly. Direct expenses for the month, again I'm giving you 3 minutes. Calculate the direct expenses for the month. 3 minutes for you to do question 30. Okay, let's start discussing. I've just added them because it's a study mat question. Otherwise, you will unnecessarily put effort on doing study mat question. Paid for power and fuel. should ideally be a direct expense, can also be taken as factory overhead, but direct expense here. Wages paid to factory worker is a direct labor. It is a direct labor, so it will not come here. It is a direct labor. It is a direct labor. It will not come in the calculation. Job workers, yes, direct expense. Royalty, again direct expense. Technician hired for the job, specific to this job, I can treat it as direct expense. Admin overhead, as the name indicates, general and administrative overhead. Commission paid to sales staff, selling and distribution overhead. So this, this, I think four items. Balance will not come here. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Now I'm done with the chapter, but still we have some 20-25 minutes. So let's quickly do the homework questions so that you need not do them at later. I had question number. Okay, I'm coming in the reverse order. Do 24. Do 24. Exactly similar question. We have done it in the class. I could have removed this also, but I don't know why I kept it. Do 24. I'll discuss it in 10 minutes. 10 to 12 minutes for you to do 24. 10 to 12 minutes for you to do question 24. No explanation from my side. You start doing it. Okay. So it said 10, 5 and 3. Number of worker replaced during the quarter is 30%. 30 by 5%, 600 is the average workforce. 30 by 5%, 600. 600 into, if I go through the separation method, 3%, 18 is left and discharged. 18 is left and discharged. 10% is flux method answer, which is 600 and 10%, 60. That 60 is total of the three: separation, replacement, and new recruitment. Separation 80, replacement 30, new recruitment will be 12. Recruited and joined is 12 plus 30. Recruited and joined is 12 plus 30. Opening workforce, closing workforce, start with X. X minus 18, which is separation, plus 30 replacement, plus new recruitment 20. Opening X, closing is X plus 24. X plus 24. When you solve X plus X plus 24 by 2 equal to 600, you'll get X as 588. X is 588 and X plus 24 is 612. 612 equal and employee turnover into 4 by 1 into 4 by 1 and into 4 by 1. Any doubts on this? Clear? Do question 20. Question 20. Again, 4 minutes for you. 4-5 minutes. Not a very tricky one. Again, small adjustment. Basic pay 10,000 into 12, 1,20,000. Dearness allowance 3,000 into 12, 36,000. Fringe benefits 1,000 into 12, 12,000. All put together 1,68,000. Divide by effective working hours. What is effective working hours? Is 280 days into 8. 280 days into 8, which is 2240. And you ultimately divide, you will get 75 per hour. You will get 75 per hour. Any doubts on this? Clear? Any doubts in this? It is 280 into 8. 280 into 8. Effective working hours is 280 days into 8. Okay, do 17. Do 17. Do 19. Yeah, do 17, please. Start doing 17. Okay, I'll discuss the solution. First is your, it says worker is paid 10,000 per month and a dearness allowance of 2,000 per month. So we start with basic wages. Basic wages is 1,20,000. Dearness allowance 24,000. 1,20,000 and 24. It says wage contribution is 10%. Wage contribution to provident fund is 10%, and employer also contributes the same amount. Employee both contribute 10%. Only challenge is there are questions where ICI just takes it on basic wages. There are questions where they give it on basic wages plus DA. We have done problems where when we did one of the question, it said on basic wages, contribution to provident fund on basic wages. This was crystal clear. Then DA was there in that question. DA was there in the question. but it's that contribution to provident fund on basic wages. You can do whatever you want to do. It's either 10,000 or 12,000, but a note has to be written. A note has to be written. ICI solutions, it's assumed that 10% is on both put together, basic wages and dearness allowance. Can it be only on basic wages? Yes, it can be. Should I write a note? Yes. If you are not writing a note, I will at least not give marks, because I wanted you to think about it. Yes, both possibility exist. I went ahead and took this possibility and not the other possibility. Now, it is not possible always that I'll take exact ICI assumption, which is impossible, because question we don't know what they are doing, what we are trying to do. Same question will come in exam. ICI will say I do it only on basic wages. Same question will come, they'll say I'll do it on basic wages plus DA. Only requirement was, when I was going through the notes, I could not see most of you writing an assumption. Your assumption was not written. You're doing the calculation, but who will write that assumption, that what have you taken? Because if your answer matches with ICI, they may not search for your assumption. If it's not matching and a person who evaluates has full understanding, he will check, okay, he has written this assumption, answer is going to change. FIFO method, different answer. Weighted average cost method will give different answer. Without a note, obviously nobody can understand. So basic DA is done. PF contribution 10% of 1,44,000 with an assumption. With an assumption that it is on both. With an assumption that it is on both. 10% of 1,44,000. My assumption is it is on both. Same way we have then ESI contribution. Employer side. Employer side is 4.6.5, 1.75 is by employee, 4.75 will be by the employer. The employer side is 4.75 into again 1,44,000. 6840, and it said it is a practice to pay 2 month wages as bonus. Now 2 months wages as bonus on what? Is it on basic? Is it on basic plus again assumption? Again it's an assumption. It can be, somebody can argue that on, if you're giving me bonus as basic and DA, on that also you contribute to a provident fund. So it can be, different arguments can come. So assumption is very clearly needed. If you see the solution, it is assumed that PF contribution, ESI contribution and bonus is on basic wages plus dearness allowance, is on basic wages plus dearness allowance. I wanted to see this line in your notebook. You have to write an assumption. We have done question where it was only on basic wages, contribution to provident fund on basic wages, contribution to ESI on basic wages. So where clarity is there, I have no problem, but without clarity, if you see a question, please write your assumption. With that, it gets over. Bonuses again on both. Total employee cost, effective working hours is 285 into 8. Effective working hours is 285 into 8, which is 2280. You get 83 per hour. Any doubts on this? Clear? We'll end with this then.